Let me know when we're
नहीं.
Hi everyone, hello. Can everyone hear me and see me clearly? If you can just tell me quickly in the comment section. Okay, great. So, hi everybody. Welcome to IMS GET channel. And today we are going to do the analysis of the exam that we've been waiting for, CLAT 2023. We are going to go live with the section by section, question by question analysis. तो आई होप कि आप लोग ये पूरा एनालिसिस देखेंगे और समझेंगे कि क्लैट कैसा हुआ और क्या आप कर सकते थे या क्या नहीं कर सकते थे, एंड यू कैन प्रोबेबली गेट अ हैंग ऑफ एक्चुअली आपका पेपर कैसा हुआ है एंड व्हाट कुड बी योर पोटेंशियल मार्क्स और कट ऑफ. So this is going to be the plan. Before we begin, I just want to introduce myself. I am Jharna Sejwani, the Program Director for UG Law, and I'm here to give you a general overview about the whole of the CLAT exam. So whatever I have understood from whatever paper that we've seen, there were the sections जो भी थे या जो भी questions थे वो काफी एक्सपेक्टेड थे इन टर्म्स ऑफ जो हमारे 5 सेक्शंस है. तो हमारे सबसे पहले वर्बल था, फिर क्वांट, फिर लॉजिक, फिर जीके, लीगल एप्टीट्यूड. सो ये हमारे सेक्शंस जो हमने एक्सपेक्ट किए थे वही थे. इसमें से कुछ नया या कोई सरप्राइज एलिमेंट बेसिकली नहीं था. सो दैट्स अ गुड थिंग दैट यू वर all mostly prepared with whatever the syllabus that the CLAT had given. So it wasn't like ALET की question pattern change हो गया या paper pattern change हो गया. So that was actually a good thing, which is I'm assuming and hoping that a relief for all of you. Now we will quickly delve into what is the overview of the CLAT 2023 paper. So सबसे पहले obviously जो हमको भी समझ आया, students से भी हमारे feedback मिला कि this paper was actually lengthy. It wasn't like इसमें कुछ surprises थे, but काफी lengthy था, passages बड़े-बड़े थे, और उसके साथ साथ not only the passages but the questions in the passages were also a bit lengthy. So that was a bit tricky for students to manage, and given the time limit that is there, so that was a bit of a tricky bit. But otherwise, overall, the paper was not that difficult except for maybe the maths section. So that a lot of the students found it difficult. हमने भी solve किया और हमको भी ये realize हो रहा है that maths is difficult, but it's okay. Other than that, overall the paper was pretty expected and pretty normal. Obviously, like I said, because the passages were lengthy, so you actually needed to read the passages. But once you actually read the passages, you could find answers from directly the passages. तो आप अगर question पढ़ के वापस एक दो बार passage पढ़ लें या उसका line एक specific line based on the questions निकाल के पढ़ लें, so you are all set. So that was exactly what was required, and I'm hoping कि आप सबने वही किया होगा for most of the passages. Lastly, जो भी passages थे उसमें जो sources दिए गए थे, which was very evident, जो हमने हमारे IMS के students को भी बार बार बताया था कि please read these passages or please read the paper, especially the Hindu or the prominent websites where these passages were taken. So we're pretty much sorted in that aspect as well. तो अगर आपने हिंदू regularly पढ़ा है तो आपको काफी सारे passages का आइडिया होगा या आप pretty much उनको पढ़ के समझ गए होंगे कि ये कहाँ से आए हैं. So that is another thing which was good. So overall, I would say that the paper was not that difficult, but it was lengthy, and there were some places in GK, in maths, or even legal aptitude for that matter, or verbal, जहाँ कुछ tricky bits थे. But वो तो होना ही था, obviously. So firstly, we'll talk about the quant section. Quant was moderately difficult. दो questions actually ऐसे हैं जिसमें कुछ गड़बड़ है, and we've been told that a lot of students couldn't attempt the quant section. They were probably able to attempt only 5 to 7 questions, but that's okay. Maths was a bit difficult, we all understood. So we can say that it was moderately difficult. Then we come to GK and current affairs. GK and current affairs में काफी passages ऐसे थे जो कि relatable थे, काफी नए जो in the last 1 year जो भी events हुए हैं उन पे based थे, but again they were lengthy, they were tricky, they were very technical based on a lot of data and analytics that was involved. So that was one thing which was not expected, or which was a bit different from the last year paper. Then we talk about verbal and logical reasoning, जो कि actually बहुत बड़ा chunk है इस exam का. So again उसका भी हम ये कह सकते हैं कि it was moderately difficult, yet there were some sitters here and there, and there are some questions where you may feel कि दो answers correct थे, तो कौन सा सही mark करना चाहिए था, कौन सा नहीं करना चाहिए था. So that was about verbal. And last is legal aptitude. Legal aptitude I would say was pretty easy, बट अगेन वेरी लेंथी. तो हर पैसेज के अंदर जितने भी 5 क्वेश्चंस थे, उनमें काफी सारे फैक्ट्स दिए गए थे, काफी सारे इंफॉर्मेशन दिए गए थे, जिसको पढ़ के आपको क्वेश्चन अटेम्प्ट करना था, व्हिच वुड आल्सो रिक्वायर एट टाइम्स फॉर यू टू गो बैक टू द पैसेज एंड रीड इट. So this is our overall analysis, that the paper was overall easy but time consuming. डिटेल बाय डिटेल आगे हमारे जो भी सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट्स हैं वो आपको बताएंगे कि कैसा एक एक क्वेश्चन आप अटेंड कर सकते थे, क्या लेवल ऑफ डिफिकल्टी थी, एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट. विद रिस्पेक्ट टू सरप्राइज एलिमेंट्स, ऑनेस्टली बहुत ज्यादा कुछ सरप्राइजेस नहीं थे, या कुछ बहुत हटके नहीं था, जैसे कि एलेट में हुआ that your whole question paper pattern got changed and it was divided from one passage. You had to also answer a English ka question and a logical reasoning ka question. So वैसा कुछ honestly नहीं हुआ, which is a good thing. Quantitative techniques actually required a lot more calculation, which was not expected. So आप कह सकते हो कि this was a bit of a surprise element. GK and current affairs, like I said, was different from the last year paper in terms of the technicalities that were involved, the data, the statistics, which again has never really happened in the CLAT paper. So that was one surprise element. When it comes to verbal and logical reasoning, हमारे analysis के हिसाब से it was actually better than the last year paper, although of course it was lengthy and time consuming and a bit tricky, but it was better in terms of it being more balanced in the types of questions that were being asked. And last is legal aptitude, जहाँ मुझे लगता है there were no as such surprises, just that you had to actually read the passage. So ये काफी expected था when it comes to legal aptitude. Last is the breakup of marks. So आपका verbal 30 का था, quant 15, logical again 30, GK and current affairs 35, and legal aptitude 40. So overall paper अगर मैं ये analyze करूँ तो ये कह सकते हैं कि there was a lot of reading that is to be involved. So students who are appearing for the CLAT exam next year, please take a note of this, that you have to master your reading. It when it comes to CLAT, when it comes to any other legal law related exam, you cannot do away without reading. So from today onwards, please start reading newspapers, good books, novels, whatever you can to just enhance your reading capabilities or reading skills. So with respect to the past year cutoffs, ये हमारी एक list है जो हमने compile की है. So we had National Law University Bangalore, जिसका cutoff था 85. So we are expecting it will be somewhere around that, and the others that we have listed with respect to other national universities, इसका भी cutoff more or less हमें expected है कि उतना ही रहेगा. But obviously once we have the answer key, once we have more details, we'll be able to give you more understanding. So this was just an overall overview of the CLAT exam. I hope आप ये पूरा session देखेंगे, सुनेंगे और समझेंगे कि आपका CLAT का exam कैसा रहा. So now we will start with the verbal section, and we have our subject matter expert, Mr. Vimal. So he'll be here and will be undertaking the analysis for the verbal section. But we'll be back in 2 minutes. So just don't go anywhere and stay here. All the best, and thank you so much.
All right, guys. Hi, welcome back. So we are back with the sectional analysis. All right. My name is Bimal Master. I'm the National Chief Mentor for IMS. And I'll be first starting with the verbal section, right? That is the English language section. Now, okay, just give me a minute, guys. Guys, there's a technical issue that we are facing. Slide one, we're trying to get that rectified. Just have a little bit of patience, guys, please. Thank you. All right, so we've resolved the issue and we are back. So as I was saying, we're going to start with the English language section. My name is Bimal. I'm the National Chief Mentor for IMS. Okay, so let's talk about the English language, right? So having gone through the through the paper, a few things definitely stand out. First of all, this section this year was very similar to the verbal section that happened a little while earlier this year, right? So CLAT 2022, we feel that this section is very similar to the verbal section of CLAT 2022. In the sense that it was a fairly doable section, I would say in terms of the difficulty level, I would probably categorize it as easy to moderate, right? Fairly doable, and more than that, a reasonably high scoring section is what I believe this would be. So there were of course 30 questions, right, as expected. Good attempts, I would classify as something around 18 to 20 questions. However, if you're a good student, if you're fairly conversant with the language, then there's nothing stopping you from doing, attempting more questions. As we'll go about the the passage by passage analysis or the question by question analysis, you'll understand what I'm saying, right? But 18 to 20 is probably the bare minimum that you should have been able to solve. You could have potentially gone up to say something like a 22 or a 23 questions also, right? The thing about this section is that there were quite a few what we call sitters, right? Sitters in the sense that the questions which don't really require too much of thinking, right? They're fairly direct from the passage or from basic understanding of the English language. A good score, hence, in this section would be around 17 to 18. Again, potentially, you could have scored more as well, right? I would say that good students would fairly easily have crossed 20 marks as a score in this section, right? Without too much of difficulty. Now, let's look at this passage by passage. So there were 6 passages, as I'm sure all of you are aware, right? Having 5 questions each, that total to 30 questions. Out of these 6 passages, as we will see later on, there's one passage which we would definitely advise you to, not really waste too much of time on, correct? However, out of the remaining 5 passages, four of them could have been solved fairly easily, right? Including the passage that you see on the screen, right? So if you look at the first passage, the first 5 questions, out of these 5 questions, I think at least about 3 to 4 questions were very, very easily doable, very easily, just by one, simple reading of the passage. Okay, so I'm kind of assuming that all of you are familiar with the passage itself, and I'm not going to get into that. But broadly, if you look at the topic, we are talking of how English as a language, can become potentially divisive in a country like India, right? With what are called haves and have-nots, right? In terms of their, you can say the comfort level with the language, all right? So if you look at the first question, which of the following can be inferred about the author's views on English in contemporary India, right? Contemporary India is the India that we are currently living in, right? Now, in this case, there are certain options which you can very clearly eliminate. Okay, so for example, option number B, right? English is not an Indian language, is of course a fact, no doubt about that, right? English is not an Indian language, right? However, that is not really a view that the author expresses, right? It is just a fact, right? And hence that option can be eliminated for sure, correct? Even option D, the fact that people's views on English are divided along political lines, really does not, appear anywhere in the passage, right? We are not really talking of political division between, let's say, conservatives or liberals or Republicans and Democrats, or even in the Indian context, the Congress or the BJP, right? We are not really talking about political divide over here, right? But yes, maybe option C is not something that you would be able to eliminate definitely, directly, right? Immediately, correct? However, even though this particular sentence is given in the passage where we are talking of those classification between E1 and E2, right? This sentence that English language fluency does not necessarily imply competence is not something which is given as the author's view. It is given in the passage as Chetan Bhagat's view, right? When he really made those 2 classifications of E1 and E2, right? Option A, however, right, the ability to speak English in India depends on place and social identity, is a point that the author himself or herself makes, right? And hence the answer to this question is option A, right? Okay, the second question, who among the following would defy Chetan Bhagat's neat categorization of Indian English speakers into E1 and E2? Now, it is very tempting in this case, okay, to mark option C, right? Where if you've read the 2 options, yet the first option describes a person, right, from an above average, who is an above average student in an English medium school, belongs to an upper middle class family, and is fairly conversant with the language. However, public speaking makes her extremely nervous and she fumbles throughout an interview. Right? That's one category of person. The second, in option B, is about a milkman in Ranchi, right, who learned English at the age of 17, right? Not someone, not something, not someone who is familiar with the language right from their, childhood as such. Correct. So a classic E2 as such, right? And after a lot of hard work, he becomes an instructor of spoken English at a thriving institute. So at first glance, it seems as if both the options are, are defying Chetan Bhagat's categorization, right? Because they are moving from one category to another. But actually, if you think about it, if you go a little bit deeper into that, then you realize that in option A, right, although Savita becomes nervous while speaking in public, that may not necessarily be due to her, her language skills, right? She, even a person who's very, very familiar with and very comfortable with the English language, at times can become nervous during public speaking, right? They might be very good at one-on-one conversations, but they might not be as good in a public forum, correct? So that may not have anything to do with their English speaking capability, right? And hence that particular example does not really defy the categorization of Chetan Bhagat, right? And hence, according to us, the correct answer is option B. Make sense? All right. Okay. Now, yeah, I think this question was fairly obvious, right? Not too much of. In fact, a lot of options could have been eliminated directly, right? So, which of the following best describes the author's response to Bhagat's views? First of all, it's very clear that the author is fairly critical of Chetan Bhagat's views, right? So option B, where the author completely agrees with his views, can definitely be eliminated, right? Even option C, the author neither agrees nor disagrees, can be eliminated because the author is not really completely ambivalent about this, right? You can very clearly see that the author does not agree with Chetan Bhagat's views, right? And hence option C also can be eliminated, right? Now, why is option A not correct, right? When you say that the author dismisses his views as a self-appointed expert, in fact, this particular word self-appointed does appear in the passage itself, right? So it's again very tempting to take that as the correct answer or mark that as the correct option. However, right, the author does not completely dismiss Chetan Bhagat's views, right? If that was the case, then the author would have stopped in the first paragraph itself, right, where they identified Chetan Bhagat as a self-appointed expert, but they're not completely dismissing his views, right? So the fourth option, which says the author considers his views and find that they lack nuance, is a better better represents the author's views on Chetan Bhagat, right? So option D is the correct answer here. Okay, which of the following can be inferred from Gandhi's views with respect to English in post-independence India? Again, some of them can be eliminated. Option A, English should not be taught as a subject. Nowhere does Gandhiji say that we should not teach English even as a subject, right? Forget about being the medium of instruction, but even as a subject, it should not be taught in Indian universities. I don't think Gandhi ever had those views also. Moreover, option C, which says Indian women cannot get rich if they do not know English, there's no mention about this in the passage at all, correct? But option B here is part of what he said, right? That in that era, right, English proficiency was really vital in order to gain entry into the bureaucracy, because at that time the bureaucracy was, of course, run by the British, and even post-independence, right? We essentially carried forward the bureaucracy based on what it was pre-independence, right? So English proficiency was really vital in order to gain entry into that, right? So option B here would be the correct answer, right? This was a complete setup, right? All the following pairs of words are synonyms. Very clearly, stark and sharp are synonyms. Crusade is essentially a campaign. Cohesion means unity, right? But the option B, sophisticated and spoiled, are not really synonyms, right? And hence that is the option that you mark. So all in all, out of 5 questions, 3 questions fairly simple, right? Should have been marked. Maybe possibly 4 also, right? Out of the 5 could have been very easily solved. Okay. Even okay. Moving on to the next passage. Very interesting passage, right? Very interesting read. And but in a way a little bit sad as well, right? Okay, so moving directly to the questions. Again, this was a passage that I would consider under the solvable category, right? With at least 3 to 4 questions, fairly doable, right? For example, this question, right? What use was the Kabadiwala to the author? Very clearly, the author is very excited when the Kabadiwala comes in, because they get access to the stock of books and magazines that the Kabadiwala has, right? So because they were of interest to the author, right? So option B is the answer that we would mark over here. Okay, what according to the author is essential about the experience of being a provincial reader? Okay, this may be not a very straightforward question, right? But there are a lot of things that the author mentions about a provincial reader and how a provincial reader is different from an urban, metropolitan sort of a reader, right? And there are a lot of references that are mentioned over there, right? Belatedness in the sense of coming late is also one of the, in fact, belatedness again is a word that is used in the passage, right? So, very tempting to mark that as the option. But belatedness in the passage is about news, happenings of the world, right? Coming late to the provincial reader. Right? So they getting to know about news and about happenings in the world much later than they actually happen, right? That's the entire context of the passage, right? So, but it's not about they coming late for something, right? So the option A says belatedness in the sense of coming late for everything. It's not really true, right? It's not about them getting late for something. It's about the news and happenings of the world reaching late to them, right? And hence that's not the correct answer, right? Over eagerness again is not really very, very apt. Yes, they were eager about learning, right? They were, so the author gave an example about reading road signs, right? And being, very excited about that. But that's not really the central idea about, in the sense that, it's not essential about the experience, right? Which is what the question is asking. But option C is accepting a gap, right, between what was current in the wider world, and the time at which these arrived in the provincial location. That gap is, of course, a fact, right? And so if you were a provincial reader, you would have to be accepting of that gap, right? So that is essential about the experience of being a provincial reader, right? So option C here is the correct answer. Okay, why did the author feel a sense of epiphany and deep sadness, right? What is epiphany, right? And why is the author sad, right? It again ties into the previous question where you talk about the acceptance of that gap. Okay, right? But at the same time, even if you do accept that, okay, yes, there will remain that gap between what is happening and when we come to know of it, it still is fairly saddening for them, right? It's still fairly unfortunate, right? Especially the examples that they show, that the author talks about in terms of, people coming up with newer discoveries and then realizing that somebody else had already discovered that, correct? And they simply did not know about it, right? So that is something which really creates that sense of sadness in the author's mind, right? So option A, which pretty much talks about the same thing, is here the correct answer, right? Okay, 9. This is very, very simple, right? The word anachronistic essentially means connected with another time, right? The anachronism, right? So you talk about chronic, right? Chronic is something which is related to time. A chronometer, for example, is nothing but a clock, right? So chronic relates to something which is time dependent, right? Anachronistic, right? By the very meaning of the word, if you go to the word root, right, then you realize that anachronistic means that it is not in the current time, right, or the time that is being talked about in the passage, right? So it is connected with some other time, right? And that is what option C talks about, right? All right, question 10. Which of the following options captures the meaning of the last sentence the best? Okay, let me read out the last sentence once more. It says here, what rescues it, right, is the unpredictability of these anachronistic discoveries, the randomness and haphazardness involved in mapping connections among thoughts and ideas in a way that hasn't yet been professionalized. Correct. Okay, so I think that is a key part of the sentence to understand, right? And again, some of the options can be eliminated, by default. So if you look at option A, though the author feels provincial, she pretends to be from the metropolis. The author is not pretending to be anything that she is not, right? That's very, very clear, right? So option A can definitely be out, right? Even option C, where you're talking of, though the author is aware of the limitedness of her knowledge, she is confident and can hold her own in a crowd. Again, there is no mention anywhere in the passage, right, about her confidence or her ability to hold her own in a crowd, right? She is, of course, proud of her roots, right? She is, of course, aware of her limitedness, but nothing about confidence in the passage, right? So option B here is very clearly the correct answer. Again, a passage that was reasonably doable. 3 questions could have been done without too much of difficulty over here out of the 5, right? Possibly 4 as well, right? And for a good student, in fact, all the 5 were doable, right? Okay, moving on to the next passage, right? A very interesting passage again. Okay, and yeah, so let's talk about the questions again, right? So in this case, if is right, which of the following statements, sorry, 1 second. Yeah, if is right, which of the following statements is true? You should only trust what you cannot see. No, if is not really talking about trusting only what you cannot see, right? She's saying you also keep faith in what you possibly cannot see, right? So option A goes. Naming something is the only way to make it unreal? Absolutely not, right? So option B again is eliminated right away. Option C talks about you should only trust what you see is the exact opposite of what if is trying to make us understand, right? And hence option C also can be eliminated very easily. Option D is obviously the correct answer. Naming something is one way to make it real, to make it appear real, right? So a lot of things are being talked about. You're talking about naming. You're talking of to give to, so it's as mentioned in the passage, to give a thing a name, a label, a handle, to rescue it from anonymity, right? And all of that are ways to bring the said being into reality, right? So option D is the correct answer. Just give me a minute, guys. Right, sorry guys, I'm just having a quick sip of water. Okay, where will be? Question 12, right? Which of the following
More. There more.
Yeah, that's okay. All right. So coming to question 12, right? Which of the following applies to if? All right. Does he speak in contradictions? No, he doesn't. Right. Does he use proverbs to express ideas? Again, not really. Right. And neither does he use metaphors. Right. But synonyms is something that if uses a lot, right? Synonyms. So replacing one word with a similar meaning word, right? So those are. So for example, if I were to give some examples over here, right? Yeah. So okay. So a person may choose what he cannot see, right? A person may mention different birds' names. So there were a lot of these, similar meaning words that that were being used here, right? And that essentially these synonyms are made are used to make a particular point, right? That it tries to make over here, right? So option B in this case would be the correct answer. Okay, question 13 says, which of the following most accurately describes what the underlined sentence means in the context of the passage, right? What does the underlined sentence talk about? It says, believe in your own eyes and you will get into a lot of trouble, hot water, a mess. Great, right? So, and essentially, isn't that sort of in a nutshell what the entire passage is all about? Right, where it talks about not just believing in what you're seeing, right, but also having faith in what you possibly cannot see, right? So which is again what option A very clearly says, do not restrict your knowledge only to what you can physically see, right? There is no mention about accepting everything that you see uncritically, okay? There is also, I mean, option D actually doesn't make too much of sense. Learn not to appreciate viewpoints other than your own. Again, is nowhere mentioned by if, right? Option C, trusting your senses is a recipe for success. But again, other than the sense of sight, there is no other sense that is mentioned over here, right? And in fact, if talks about going beyond, trusting only your sense of sight, correct? And hence option A is the most logical answer to this question, right? Okay, all the words below are related in meaning, except again a very, very simple question. Levitate is, of course, where you are a few inches above the ground, correct? Essentially flying, not, if you're moving, of course. If you're not, then you're hovering. So levitate, fly, hover, all of them pretty much mean similar things where you are, sort of a little bit above the ground, right? But gander has no connection to that, right? Gander has many meanings, right? A male goose, for example, is called a gander, right? But in the context of the passage, gander is where you just quickly see something, right, or quickly pay attention to something, right? And that has nothing to do with levitating or flying, right? And hence option D is the correct answer here. What does fabulous mean in the passage? Right now, fabulous is talking about fabulous winged creatures out of legends. Okay, right? So they are not like, so generally, we tend to use the word fabulous very loosely, right? We say fabulous for everything. Something that we find good, we say fabulous, right? Something that we find interesting, we say fabulous. But that's not really true. The actual word fabulous comes from fables, right? And fables are in a way myths, correct? And hence the word fabulous technically means mythical, right? And not really very good or unbelievable, right? So option C is the correct answer here. Again, a passage that was reasonably doable. Okay, not very complex. Maybe 3 to 4 questions could have been done, including the last 2, of course, right? Could have been done very easily. Okay. Now, the 4th passage here, right, is a passage that we believe here is slightly complicated. Okay, in the sense that the questions are not direct, and more than one options at times seems to be valid. Okay, especially if you look at this particular question, right? Which of the following statements can be inferred from the above passage? Somewhere in the beginning of the passage, right, we are talking about expansion in time-lapse speed, right? In fact, if you read the first part of the first sentence of the passage itself, it says the call of self-expression turned the village of the internet into a city which expanded at time-lapse speed. Now, generally, when do we use time-lapse, right? When there's something which is actually in reality happening very slowly, but we want to speed it up, right? That's when we use time-lapse, correct? So yes, the internet expanded very slowly is also something that can be inferred from the passage. However, nowhere in the rest of the passage is the author making any mention, right, about its slow expansion, right? So although we cannot eliminate option A directly, but it does not seem to be a very, very clear answer over here, right? Also option B for that matter, right? So it says the internet can be used to cause harm. Somewhere over here, there is a question about, there is a statement about, people misusing internet, right? Now, misusing potentially can cause harm to someone, right? Although not necessarily, right? You can misuse someone, you can misuse something for your own advantage without really causing harm to anyone, correct? So again, an iffy kind of an option, right? So is option C, because that is a fact, isn't it? The internet is addictive is in fact a fact, uh, and it is mentioned at quite a few places in the passage, right? Where you're talking about how self-obsessed people become, right? And the how they want to show only good things about themselves and things like that, right? So yes, C also can be a potential answer, um, but it's very, very dicey, correct? So this question is definitely a question that you should not have attempted, right? Because we don't know eventually what the right answer is going to be, correct? What I know for sure is that option D is definitely wrong, correct? But it could either be option A or option C. Okay, question 17 talks about all the following statements are truisms. Now, what is a truism? Truism is a statement, of course, which is a fact, but which is also talked about in very, very generic terms, very, very general terms. Okay, right? It's like saying the sky is blue, right? Everyone knows that, right? It's a fact. It's these are things that are termed as truisms. Okay, that people just randomly throw these phrases in their conversation, right? So, for example, if you look at option A, the internet has changed the way the world works. Now, don't you hear that from a lot of people, right? A lot of experts, so-called experts, who always say this: the internet has changed the way the way the world works. Sorry, it's a tongue twister here. So it is definitely a classic example of a truism, right? So is option D. Only time can tell what the future holds, right? Obviously, right? It is also a truism. It is also something that people just randomly talk about, correct? Option B and C are not as classic truisms as the other two options, but option C also is in a very, in a very large way, it is a truism, right? Like with any tool, digital technology has both advantages and disadvantages, right? In fact, that's true for a lot of things, correct? But option B talks about very specific things. A preference for cat videos can reveal a lot about your personality, right? Now, it's very intriguing when the option talks about cat videos specifically, correct? So it's not something which is generally applicable, right, to everyone, correct? And hence it is not a truism. So that is the option that you will mark over here. All right, which of the following comes closest to the underlined sentence in the passage? For in this particular passage, the underlined sentence is says, it's as if we have been placed on a lookout that oversees the entire world and given a pair of binoculars, right, that makes everything look like our own reflection, right? Again, an iffy kind of a question, right? Where more than one options can potentially be correct, right? Yes, option D can be eliminated. Internet only shows us what we don't want to see. Actually, no, right? We see a lot of things that we actually do want to see, right? So option D is definitely out. So is option A in a lot of ways, right? The way we use the internet says a lot about who we are. Yes, it does, but the underlined sentence really does not talk about anything of that sort, okay? But options B and C are slightly, tough in terms of choosing. I chose option B simply because of the, the use of the word binoculars that is made, right, in that particular sentence, right, where it says that you're given a pair of binoculars. So obviously binoculars bring further things closer to you, right, in a manner of speaking, right, and hence it reduces the distance between people living across the world, right? But again, option C could also have been potentially correct, right? So again, an iffy kind of question. Okay, which of the following is a metaphor? All of them are metaphors, right? Metaphors are statements where you're comparing things with, with something else without using the word like this or like that, or so the village of the internet, right? Not saying like a village, right? So this tends to becomes a metaphor, right? Similarly, you're talking about hell, you're talking about how hell is feverish, electric, unlivable, right? And you're sort of comparing that with the situation described in the passage, right? So again, it becomes a metaphor, right? And obviously, if two of the four options are correct, then option D, has to be the one that is marked, which is all of the above. All right. Which of the following categories best describes this piece of writing? Few options can be eliminated. It is definitely not fiction. It is definitely not a poem, right? Maybe you could have, sort of gotten confused with whether it's an academic paper or not, but it's not really an academic paper, right? An academic paper has to get into a lot of technicalities, right? And it has to, be very clear about what it is referring to, so it's not really an academic paper as such, right? But it is an essay. So the word essay best describes the piece of writing, and very clearly it's a non-fiction topic, right? So option A is what you'll mark. So this passage is a passage that I would not advise anyone to really spend a lot of time on. Okay, because there's a lot of traps, a lot of pitfalls, a lot of dualities in terms of correct answers, right? And potentially, it could have lowered your scores as well, right? The fifth passage, on the other hand, is a passage that fairly interesting, right? Could have been taken up uh, without too much of difficulty, right? So what is the assumption about the origin of urban life in India before the Kiladi dig? If you're, assuming that you've read the passage talks about an archaeological dig somewhere in the south of India, right? And how there were certain things that were unearthed over there. It made them realize that urban life did not necessarily originate in the northern Gangetic plains as it was originally thought, right? So which is where option A and B, right, are go true in terms of the assumptions about the origin of urban life, right? Because before the dig happened, the assumption was that the origins lay in the northern Gangetic plains, right, which urbanized earlier than the south. So that was the assumption, which the Kiladi dig has at least thrown that into question, right? It's not really proved anything, but it's definitely thrown that into question, right? And yes, the IVC, of the Indus Valley Civilization, was considered the first urban civilization of India, right? So option D, which is both A and B, is the correct answer. Okay, question number 22, the excavations further challenge the idea of a single fountainhead of Indian life. What do you mean by single fountainhead? That all of Indian culture, all of Indian life really originated from a single source, right? That is what the statement says. Right, right, right. So in elaboration of this sentence, which of these options follows, right? So the sentence actually talks about how the excavations in Kiladi, they challenge that idea, right? That there is a single fountainhead of Indian life, right? They actually, the excavations show that possibly there could have been more than one sources, right, of of origin for Indian life and culture. Right? And which is what the third option says, right? The Kiladi archaeological dig proved that Indian urban and modern life emerged independently in several periods, as well as in several locations or several geographies, right? And there is no single theory that can adequately explain everything, right, about Indian culture, right? So that is the option that is valid, right? Okay, question 23, language emerged in Kiladi in the 6th century BCE, which of the following is the most convincing conclusion from this statement, right? Again, if you look at the, go through the passage had talked about how a particular script was discovered in, in that particular archaeological dig, right? And, how it was similar to, some of the writings that were found in the Indian Indus Valley civilization, right? Now, if you look at the options, the first option says Kiladi is a center of culture and learning far superior to any others in ancient India. No one is really trying to make that claim that it is far superior than any others. All right. So again, that option goes out. People of Kiladi were illiterate and could not use language. In fact, it is the exact opposite of what the passage is trying to say, where the author clearly mentioned that there were examples or of written scripts, that were found in that archaeological dig, right? So obviously people there were literate. They could use a certain script, a certain language to express themselves, right? So again, option C, even by elimination, would come out to be the correct answer here. All right. Okay, this is more of a GK question rather than a language question, right? You should have known that BCE means before Common Era, right? So that is generally used as the term to express time periods before before you can say zero year AD or 1 year AD or whatever, right? So the when you say the 6th century BC is about 600 years before the Common Era, right? Currently, although we use so 2022, for example, right, we use AD, right? But we can also use CE, right? CE means Common Era, right? And before that is BCE. So option A here is the correct answer. Question 25, a farmer could use his own name on a pot he owned, the fight, and so on and so forth. What do these sentences imply, right? When you're talking about a farmer, right? So we are, and the fact that the farmer could write his own name, right, would mean that the farmer is literate, right, had access to education, right, and hence it was that access to education and literacy was not reserved only for the elite, right? Even the farmers had access to that, right? So which is what option B says, that the Kiladi civilization did not conserve the access to education and literacy only for the elite. It was available to everyone, right? So again, another passage that should have been solved without too much of difficulty, right? And finally, the last passage over here, coming back from archaeology and before Common Era to very much the current era over here, right? And in Delhi, okay, we're talking of the water tanker mafia, right? So question 26 asks, which of the following can be inferred from the passage? There are a lot of things that the passage talks about, correct? Nowhere, however, does it say that the operations are justified, right? That the mafia is justified, right? So option A is very clearly out. Option D is also very clearly out, because there are examples of where this water that is bought from the water tank mafia is used in places like hospitals and industries and factories and all of that, right? So it's not meant primarily for residential use. Option D also can be eliminated, right? And again, nowhere does it say that the most important role in these operations is played by truck owners. Okay, right? So there are a lot of actors who have their hand in this entire operations, and I think nowhere does the passage or the author give a primacy to the truck owners, right? So option B is the correct answer. All right, question 27, which of the following suggests that the illegal supply of groundwater is not a recent phenomenon, right? The word entrenched, right? In fact, I'll try and see if I can read out the 1 second. Let me see where it says. Yeah, the entrenched system, right? Somewhere towards the end of the passage, it says the entrenched system has a local moniker, the water tank mafia, the water tanker mafia, right? So it says here very clearly that the system is entrenched, which means that it has been going on for a fairly significant period of time, and it is not a recent phenomenon. So option A is the correct answer here. Okay, which of the following seems to be the author's main concern in the passage, right? Quite a few concerns. Okay, option B can be eliminated, right? The illegal operations of the mafia do not depend on the complicity of a range of actors. In fact, it does, right? It very clearly depends on the complicity of a range of actors, including, in fact, and they have been named, the police and city councillors, right? So option B is very clearly incorrect, and so option D also can be eliminated, obviously, right? Again, between option A and C, while option A is something which is mentioned in the passage, right, that it does not adequately cater to all its residents, but that's not really the main concern that the author has, right? The primary concern that the author has is the fact that this entire mafia operations, right, is coming at the cost of India's sustainable access to water, right? And that is the main concern. Hence, option C is the correct answer. All of the following are sounds you can hear as the water. This is very clearly, I mean, you read the passage and thrumming, droning, gushing, they are all words that are mentioned in the passage, right? So only creaking is not mentioned, so that is the option that you choose. And the last question, which of the following words from the passage means hidden? Covert is hidden, right? And in this passage specifically is talking about covert, pumps, I think is what they're talking about, right? So obviously the hidden pumps is what it is referring to, right? Idling is not really hidden. Subversive is not hidden. Illicit is kind of illegal. It's not really something which is hidden, which is not necessarily hidden, right? Covert definitely means hidden, right? And hence that is the option that we mark, right? So that pretty much sums up the entire English language section. As I said, fairly doable. Other than that one particular passage that I mentioned, 4 to 5 passages with a total of roughly about 20 to 22 questions out of the 30 were fairly doable for a good student, right? And that is something that you should have been able to do. All right. So thank you very much. We will now take a quick 2-minute break again, and when we come back, we'll deal with the quant section. Okay. Thank you very much, guys.
Hi everyone. This is Alpesh here. I am the academic head of the UG department for IMS. Now let's start with the QT section of the CLAT 2023 paper. Now, if you look at the overall section analysis, first of all, let's look at how the sections were. So as compared to the last year, there were once again 3 sets that we had. But the difference here being the sets here were a little lengthy in terms of too much data to comprehend, and half of the data was not used in the questions also. That was another important thing to be remembered. Okay, so the questions were lengthy and there were too many numbers involved. Yes, hence there were lots of calculations also in the 3 sets. So let us just roughly go through the 3 sets first, and I will tell you which sets you should have solved and which questions you should have left in each of the particular sets. So one of the sets involved giving us the average of males and females, as well as of the SC category and the non-SC category. Ideally, I would have not solved because the data by itself is too long for me to read. Okay. The next set was based on simple average, and 10 people were involved in that set. This was the set which you should have picked up. Not much data given, also nothing to comprehend from the data also. So you could have started solving the questions itself. And the third set was about the various fruits. Another set wherein not too much of data given. Hence, ideally, we should have solved the given set. Okay, so out of the 3 sets, normally, if you look at the analysis of the QT sections that we have done in our various CLAT paper, you would have realized I have normally recommended people to spend anywhere around 10 to 15 minutes on this section. Okay, so if you're spending, let's say, anywhere around 10 to 15 questions or 10 to 15 minutes in this section, then which are the sets that you should pick up? You should have definitely picked up set 2, and you should have picked up set 3, and out of set 3 there will be some questions that you will be able to solve. Yes, there was some controversy in set 3 in terms of few questions there. The wordings were not proper. Okay, I'll come back to that a little later, but set 2 definitely should have been solved, and some questions of set 3 should have been solved. So set 1 was a set which has to be left out. So if you look at the number of questions, the test had a total of 15 questions, out of which a good attempt would be anywhere around 7 to 8 questions. So as we kept telling you, if you are looking at a good score, we are looking at an 80% accuracy. So if I'm looking at an 80% accuracy, then out of 7 or 8 questions that you solve, I am expecting a good score here should be 5 or 6 marks. So if you get a 5 or a 6 in this section, I think you have done the job in this section. Okay, so once again, I just give you a brief about the QT section. The section had too much of data in that. Okay, hence, again, the data given was more of redundant data. Okay, so best part to do in such questions is jump to the questions, find out what exactly is required, then go ahead and earn that data. That I think would really have helped us in solving the question. Okay, so let us now jump to the analysis of each of the sets. Now, this is the data given. As I said, too much time goes into reading this data, plus too much time goes into remembering or noting down the data given here. Hence, ideally, this is a set that we should have not solved. However, let us just look at what the data was given. Okay, so urban area in self-employment, the average salary of men, women, the SC people and the non-SC people is given. Similar average salary is given for regular and salaried employed, and similar average salary is given for casual employment in the urban areas. So this is the data that we have. Okay, so if I look at the first question, what does the first question say? Choose the correct option. Women's average earning in urban areas in casual work is 30% lower than that of men. Okay, so if you look at this data, urban areas casual work, meaning I'm looking at this data. I'm looking at this data. I'm looking at the difference. So can I say the difference between men and women 9,000 and 5,700, the difference is 3,300. And you're comparing it with that of man whose average salary is 9,000. So 3,300 over 9,000 is what we have to calculate. If I do this calculation, it definitely does not turn out to be 30%. It turns out to be an approximately 32%. Okay, so let's look at the next option. The next option says man's average earning in urban area in self-employment is nearly 2.5 times that of the earnings of women. So I know that urban area, this is the data that I'm referring to. Woman's salary is 6,600, the average. So if I multiply it by 2.5, you get 16,500, which is very close to this. So I just keep a note of this. Now, if I look at the third option, in casual work, the women earn more in rural areas than in urban areas. So now, if you look at this option, the data is asking me, or the information that I need is of one woman. We don't know how many women are there. Hence, I will not be able to find the average salary of each woman or each man. And hence, the third option is definitely not correct. Similar argument can be done for the fourth option also. The difference in the earnings of men and women. Okay, so but how many men are there, how many women are there, I don't know, because of which finding the difference is going to be difficult. So the B option comes to be the most closest of all the four, and hence the answer. This is a very typical, values that you're getting in this CLAT. The actual answer is not there. The numbers used in this sets are such that you have to work with approximation. So I'm not getting an exact 16,000, which is my requirement here. I'm getting 16,500, which is close to it. And hence I will go ahead and mark that as an answer. Let's look at the next question. Of the regular employed in the urban areas, the earnings of non-SC, ST workers is what percent more than SC, ST workers? You're looking at urban areas. So this is the data that I'm looking at. Okay, so once again, I'm looking at the difference of this two. So the difference is 5,000 divided by the value, which is 15,300. Okay, once again, if you do that calculation, you will get 32.67%. Once again, you need not do the actual calculation, because look at the option. You need a range. So between 20 to 25, 30 to 35. So even if you do an approximation, I know that 10% is 1530. If you multiply by 3, your answer will be somewhere in 4590. I'm looking at 5,000. So my answer definitely has to be more than 30%. And with a little more calculation, you will realize that it is definitely lesser than 35 also. So I will mark option C as the answer. Let's look at the next question. What does it say? Of those in casual employment, if the man's average earnings was deposited at the rate of 16% simple interest for 20 years. So now, first thing that I do is I find out the simple interest. What is the simple interest? PNR over 100. That will turn out to be 9,000. That is what I'm depositing here. Into N is 20 years. The rate of interest is 16 upon 100. This gives me 28,800 as the answer. Now read your question very, very properly, guys, or else you will go wrong. What does it say now? In how many years at the same rate of simple interest, a SC, ST worker must deposit their average earnings to earn the same amount? Please remember, it is the same amount that we are looking at and not the same interest. So can I say my amount that the man will receive will be 28,800 plus this 9,000, which is 37,800. And what is amount? Amount is principal plus interest. So now I know that the SC category average is 8,000. So 8,000 plus PNR over 100. Now you need to solve for N. Okay, so if you work out, you will get 23.2, which is nothing but option D. So I'm not getting into calculation. Yes, calculation is involved in this question also. However, I have already told you this set is a set that we are not going to solve in the actual time limit. Let's look at the 139th question, or the next question. If the number of women in India in 2021 is 670 million. So number of women in 2021 is 670 millions, which is given to me as 24% more than 2004 and 5. So can you find out the number of women in 2004 and 5? Can I say it has to be 670 divided by 1.24? If you do this calculation, it will turn out to be 540. Now the question says, what is the difference in the number of women in LFPR in 4 and 5 and 21? So once again, you'll have to find out the number of females in LFPR. So that data is also given to me. One value I have is 25.1. The other value I have is 42.7. So if I do this calculation, I've again done an approximation. 25% of 670 turns out to be an approximately 168, and a 42.7% of 540. So I have taken a 43% rather than a 42.7%. I've taken a 43%. That turns out to be 232. Look at the difference. That is 664 million, or can you write this as 6.4 CR crores? So the answer will therefore be option B. Let's look at the last question of this set. So if you read the data given in this set, you will realize that what are we finding? You're finding a ratio. The question is asking me to find ratio. So I need not work with the actual numbers. Okay, so what I have done is, see, it is clearly given to me that the total female population is 1.5 times the total female. The total female population is 1.5 times the total female population. So if you assume that the total number of females are 100, the total number of males will become 105. This is something that you need to find out. Okay. Now, what is the ratio that you're finding? Ratio of females to males aged 15 years and more and have a regular salaried and self-employed jobs. So first of all, male aged 15 years is 76% and female aged 15 years is 72%. Also, as far as salary is concerned, the data is already given to us. So as far as the female is concerned, what is that we are finding? I'm finding 72% of 100 into 0.19. This 0.19 data is given to us in the question. Similarly, as far as the males are concerned, is 0.76 of 105 into 0.60. This is the data which is given to us. Okay, now it's more of calculation. If you do the calculation, you will get towards to 7, which is nothing but option number A. Okay, so another important question to be remembered here is, since you're finding ratio of females to males, you need not work with the actual values of females and males. You can assume the numbers and you can go ahead. So this was the first set, which I said should have been left out. So let's go to the next set, which I said you should have attempted. So what is the data given here? Players are selected based on this 10 category they have been distributed. How many students are there in each, or how many players are there in each category is not given to us. Okay, but I know that category 1 will have players whose weight is between 48 to 52. Category 2 has players whose weight is between 52 to 56 and so on. Now there is some more data given to me here. So let us read that data first. What does it say? The average weight of the players after selecting one player from each group is 68. So if I select one player from each group, there are 10 groups. So can you find the sum of the ages of those 10 people? Can I say the sum of the ages of that 10 people is going to be a 68 into 10, which is 680. Now the question says, one of the players named S leaves the team. The average comes down to 66.5. So if one of the players leaves, can I say now I have 9 players and my average is 66.5. So can you find out the sum of those remaining 9 players? Can I say the sum of the ages of the remaining 9 players is 66.5 into 9, which is 598.5. So what should be the difference of these two values? Can I say the difference of these two values is nothing but the age of S? So this is the only data which is given, and hence I have found out the value of S. So now let us get into the questions. Once again, if you look at the first question, player S is from which group? We just found out the age of player S is 81.5. 81.5 lies in which category? Do you see it lies in this category, 80 to 84. So can I say it has to be group B, which is option B, which is group 9. Let's look at the next question of this set. If S leaves the group and 2 new players join the group now. Now 2 new players joined the group. So there were, if when S left, I was left with 9 players. Now 2 new players join. That means I'm now having 11 players and the average increases to 68. That means, can I say that the sum of the ages of those 11 players is going to be a 68 into 11, which is 748. And I know that the remaining 9 players, their average was 66.5. That means, can I say the sum of the ages of those earlier 9 people was 598.5? This is what we got from the previous question. Now the question is, this players cannot be from the which group? Now, if you look at the difference of this two, the difference of this two is 149.5. That means I can say, what is this 149.5? It is the sum of the ages of the 2 new players who have just joined us. Correct? So if they are from group 1 and 3, okay, group 1 and group 3. So even if I take the largest possible value, which is 52 and 60, 60 plus 52 is going to be 112. I want to reach 149.5. So I can clearly say that the 2 players cannot be from group A. If you want, you can check the other groups also, or check the other options. The second option says both from group 7. So even if you take the highest 76 kg, so 76 plus 76 is a 152. That's a possibility because I'm looking at 149.5. Correct? And if you look at the minimum, it is 72. So 72 plus 72, 144. So the sum would lie between 144 and 152, which is 149.5. So that's a possibility. Same way, there is no need to check, but just in case if you have doubts, you can check it in that fashion and you can realize that option B, C, D is a possibility. Option A is not a possibility. Let's look at the third question. What is the average weight of all the players taken together? Now, this is a little dicey question because is it mentioning or use data from the previous question? No. Does it anywhere say that how many players are there? No. So I will not be able to find out the answer to this given question. Okay, because I just don't know how many players are there. Hence, finding average is not possible. What is average? Sum upon total number of numbers. I don't know my total number, because of which 143 becomes cannot be determined. The same logic can be used even for the next question. If the average of all the groups are taken together, which groups contributes most to the average? Once again, to get the answer to this question, you will need the total number of players in each group, which I don't have. So the answer to this question should also be cannot be determined. If I have to use the data given about the player S coming, going, 2 new players joining, then that had to be mentioned in the question, use data from the previous question. This is not given, because of which it will become cannot be determined. The last question of this set, if one of the 2 new players is from group 4, which group the other player is from? So now I know that the sum of the ages of those 2 people is 149.5. That is something that we just calculated. Also, I know that one of the players is from group 4. So I've taken the largest possible value, which is 64. So if I subtract 64, the age of the other player should be, or the weight of the other player should be 85.5. But if you look, 85.5 lies in this category. So can I say that the second player has to be from group 10? Hence option C is my answer. So if you check, this is a set which has minimum number of calculations, but again, 2 questions were little dicey. However, I felt comparing these 3 sets, this is a set that you should have definitely done. And on an average, I don't think it will take you more than 5 to 7 minutes to solve this set. Okay, so let's now move on to the third set. Once again, not much of data given. The world fruit production went up 54% between 2000 to 2019 to 883 million. So the value in 2019 is already given to us. The 5 fruit spices accounted for 57%. So there are 5 fruits here which account for 57% of the total. That is also given to us. And use the data in the passage to answer the following questions. So once again, what was the world food production in 2000? Very similar thing that we did in the previous set also. I know the value in 2019 is 883, that is given to me. So if I want to find the value in 2000, what am I supposed to do? It's clearly mentioned it went up by 54%. So what am I supposed to find? I'm supposed to find 883 over 1.54. Once again, this is not good numbers. So what you could do is you can take this as an 880 over 1.5. Look at the options. They're widely open. They're not close to each other. So even if you do that 880 over 1.5, your job will be done. You will get an answer which is close to 573, and hence my answer is option C. Let's look at the next question here. Out of the 5 fruit spices mentioned in the above passage. Now, looking at this question, and after you read it, you might feel that there are equations, but there are not too many equations here. So just write down the values, and then once you form a table here, it will become very, very easy, and you will easily get the answer. So 2000 and 2019. So let's read. What does it say? The share of bananas and plantains increased by 1 percentage point between 2000 and 2019. So in 2019, if I assume this to be X for bananas, in 2019, it will be X plus 1. Then what is the next data? Watermelons in 2019 was 6 percentage points lower than bananas in 2000. Bananas in 2000 is X. Now watermelon in 2019 is 6 percentage points less. So it will simply become an X minus 6. Apples remain stable at 10%. So apple is 10% in each of the years. Okay, and the percentage share of oranges and grapes reduced to half of bananas in 2019. So as far as oranges and grapes are concerned, 2019 bananas was X plus 1. So this will become an X plus 1 divided by 2, X plus 1 divided by 2. Now, what is the whole point? What was the percentage of bananas and plantain in 2019? That means I'm supposed to find X plus 1. So what do? I add up these 5 values and equate it to 57. Correct? Because that data was given to us, okay, that this 5 fruits contribute 57% of the total. So add up to 57, find the value of X, and hence you will get X plus 1. X will turn out to be 17 in this case. So your answer is 18%. So a small equation is required to solve this question. However, once you get this, it becomes done. Now comes question 148 and 149. I'm not going to solve this question at all because complete data is dependent on the data that we have received in question 147. Okay, and nowhere in the question it is mentioned use data from the previous question. Also, there are lots of data here. Looking at the length of this question also, this is something, even if data was given, this is something that you should have not solved. Okay, so however, there is again an ambiguity in this question, because of which I'm going to leave out this 2 questions. Let's move on to the last question. Fruitopia and Fruit Fakes. So I'm going to name it as, depending on the last 3 alphabets, sold oranges at the same selling price. So the selling price for both are equal. However, Fruitopia gave a discount of 15%. So the discount here is 15%. And in the second case, Fruit Fix gave a discount of 20%. And the mark price of oranges in Fruitopia is 75. So what is the mark price of oranges in Fruit Picks? That is my question. Simple thing now. I know my mark price is 75 and I'm giving a discount of 15%. So can you find out the selling price for Fruitopia? Can I say, since I'm giving a discount of 15%, my selling price has to be 85% of the mark price. If you do this calculation, you will get 255 by 4. The selling price of Fruitopia is 255 by 4, which is same as the selling price of Fix, which is 255.4 given to us. Now I know that I'm giving a discount of 20%. That means, can I say that my selling price of Fruit Fix has to be 80% of my mark price? Can I say my selling price is given to me as 255 by 4, which I just calculated? MP is the only unknown. So can you do that calculation? If you do that calculation, you will get 80 as your answer. And hence option D is my answer. So if I look at this set, because this is a set that I recommended you to solve, which are the questions you feel you should have solved? I could have easily solved the first and the last question. Okay. And if possible, I could have solved the second question. So 1, 2, and 5, if time permits, second was also a possibility, is something that you should have done. 3 and 4 is something that you should have left out for. Okay, so once again, I just try to summarize the QT section here. It was difficult in terms of the length of the set. It was too much of data given. Set 1 should have been avoided. Set 2 should have been solved, and some part of set 3 should also have been solved. So if you would have attempted anywhere around 7 to 8 questions with an 80% accuracy, a good score in this section would be around 5 to 6 marks. So if you would have got a 5 to 6 marks, I think your job would have been done for this section. So with this, we end the analysis of the QT section. We will take a break of 2 minutes and we'll be back with the next section. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I hope I am properly audible and visible. Right, my name is Shubham Dwivedi and I'm the lead mentor for general knowledge for IMS GSL. So that's clearly means we are going to analyze the general knowledge section. Right, okay, so yeah, I know you might be like, "Ki sir, kaisa section aaya tha, weird tha." I got this message actually from one of the students, sir, बहुत weird सा section आया था. Right. If you will go through what we have seen when we are talking about the section, right? from being my side, weird इसलिए लग रहा था क्योंकि because you find some of the question that you never expected, right? And the first thing I told you in my first class was the only thing that is predictable about CLAT is it's completely unpredictable. Okay, so if there are some surprises, if there are some questions which are which you find that it should not be there, then that's okay. You are not just supposed to get panic and all other things. This we have already discussed in the strategy while we were studying for CLAT, right? So just make sure not to like get, if you have seen the paper, right? तो इतना कुछ करने का वो नहीं है कि अपनी टेंशन लेके बाकी सेक्शन बिगाड़ ले. Just make sure be there and try to solve all the questions. And yes, there are some passage जो कि तुम्हें भारी लग सकते हैं. There are some questions which are going to be like extremely difficult, so that's okay, leave it. We had this particular one rule that we had discussed, right? It was the move on rule. Okay, so let's start what we are having. Okay, so total you have seen total number of questions, that was 35. Okay, and the section was actually moderate to difficult. So there are some particular type of question which you will find that they are extremely difficult, and majority of questions were quite easy, and we had discussed all those in the class, right? Apart from this, some of them were in the moderate level, but just because of the type of question, the like unexpected passage and unexpected sorry, expected passage, unexpected questions, right? They did not just stick to the same topic. Like if a passage is about the cryptocurrency, right? They just not ask about the cryptocurrency, but they ask about some other particular news as well. Okay, so that you can say the passage was expected, but some of the question are unexpected. So we can call it like this is moderate to difficulty level, moderate difficulty. You can say ki it's extremely difficult or difficult. It was just above moderate level, but not difficult. Okay, so total 35 question there. The good number of attempt that I find was 26 to 30. So because I have certain data that I have found out from the paper. So there was 7 question that I find out extremely hard. Either you are supposed to skip it, and if you are having some logic, right, then you can go for some elimination method and you can try to solve it. 7 of the questions were associated in the moderate level of difficulty, and 21 were easy because we had discussed those particular 7 and 21 question in our class, in our mocks, in our particular marathon classes. Okay, so yes, I can say the good attempts with good accuracy should be 26 to 30. And the good score should be 2022, 22 to 2028. Now you are saying, sir, this is 6 numbers of gap. Well, that's fine. If you have scored close to 22, that's a okay, good score. If you are above 25, 26, you are reaching toward 25, 28, that's a very good score. Okay, so just make sure this is our kind of border, the bracket we have provided. जिसमें आपको अगर आप 22 के आसपास हैं, 1-2 नंबर ऊपर नीचे, that's a good score. A very good score should be 28. Okay, apart from this, this particular paper was having static, current affairs, and static questions related to current affairs. So when I tried to bifurcate it, there were directly like 19 questions, right, which were directly from the current affairs, and close to 11 questions were of static, and there were 5 static questions which were directly related to current affairs. So yes, if you have skipped some static data, right, or static general knowledge section, which we had completed in all the aspect, in the mock, in the marathon, in the fact file, and in different type of deliveries we have given to you. And if you have skipped static, then you must have find this particular section of GK for this like this year CLAT is difficult. But I'm pretty sure I have regularly told you that you cannot skip the static knowledge about any of the particular topic or something. So just make sure if you have done it, that means you are going to score well. Now, there was some change, like we had practiced like 5 questions per passage, but some of the mock you will find 6 questions per passage. Right here we are finding like 5 passages, and we are having a 7 question. Okay, so this was something else, something new, and this 7 question bracket actually for one passage gave a bigger space for static. Yes. So if the number of question per passage increases, static ke liye window khul jata hai, and people can see that number of static question is more than the previous paper or something like that. Okay, so let's start with what we are having. So passage number one is about again the cryptocurrency FTX. YouTuber Nas Daily, he has nothing to do with the passage actually. So it is about cryptocurrency and how it is functioning, how the market is going, what happened to FTX, how it get into the free fall and all other thing, right? So this was a big news of this particular year, and you are aware about it, that how this particular thing happened. It was quite trending in Twitter, Instagram, and different places. If you know a bit about cryptocurrency, or you are doing some sort of work again, with the cryptocurrency, you must have heard about this particular FTX fall. Okay, so this was one of the particular topic that I was expecting in terms of cryptocurrency, because central government has put certain data, certain things on the budget. Then the central bank, Reserve Bank of India, has pushed some digitalized currency, e-rupee kind of thing. So this was one of the topic that we had expected, we had studied in our particular classes, right? So yes, you can expect this passage, and let's find out the question and whether they were expected or not. Okay, so let's start what we are having. The first question is which person's name has been replaced with the one in the passage above. So you are aware about the co-founder of FTX, that was Sam Bankman-Fried. Okay, and he was the one who becomes rich very soon and then get a free fall. It was in the news. So the next question is about the hedge fund named has been replaced with what in this passage? The correct answer is Alameda Research. This was the research setup through which they had find out the crypto and all other things in the market. Okay, so let's move to the next one. This is a static question. This person once was once named as the world's youngest self-made female billionaire by Forbes magazine, and it is the founder of the company Theranos. What is the name of this particular person? The correct answer is option number A, Elizabeth Holmes. Yes, it was 2013-14 when she became the youngest self-made female billionaire, right? And it was in news recently, the way FTX was growing and all other things. So yeah, the question was kind of expected, but you can, if you know, you can answer it. If not, then you cannot make a fluke on it. Yeah, that's a thing that you should not do for this particular question. The next question is about the Reserve Bank of India recently announced to launch the digital rupee in wholesale segment, a form of which of the following. So CDBC, e-rupee, we had discussed about it. We had discussed how this particular thing is going to work, what are the challenges, how they are supposed to do it, and all other things. So CDBC, a central bank digital currency, or it is also known as e-rupee, right? That is the particular currency that Reserve Bank of India is going to launch, right? The next question is about which of the following technologies does cryptocurrency rely on? Now that is a tricky question. I mean, undoubtedly, if you are aware about cryptocurrency, there is one particular thing that is very important for that, and that is blockchain. Right now, the cryptography is also one of the particular base setup for the cryptocurrency, because cryptography is something that actually makes the payment, the transaction anonymous and kind of unsecure, that nobody can trace it or something like that. So the cryptography is also one of the part of cryptocurrency. But cryptocurrency, the technology on which it is relying on is basically blockchain. So from my side, the answer should be B, right? But if the CLAT is giving D, like both A and B, then don't get surprised. Okay, from being my side, according to me, the way I research about it, the way I try to find out the answer of this particular question, right? And the kind of research I did for cryptocurrency, it is the blockchain that is the primary technology that we rely on. The base of the particular cryptocurrency can be cryptography. So if the CLAT is giving answer both A and B, that is option number D, right? Then don't get surprised. From being my side, it should be B. Moving on. Okay, so what is the name of the Government of India owned corporation that Mint coin used as the legal tender in India? Okay, remember Navratri time, and we had discussed this, that there is some coin that has been supposed to be released on like where the goddess Durga should be on that. Apart from this, there was this particular one controversial time when people wanted the Hindu gods and goddesses on the currency as well. So at that time also we had discussed, it was SPMCIL, that is option number big security paper, security printing and minting corporation of India, right? India Limited. That was the thing that we had discussed already in the class. So it wasn't a big particular or very hard question if you will see that. Now, who was the founder and former chairman of Satyam Computer Service Limited and was sentenced to prison and fined for cooperative governance and scam? Like not sure, but you guys must be a very small kid at that time when this thing happened, Satyam Computer fraud and all other thing, right? And from last 1 to 2 years, you have seen certain big names in the fraud cases like Vijay Mallya, Nirav Modi, Mehul Choksey, etc. And you have seen a web series based on Harshad Mehta. So you are aware that if you don't know the answer, you can at least eliminate two big option, that is A and D. Now, Ketan Parekh and B. Ramalinga Raju, or B. R. Raju, out of which this particular guy was the founder and chairman of Satyam Computer, जिन्हें sentence किया गया fraud के लिए. Okay. So from being my side, this was one of the particular passage. Like you can at least try. You can at least like try 3 to 4 question in this particular passage properly. Undoubtedly, I'm not sure how much you are following cryptocurrency, so this can be a chance that you don't know the answer of first two question. But if you are in the social media, if you are reading newspaper, then definitely you have heard these names. So out of 7, the 3 4 minimum was the should be the number that you should have attempted if you have done all the things that we told you, right? And yes, if you have done all the things we have told you and you were well aware about it, then definitely you are going to do at least 5 to 6 question out of this passage. Moving on. Okay, so as expected, it was a very expected passage, very expected topic for us, that is presidential election that happened this year. And because this election was one of the what we can call it, like one of the exceptional one. We had seen our second female president, and we had seen certain like statement and political drama about it. So it was expected passage, and agar aaya hai to fir aapko banta. It was one of the easiest one as well. Moving on to question. Before Draupadi Murmu, India had only one female president, Pratibha Devi Singh Patil. Right, Srimati Pratibha Devi Singh Patil. When did Patil serve as the president of India? Remember, once we had discussed about this, there was a time like when we had seen the first government of UPA, where we had seen the Sonia Gandhi, we had seen the Sushma Swaraj, late Sushma Swaraj ji, we had seen the Meera Kumar ji, we had seen the female president, that is 2007 to 2012, first female president, that was Pratibha Devi Singh, Srimati Pratibha Devi Singh Patil. So yes, it was an easy question. I am pretty sure you have done it all correct, right? Now, before elected as a president, Srimati Draupadi Murmu was served as the governor of which state? The correct answer is Jharkhand. We had discussed this question and you are aware about it. Now, this was a tricky one. The first presidential election, right, was held by Election Commission in which of the following year? Now, if you have marked 1950, like I would like to tell you that when India becomes republic, right, Dr. Rajendra Prasad was elected as the president of India by the Constituent Assembly. This was the assembly that was responsible for making our big and great constitution. But when it comes to first presidential election by Election Commission of India, that happened in 1952. Yeah, Dr. Rajendra Prasad was again elected as a president, but just make sure in 1950 it was Constituent Assembly that was the authority which elected him as a president. In 1952 it was the kind of presidential election that we are seeing today. Okay, so this was an easy and tricky one, but I hope you did it correct. Now, Rashtrapati Bhavan was formerly known as Viceroy Palace during the colonial time. Where did Governor General resides before the transfer of the British capital to Delhi 1911? Delhi Darbar and all other thing, 1911, the British particular government shifted the capital from Kolkata to Delhi. Okay. Now, what was the name of that particular place where Governor General or Viceroys used to live before Delhi? The correct answer is Belvedere House. I'm pretty sure you have skipped this as well, because if you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. So if you if you try to go for some sort of like canceling the eliminating the options or something like that, you are not going to do that because this is extremely kind of difficult question. Okay, so it is in Kolkata, Belvedere House, where the viceroys and former governor general used to reside. Okay, moving on. Uh, who among the following was the candidate of election for the Vice President of India? Now, this is a very good question, but the people started with R. Venkatraman, Yashwant Sinha. Oh, Yashwant Sinha fought the election for the president. Correct answer should be B. No, the correct answer should be Margaret Alva from the UPA government. She was supported by the UPN opposition, but undoubtedly victory जो है धनकर साहब की हुई थी. So Yashwant Sinha was the presidential election candidate. You are aware about it, and Margaret Alva was the vice president presidential election candidate. Okay, so that one particular lesson that we had कि मैं हर question को ध्यान से पढ़ूंगा, हर option को ध्यान से पढ़ूंगा, and then I'll answer. This was supposed to be there, and it was an easy question. Moving on. Voting for the Indian presidential election is through. You have read it in the legal, we had discussed it in the classes, right, in the mocks as well, in the YouTube sessions as well. So it's not going to be a big issue. It's a proportional representation system through the transferable vote, single transfer vote with the secret ballot. Okay, so that's an easy one. Let's move to the next one. Who was the first Dalit to hold the office of the Vice President of India? If I'm not wrong, it was 1997 to 2002, right? When like K.R. Narayanan served as the President of India, and he was the first Dalit President of India. It was an easy one, I'm pretty sure. And if you are seeing this particular, what can I say you, the passage and the questions, except for this particular question, right? All of them are easy or a moderate level. And I'm pretty sure 6 questions should be targeted because you have studied all these things in the class. Moving on. The agriculture sector has experienced some. So this is about gross value added. So this is about the economy. Right now, this particular passage, this particular thing has a very different variety of questions. Right, recently the green revolution thing, we needed the second green revolution thing. We had discussed one of the issue in the Punjab Haryana sector area, that was the paddy dwarfing and all other things. हमने काफी कुछ बात की थी इसके बारे में. So that is one of the expected kind of passage की कुछ नहीं तो economy में agriculture में कुछ ना कुछ अपन देखेंगे, है ना? So let's move to the question directly. So the question is, which of the following is okay, I have the paper. Which of the following is the largest exported agriculture product of India? Right, largest exported agricultural product of India. So according to the website of Ministry of Finance, we can see rice. Okay, so when we are saying rice, so we are saying the basmati rice and other rice combinedly. So we have like close to like 5,000 million metric ton export that we had seen in the current particular year, and the rice becomes the largest exported agriculture product of India. Moving on. Now this question, 46 number, according to the provisional data released by DGCIS, that is Directorate General of Commercial Intelligence and Statistics, right? India has achieved the record export of agriculture, record export of the agriculture export for the financial year 2022. What was the value of the agriculture product export according to the data? Now, this particular question and its answer is found in 2 particular places. One of the particular release from the PIB, Press Information Bureau, of 2nd of November. Another one was one of the article that you can find in the Mint. Okay, so whether this particular passage doesn't come from the Mint, but we have seen different data that is there, and you can find the answer, that is $50.21 billion. Okay, so this was kind of 25% increase from the last financial year as well. Moving on. Who among the following is also called as the father of wheat revolution? Now, if you are thinking this is a mistake or spelling mistake, white ko wheat likh diya hai or something, you are wrong. Okay, yes, you are wrong. There is a father of wheat revolution in India, and that is Dilbagh Singh Atwal. Right, he was associated with the Punjab Agriculture University, and he was the one who created PV18 variety of wheat, right? And that actually changed the kind of production and the kind of like wheat we are seeing. So he is known as the father of wheat revolution. It was like, if I'm not wrong, he was also awarded with the Padma Bhushan as well. right? So he was known as the father of wheat revolution. So if you have like this is a spelling mistake and Korean sub should be there, so you actually did wrong. Okay, and we had discussed this particular thing when we were discussing about some MS Swaminathan, the Borlaug, right? And the Green Revolution and the ship to mouth economy concept. There was this one class in which we had discussed then, and as I told you about, there are separate fathers of Green Revolution, White Revolution, Wheat Revolution, and other thing. And I guess उसमें भी अपन ने ही नाम दिया था. Okay, moving on. The next question is: India is the world's largest producer of which of the following? Now, this is something good. You must have heard about RCEP, right? Australia के साथ थोड़े problem हुए थे, हमने join करने से मना कर दिया था. Apart from that, we had seen a new radio for the Amul village, right? And we have seen several different initiatives taken in Gujarat for the milk production as well. So this is because the India is the largest producer of milk. Now we are second largest producer of rice. So if you have mentioned this particular option in your like answer in your OMA sheet, then you are doing it wrong, right? It's the milk. We are the second largest producer of rice after China, but milk production maybe are at number one. Okay, moving on. What is the India's ranking in the Global Hunger Index 2022? The correct answer is 107. We had discussed it several times, right? So we are not going to discuss it again. Now, moving on. If you will see this question, the National Commission on Farmers constituted in December 2004, which remembered the C2 plus 50% formula of calculation of the minimum support price, that is MSP, right, was chaired by the correct answer is MS Swaminathan. Yeah, he was the one who actually gave this particular concept when we discussed, when we had this discussion that how what are the implication and what were the like good thing about the farm laws and how this was supposed to be implemented. We had discussed about the policies and execution differences of the government. There was this one article. Then we had this MSP wala setup, and I told you like there was some commission that was told that was given this particular thing in the as a MSP calculation formula, right? So that was Mr. Swaminathan. Moving on, the biodecomposer technology to avoid the stubble burning around the Delhi NCR was developed by the Pusa Road Campus ICAR. Yes, you are aware about how problematic is Delhi, Haryana, Punjab is getting because of this stubble burning, right? So this particular biodecomposer technology that is going to help farmers. They will not burn it, but they will give it to the machinery and they will decompose it. Was developed by the ICAR USA campus. Moving on, it was kind of from my side. If you are seeing, if you have some, if you have provided some reading, and we had discussed about how our production and other thing is increased. So except for like this particular question and this particular question, I'm pretty sure you have like got it all. राइट क्योंकि ICAR पूसा road campus वाला जो जब उसने बनाया था, जब when they developed this bio decomposer, it was also in news, right? And how the Delhi government is working with that and all other things. So this was in news, so it wasn't a big problem. So apart from these two questions, 5 questions were kind of things जो आपको target करने चाहिए थे. Moving on. Okay, so the next passage is about FIFA, and after some times we are going to see the FIFA World Cup final as well, right? And this might be the last final of Messi. So yes, it's a special one. Now, like from my side, this passage was expected. FIFA was expected in our exam, but it actually the way it was presented, it was a very different way, and kind of I like it, right? Because they have this sports, and you know how good how sports help uniting people, how sports help like joining people with each other and all other things, right? So they had actually mixed some social particular issues with the FIFA and their events, and that makes this passage very well, right? So if you have studied about FIFA, like where it is happening and how it is going to be there and all other thing different. But if you have studied about certain controversies, certain good and bad thing that happen on the field, then you will definitely like going to love this passage. So let's see what actually happened. So the question is, what is the name of the armband which has been replaced by number 1 in the passage? The correct answer is One Love, and it was associated with the LGBTQ plus. So first two question, if you know about the German footballers and their support and all other thing, so the first two questions are very easy, and if you haven't read about it, then definitely those first two questions are going to be a very tricky one. Right, but from passage you can actually deduct the second one. The passage is about some band which are having colors and all other thing, rainbow kind of thing. So second question you can deduct from the passage, but first again it's going to be thoda sa critical, thoda sa tricky one. Moving on, the next question is about what is the name of the system used to monitor and regulate the migrant laborers, which is used in Qatar and few other countries which came under the heavy criticism in the build-up of FIFA World Cup 2022 in Qatar. So not only Qatar, some Northern African and other particular Middle Eastern countries use this particular system that is known as kafala to monitor the migrant laborers, and they just make sure that how they are moving and where they are and how they are doing things. So it comes under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs over there. And kafala, because of kafala, the Qatar and the FIFA actually get criticized. So if you have studied news about this criticism, then this was also an easy bit. Moving on, where is the court of arbitration for the sports is based? If you have marked in the Hague, that is something you did wrong. Then you haven't read the question properly. It's in Switzerland. It's in Switzerland actually. Right, in Lausanne, Switzerland is the place where you will find the court of arbitration for the sports. Right, just a simple trick. Try to find out where is the headquarter of international like FIFA, International Olympic Association. You will find it. Moving on. Who's the current captain of Indian football team? Am I supposed to tell or am I supposed to explain? This is a very easy question. Sunil Chhetri is the one. Moving on. The Timothy Way, the Paris Saint-Germain US national team player in the FIFA World Cup 2022 in Qatar, is the son of president of which country? This was also in news that Liberian president's son is going to play the FIFA World Cup from the US side. He's a US soccer player, right? So this was also in news. So if you are reading news regularly, that means this was an easy one. Moving on to the question, which of the following is the oldest football tournament in India? And we had discussed this in the class, that was Durand Cup. I told you about certain like national tournaments, certain national games, certain international tournaments. So this was something that was an easy pick. I'm pretty sure you have studied this. So this was also one of the easy one, but I'm pretty sure the first two and the first three questions, they are kind of tricky. So if you are reading news about the sports, apart from collecting data that who won, how many goals, how many centuries, who was the man of the series or something like this, then you are able to do these kind of things. So the teaching that we get from this passage is to read good newspaper and different kind of news. Moving on. Now this is something which was actually a kind of passage which is having certain technical particular aspect, which is talking about the AI, which is talking about the like languages that AI speaks. So it was a science and technology based interview that we are seeing, science and technology based passage that we are seeing here. And I'm pretty sure you have found this particular passage as a hard one. And you can see, just like, because the questions were, I guess, the way I get the message from the student, weirdest from this passage only. So let's come to the passage and try to find out what are the different type of question and how we are supposed to do it. So the first one is whose name has been replaced with the one passage above. The correct answer is Alan Turing. Now, Alan Turing or Turing, you know, he's a famous mathematician. He's on his name, there are different awards in the mathematics, Nobel and all other particular thing. And he is one of the prominent name over there. But that was a tricky question because you never expected that Alan Turing will be there in the passage, right? So let's hope for the best. Moving on. The Gary Kasparov, then the world chess champion, was defeated in 1997 by a supercomputer in the chess tournament. What was the name of the supercomputer? Out of the world, right? Yeah, this is something that I'm pretty sure you won't follow or you don't want in your exam or in your question paper. I'm pretty sure about it. And this was the question that you should have skipped. All right, you should have ignored this question the way you ignored your social science faculty in the public places. All right, so the correct answer is Deep Blue. Right, it was built by IBM, and that was the supercomputer that actually defeated the world chess champion Gary Kasparov. So the IBM computer Deep Blue is the correct answer. Moving on, the Emperor's New Mind concerning computers, minds, and the law of physics, published in 1989, was written by a British mathematician who won the Nobel Prize for Physics in 2020. Who was the mathematician? This was also a question that if you know the answer, then you should actually tick. If you don't know the answer, this was also supposed to be skipped, because you got prepared for the Nobel Prize of this particular person is asking about based on a book, research book, and the passage, the particular Nobel Prize of 2020. So if you wanted to skip, if you don't know, you can skip it. Fluke करने से कोई मतलब नहीं था. The correct answer is Roger Penrose. Right, he was the one who won the physics Nobel Prize in 2020. Moving on, what kind of computing model resemble the way in which biological neurons enhance signal in the human brain? The correct answer is neural network. I am not sure how easy this was, because we had discussed certain movies, certain particular thing of uh, mind and other thing. So yes, the neural network is something that is kind of a network which computer use, which we call it as an artificial intelligence, because AI is something that we are building. AI is something that we are making to think like a human being, or think like the way we think and the way we process the data in our body neurally and all other things. So this was a kind of easy question. If you are seeing the other passage, right? Sorry, other options like quantitative computer, natural language processing, data mining, you will find none of them are making major like sense except for data mining. But data mining is quite different thing. You are aware about it. So the correct answer should be neural network. Moving on. So the last three question for today, CLAT. What is the full form of LAMDA, also known as Lambda? Right. So you are seeing the passage. The passage is about the questions that is related to AI language and all other things. So if you can find some logic in the options like landing macro data application, language model for dialogue application, large model data application, or last mile dialogue assessment, right? So you can find that. If you are making fluke, I know if you are not aware about the full form, you can skip it. But if you are reading the options, actually you can try to find out that this passage is about the language, the passage is about the AI. So yes, the language model for dialogue application is the correct answer. Moving on, this Meta newly released fully trained large language AI model is called as OPT, Operation Pretrain Transfer. Right. This can also be solved with the eliminating options like FTP, HTTP. They are older one. SMTP is older one. OPT is something that is new one and you haven't heard. So this can be the answer, and that is the correct answer. Meta has released new large language-based AI model language, which is known as OPT. Moving on, the last question. That is, what is the name of AI-enabled legal research assistant tool launched by Supreme Court in April 2021? SUPAC, SUPAS, whatever you call it, SUPACE, whatever you call it, right? So Supreme Court portal for accessing the efficiency. Some like this is a full form of this particular system. This was launched, and this was one of the first step toward the availing the data on and the AI-based assistant for the research and case laws and all other things. So that was SUPACE or SUPAC, whatever you call it. So this was there. This was the passages and their questions. Now, the thing is, if you will see all the overall like overall conclusion of that particular this year CLAT, then first thing that you are supposed to take, that static is something which you are not supposed to leave. We had discussed lots of things, and the way passage was, I told you, the 5-question window becomes 7-question. So you cannot find all the question related to current affairs. So the value, the window for the static question that are going to come in your exam is increased. So static you cannot ignore, and all of them like sports, science and tech, economy, elections, quality related thing, legal development, administrative development, technical development. So all these aspects are expected, except for the last passage. And last passage wasn't kind of unexpected, because AI is one of the particular thing that was all in news for the all years. Meta was in news, but the kind of question they had asked, this was something you can call it, yeah, it was kind of weird one. But still, if you are going through my side, my particular calculation, all other thing, which I tried to figure out, that 7 questions were extremely hard in this category, 7 were close to medium, and 21 questions were there which were easy, which were like the 7 plus 22 is something which we had discussed in the class. That's, I'm pretty sure, right? Because I have made PPTs, I have provided you the notes. I know we had discussed this. So yes, that is why I am telling you that this is like 30, close to 30 attempt is going to be there, which you can actually make. And if you are from the score 20, 20, 22 to 28, and if you are in the 28 line or 28 border, you are doing very good. If you are close to 22, 21, 20, that doesn't mean you are having a bad score. Okay, so this is it from my side. uh, Soon you are going to have the next section and its analysis. I hope you had had a good exam today, and just watch the sections that is coming up. They are also having detailed analysis and answers and all other thing. Till then, I wish you and all your loved one a good health, good mental health. I'll see you soon. Wait for the next section, right?
All right, guys. Hi, I'm back with the sectional analysis of the logical reasoning section, right? All right. So a little bit about the section before we go to individual sets, passages, or individual questions. Couple of things. First of all, we felt in terms of overall difficulty level, this section was fairly easy, right? Easy to moderate, maybe, but actually more leaning towards the easy side as compared to moderate, right? It is definitely easier than CLAT 2022, right? I mean, if you look at the questions, the options were fairly direct most of the time. You would very easily eliminate 2 to 3 out of the 4 given options, right? And in most questions, the right answer is the only one which actually even felt right, right? Uh, Easy to read passages, most of them. Questions were also fairly simple. Most of the questions were inference-based questions, right? Unlike and also unlike last year, strengthen weaken questions, questions that ask you to figure out how to strengthen arguments or weaken arguments. Those kind of questions had more weightage than what it had earlier. Okay, and as I said, most questions were inference based with a random few questions, maybe just 1 or 2 questions on parallel reasoning as well as on resolving the paradox, right? Otherwise, most of the questions were either inference-based questions or strength and weaken questions. There was a slight change in the paper pattern in the sense that the number of questions per passage was different this time than earlier. So in this section this year, there were 5 passages with 6 questions each, giving a total of 30 questions. Right, as can be seen on this screen, as many as 25 to 26 questions could have been, easily attempted. Okay, and I would go on to say that for good students, you probably should have been able to attempt all the 30 questions, right, without too much of difficulty. It wasn't also very time consuming. There were a couple of passages which may have required maybe 1 or 2 rereadings, to understand the nuances of the information given, but otherwise the passages were also fairly easy to read. A good score here, in our opinion, would be somewhere in the range of about 24 to 25 out of 30, right? So specifically moving on to the first passage. The first passage was a very breezy, easy to read kind of a passage, right? There were not too many statistics given there, or nothing of that sort. Even the questions were fairly easy. So question number 106, for example, which of the following is most likely to be true if the author's statement about gendered networks in the workplace is true? Very clearly, some of the options can be eliminated, right? Now, if you look at the gist of what the passage was all about, right, it's about how things are not really equitable as far as the 2 genders are concerned, right? That typically, especially in their professional lives, right, men find things not just easier but also fairly uniform across their entire working life, whereas for women things are a little different. Depending on their age, they find things either easier or more difficult, right? And things like that, right? So the question asking which of the following is most likely to be true if the author's statement is also true. So assuming that the passage is true, right, which option is true? So very clearly it is option C, which says mid-career women do not find it as easy to get access to senior leaders, who are usually male, as their male colleagues. They therefore find career progression or new opportunities harder to come by. Correct? Most of the options, most of the other options, right, will have some sort of contradiction somewhere. For example, option A says, mid-career women do not find it as easy, of course, but then the second statement says they therefore find career progression easier to come by, which is like a contradiction, right? Similarly, option B and D also had similar contradictions. So option C was the correct answer. Okay, next question. Which of the following is most likely to be an outcome of what the author describes as the motherhood penalty, right? So where he's talking about, women in the mid-30s to late 40s, all right, who are more likely to become mothers at that age and having to care for an extended family, right, at that particular age, right? So option B, which says people are more hesitant to hire women from their mid-30s to the late 40s, but they may be more willing to hire men of a similar age because in their perception, right, men do not need to have, a dual responsibility, so to speak, right? But again, of course, it is only a perception, right? But then that is what the passage suggests. So option B is the correct answer here. Okay, moving on. If professors' evaluations are the most important criteria in awarding promotions, which of the following would be the most likely outcome based on the information provided in the passage, right? Again, if you just read through the options, you will realize that there is only one option which actually makes any kind of sense, as far as the passage is concerned, right? That is option A, which says male professors are likely to be promoted at an even rate throughout their career, while women professors would experience a lower likelihood of promotion in the mid-career stage, right? Which is where that motherhood phenomenon came in, right? So, which is what the passage is trying to make a point about, okay? All the other options are again, either completely off the mark or have inherent contradictions in them. Okay. Moving on, which of the following is the author most likely to disagree with, right? Option A says women going through menopause often quit the workforce voluntarily. There's really no concrete mention one way or the other about voluntarily quitting the workforce, right? So that option does not really, is not an option which the author would either agree or disagree with, right, based on the information given in the passage, right? But if you look at option B, women going through menopause are more likely to be perceived negatively at the workplace and to have difficulty achieving professional success, right? Yeah, in fact, that is also an option which the author would agree with, right? The answer given on the screen is incorrect. The actual answer is option D, which says women going through menopause are more likely to be perceived positively, right? That is, of course, something that the author would disagree with, because if you have read the passage, thoroughly, you will realize that the author is highlighting how women going through menopause, or in fact in different stages of their life, are perceived negatively and not positively, right? So the answer to this question is actually option D, D for Delhi, right? Okay. Which of the following, if true, would most strengthen the main argument in the passage, right? What actually is the main argument in the passage, right? The main argument in the passage is that women have been unfairly treated at times, right? In terms of the opportunities that they get access to at different points on in their career, right? So option B, which says that several independent studies conducted in different countries have actually shown that women in the workplace are perceived negatively and are unfairly treated as they age, right, is something which adds on to the argument that the author is making, and hence would most strengthen the main argument in the passage, right? So option B is the correct answer here. Okay, which of the following, if true, would most weaken Laura Cray's arguments? Now, what were Laura Cray's arguments, right? So Laura Cray talked about, how after the age of 47, right, the perception of women starts becoming more and more positive, right? Okay, so while there was a sort of a downturn in the late 30s to mid 40s age, but after that, it again, the perception goes back into positive, because as per Laura Cray, she says that at that point there are different stereotypes of women, and they may benefit from being seen as more grandmotherly, right? Right. So what she would, what would weaken her argument is what option C says, that women professors perceived as being grandmotherly are regarded as being slow, inefficient, and outdated in their field. If that is the case, then they would not be perceived positively, right? And they would not be respected, right? So that is something that would weaken her arguments, right? So option C is the correct answer. All right, so that was the first passage. As I said, easy to read question passage, easy to answer questions, and in most questions, right, the correct answer is probably the only one that can actually be correct, right? All the other options very clearly were incorrect, right? So a fairly doable passage and a fairly doable set of 6 questions. All right. The second passage, right, is slightly technical, okay, and someone who is not very conversant with economics and how currencies work, it's not a very easy to read passage, right? However, on the flip side, the questions themselves are reasonably doable, right? So as long as you've understood the basic gist of what the passage is trying to tell you, right, the questions were fairly doable. Okay, so for example, if you look at the this particular question, 112, which of the following is the author most likely to agree with? So what is the author talking about? What is the passage talking about, right? It's talking about how currency depreciation, while it is it does negatively impact sentiments, it negatively impacts the economy, inflation goes up and things like that, but it's not really it's not doom and gloom completely, right? Just because the currency is depreciating, right? That is not a worry. In fact, that is what option B also very clearly says, that currency depreciation is not a worry for it, is not a reason for worry in itself, right? But yes, if macroeconomic factors are also not good, then of course there may be a cause for concern, right? In fact, that is given in the very first sentence of the passage itself, where it says that the depreciation of an economic's currency is not a matter of concern in itself, right? So very clearly that is the option that the author is most likely to agree with. So option B is the correct answer. All right, moving on. Based on the author's arguments, which of the following, if true, would reduce the decline in the value of the rupee? So as per the passage, what are the factors which are mentioned, which which leads to the depreciation of any currency, right? A lot of things, right? So they talk about interest rates, they talk about macroeconomic factors, right? They talk about inflow and outflow of foreign exchange, right, and all of that. But here, so nowhere is there any talk about appointing a new governor, and really that does not even make too much of sense, correct? So option A goes. Option B, a steep increase in commodity prices and the continued disruption of supply chain would not actually reduce the decline. The question is about which option would reduce the decline, which means that it would actually have some sort of a positive impact, right? Option B does not have any positive impact, right? And it would not reduce the decline, right? Similarly, option D, RBI buying as many dollars as possible, would actually go the other way, right? So in a sense, it would even further reduce the value of the rupee. Correct. So if you want to reduce the decline in the rupee, the RBI should actually sell as many dollars as possible, which is what is also given in the passage if you read it. Correct. So option D also goes out. Option C is the only correct answer here, which would have some positive impact on the value of the rupee. Okay, question 114. Which of the following, if true, would most weaken the author's argument? All right, most weaken, right? Again, what was the argument? The argument was about how worldwide macroeconomic factors, correct, also have an impact on a country's currency, correct, right? And how interest rates in in certain countries, especially the US, right, but increasingly also China and other countries, right, is impacting in the economy in India, right? So if it was true, that the Indian economy is highly protected and has been insulated from the effects of global inflationary trends and the increase of interest rates in developed country markets, then it would go against what the author is trying to argue about, right? So the author is very clearly making a relationship, right, between global macroeconomic trends, right, global inflationary trends, and the value of the rupee, right? But if it was shown that the Indian economy is actually insulated from outside influences, right, and it's contained within itself, then it would go against what the author is trying to argue about, right? So option D would weaken the author's argument. Okay, 115. Which of the following, if true, would most strengthen the author's arguments for why Indian exports may not be able to take advantage of falling rupee? So actually, if you go to see, when the value of the rupee falls, right, it can act as an advantage to exporters, right? Because they then get, more dollars for whatever they are selling. Right? So, but then, if you look at option A, right? Option A says economies across the world are witnessing a slowdown, and in such economies, demand for imports decreases substantially. Now, if that was the case, then even if the value of the rupee fell, it would not really become too advantageous for exporters because their market itself, right, has dwindled, right? And the demand for imports in the other countries, if that falls, then they will not be able to sell as much, right? So option A is the answer over here. Okay, 116. Based on the author's arguments, which of the following must necessarily be true? Okay, let's look at this option wise. The option A says the continuing depreciation of the Indian rupee at its current rate, coupled with worldwide inflationary trends, would result in immense political instability in India and consequently in all of South Asia. Right now, of course, this may be true, but it's not necessarily true. And in any case, right, nowhere in the passage is anything mentioned about South Asia as a whole. Correct? We're focusing very clearly only on the Indian economy, right? So that option goes out. Now, option C, I'll skip option B for the time being, right? Option C says if inflationary trends continue to harden across the world and if interest rates in developed country markets continue to rise, portfolio investors will increase their investment in India. It's actually the other way around, right? If inflationary trends continue to harden and if interest rates there in those developed countries rise, then the portfolio investors, or also what are called FIIs, right, actually remove their investments from India and invest them in those developed countries, right? And this has a negative impact on India's foreign exchange reserves. Okay, so that option also goes out. And option D says if nothing else is done, the rise of interest rates in developed country markets coupled with hardening of inflationary trends will result in a rise in the value of the rupee against the dollar, which again is incorrect. It leads to a fall of the value of the rupee against the dollar, right? Which is what is given in option B. So that is the correct answer. All right. Okay, question 117. Which of the following is the author most likely to agree with? Option A. The RBI must not focus solely on preventing the depreciation of the rupee, as this may result in negative impacts on other aspects of the economy, which is again going back to the first question as well as the first sentence of the passage, which says that depreciation of the rupee by itself is not necessarily a bad thing. Correct. So very clearly, the author says that the RBI should not be too fixated on preventing the depreciation of the rupee, right? But they should also ensure that other aspects of the economy are corrected, which is option A. Cool, right? So again, another passage which was fairly technical. So some of you may have been turned off by looking only at the subject of the passage, right? But don't really be bothered too much about that. Correct? It's more about how easily are you able to interpret the information in the passage and infer the the options in the questions. Correct? So I think that in that sense, the second passage was also fairly doable. All right. Third passage, again, very easy to read and something which is very current, right? All of us are aware of whatever is written over here, right? But is the questions, some of them at least, right, were a little tricky, right? So slightly tricky questions, doable, right? If you apply your mind a little bit, then yes, could have been solved, but not very easily, right? Okay, question 118. Which of the following, if true, would most weaken the author's argument? So what is the author's argument? What is the passage actually completely talking about, right? So the passage is talking about the negative impact of all the doom and gloom of the news, right? So how that impacts the way people perceive the world around them, right? So they talked about negativity bias, they talked about availability bias, and how the news that is being fed to us, right, is is sensationalized, right, to elicit negative responses. Okay. So, anyways, which of the following would most weaken the author's arguments? Right. So there's one example that in the passage early on, right, which talks about back when we were hunter gatherers. Right. So it says back in our hunting and gathering days, we were better off being frightened of a spider or a snake 100 times too often than one time too few, right? So it's and the next sentence actually goes on to say that too much fear wouldn't kill you, too little surely would kill you, right? However, if it was found that today, right, in modern day, right, which is when the rest of the passage is actually based on, right, the hunter gatherer part was only one sentence early on in the passage, otherwise the rest of the passage is very much rooted in current times, correct? So if it was shown that today the behavioral traits that we have are very different from what we had when we were hunter gatherers, then that would weaken the author's argument. So that is what option B says, that behavioral traits that helped us in the days when we were hunter gatherers are no longer found in modern day humans, right? So earlier it was important that early man, right, be frightened more often because they had to protect themselves, right? So if they were not as frightened, then they would tend to become complacent. They would tend to become lax, and that would be dangerous for them, correct? But for us it is not so, right? So the behavioral traits are very different, correct? And hence that would weaken the author's argument, right? So option B is the correct answer. Okay, 119, which of the following is the author most likely to agree with? Okay. So what is the author actually trying to tell us, right? It's very clearly trying to talk about the negative impact of the constant bombardment of news, right, especially through social media. Okay. So if you look at option B, it says contemporary media continuously exposes us to exciting news and information, yes, but which may be very unlike the kind of things that we usually encounter in our lives. I mean, think about it, right? Everywhere you go, you talk. There are and as also the examples that are given over here, right? So natural disasters and terrorism and beheadings and all of that. They are not things that we normally encounter in our lives, right? But the media exposes us to all of this, correct? And of course, I mean, we as consumers of media find this exciting, information, correct? So option B is the correct answer over here. Okay, question 120, based only on the author's statement, right, that we would prefer having nice neighbors with boring lives, and the author's argument about the nature of the news that modern media exposes us to, which of the following would the author be most likely to agree with? Here, some of the options can be very clearly eliminated. So option B, for example, in our hunting and gathering days, it was better for us to be unnecessarily scared rather than being scared too little. While yes, that is mentioned in the passage, but that is not really something which is in the statement that the question talks about, right? The question is only saying based only on the statement about having nice neighbors with boring lives, right? So that has nothing to do with our hunter-gatherer days, right? So option B can be eliminated. Option C, again, is contradictory. It says that the news modern media exposes us to is just like our day-to-day experiences. Actually, it is not, right? And that is not the point that the author is making. Now, there might be some level of confusion, that you might have between options A and D, right? Because option A, which says constantly being exposed to negative news gives us a warped perspective of the world, is a point that the author is trying to make, right? And hence would probably be a point that the author would agree with. But that, again, that statement, or that option is not based on the statement given in the question, right? The statement given in the question talks about having nice neighbors, with boring lives, and about the nature of the news, right? It is not talking about perspective of the world, right? Or the impact that news has on the perspective, right? So option A hence can be eliminated, right? So option D by elimination would be the correct answer. Okay. All right, question 121. All right, the author's statement about negativity bias, if true, provides more support for which of the following conclusions, right? Now, what does the passage say about negativity bias, right? Negativity bias talks about the fact that we are more attuned to the bad news than to the good, right? So, if as option C says that if there's a story about increasing pollution levels, right, versus a story about improving educational levels in schools, you would be more likely to notice the bad news than the good news. That is what the negativity bias is all about, right? So that is option C. Okay. All the other options are actually the other way around. Right? Okay, question 122. Which of the following would be the most effective way of countering the effects of what the author describes as our availability bias? Now, what does the passage say about availability bias? It says that if we can recall easily examples of a given thing, we assume that the thing is relatively common. Okay, right? So, ye kabhi suna tha. This is something that I had heard, so I'm sure it must be happening with a lot of people. Okay, so that is essentially is what availability bias is all about, right? So, which of the following would be the most effective way of countering that, right? Is by looking at news sources and stories that otherwise you may not have been exposed to, right? So, if you continuously keep looking at only certain sources of your news or stories, then you'll keep getting bombarded by similar kind of things, right? Which will make you feel that this is actually what is most common in the world. Okay, right? But if you then if you broaden your mind, if you go to other sources of news, you realize that there are a lot of other things which are happening in the world also, right? So that would counter the availability bias, right? Hence option D is the correct answer. Okay. Question 123. Finally, the author says, the author says that the fact that they are bombarded daily with horrific stories about and that completely skews our view of the world, right? So this conclusion that the author has drawn follows logically if which of the following is assumed. So here we are talking about how being bombarded daily with negative news skews our view of the world, right? Because we feel that everything around us is negative, right? Why is that? Because our ideas about the world are shaped by the information that we are exposed to. So if we're exposed to positive information or news, we will look at the world positively. If you're exposed to negative news, then we look at the world negatively, right? So that is option A. All right. So again, as I said, slightly tricky questions, maybe at times, right? But otherwise, fairly doable set. Okay. All right. Moving on to the next set. All right. Now, this, I think, in terms of reading, was not very breezy, not very easy, right? It's specifically about climate change and things like that. But if you've been following the news, then you will know that it's a very hot and current topic, right? So moderately easy in terms of reading. But if the questions on the other hand were very simple, right? Very easy question with direct options most of the time. Okay, with we don't really have to go too much back and forth. All right. Okay, question 124. Which of the following is the author most likely to agree with? So, what is the author actually trying to say? Right? If you look at the passage, right? So they're talking about how developed countries over a period of time, right, had built their economies by burning massive amounts of fossil fuels. Correct, right? As a result of that, it is not only kind of negatively impacted the environment and climate, but it has also resulted in an increase in prices of the fossil fuels themselves, right? And as a result of that, okay, climate change is of course one thing, correct? But the other aspect of this is because of the rising prices of oil and gas and all those fossil fuels, right? Consumers are finding it difficult to or they're finding it more and more expensive, right? So things become more expensive, inflation increases, and a lot of other things happen, right? So it's a dual impact of this, right? And because of that, so what is happening is while the examples that are given, right, in terms of people traveling less and the consumption of fuel is dropping and all of that, but that is only seen typically on times when prices are increasing, right? Not when they are down, but the moment prices sort of taper off, right? They plateau, things go back to normal, right? And that is what is currently happening, right? Where because of what had happened in the earlier part of this year, okay, where suddenly the prices had shot up, right? But in the later part of the year, when things cooled down a little bit, right, then governments started relying more and more on fossil fuels to meet the increasing demand, right? So that is what the passage is all about. So which argument or which option is the author most likely to agree with? Option A says people in the US are not worried at all about climate change. Not really true, right? They may not be as worried about climate change as, let's say, people from certain small island countries, right, who may probably disappear altogether. But it's not true that they're not worried at all, right? Second option says people in the US are worried about climate change and these concerns affect their energy consumption habits more than anything else. Not really, right? So while the first part of the option is true, correct, that they are worried about climate change, but that is not the most important, impact on their energy consumption habits. Actually, the price, right? Which is what, in fact, option D says that changes in the energy consumption habits of people in the US are affected more by energy prices than concerns of climate change. Okay, so option D is the correct answer. Okay, question 125. Which of the following is most similar to the author's statements about developed countries' renewed interest in fossil fuels? Right? Why have the developed countries, begun investing in fossil fuels more? Right? Because of what option B says. That the developed countries recognize the difficulty of moving away from reliance on such sources of energy and make a conscious effort to move to alternative or renewable energy sources quickly, right? So if that was the case, then things could improve where the governments would make a conscious effort, okay, right, to sort of broaden their sources, the sources of energy, right? They would invest more in alternative or renewable energy sources, right? So things could definitely improve if that happens. Okay, so option B is the correct answer here. Okay, 126. If the information in the passage above is correct, which of the following must again necessarily be true? All right. Now, the key word here is necessarily be true, right? Let's look at the options. Okay. First of all, the fossil fuel industry in developing countries will face reduced sales in the short term with increased sales in the long term. Now, first of all, the passage really does not talk too much about developing countries, right? I think developing countries are only mentioned somewhere towards the end of the passage, right? It does not really talk too much about whether sales will improve, not improve, and all of that, right? And definitely this is not necessarily true. It may happen, but not necessarily true. Similarly, option B also, the cost of making, installing, and using solar panels will reduce substantially in the coming years. May happen as technology becomes better and better, right? Typically, costs will reduce, okay, because you get more and more efficient in using that source of energy. So costs reduce, but that may not necessarily happen. Okay, right? And they may not reduce substantially. Okay, so again, option B is out. Option C talks about passing of a bill in the US being a huge effort and all of that. Again, not substantiated in the passage at all. Right? Option D, however, is necessarily true that the fossil fuel industry in developing countries will see an increase in business, at least in the short term. Okay, right? You can also, of course, arrive at option D by eliminating the other options. All right, question 127, right? Which of the following, if true, would most weaken the author's argument about why travel and fuel consumption reduced in the summer? Now, what does the passage say, right? Why does the author think that travel and fuel consumption reduced? Very clearly, it was to do with pricing, right? Pricing and the So okay, let me again go back to the passage, right? It says that ordinary people in these countries are worried not just because of climate change, but because of the lack of energy to heat their homes this coming winter. In the US, gas prices went up in summer so much so that people travel less and consumption of fuel dropped. So basically, the author is, according to the author, the single most reason why people traveled lesser, right, was about pricing, correct? But if it can be shown that it was actually due to other impacts, right? So if you look at option C, it says that strict lockdowns were imposed in the US in the summer, because of which people travel less. So it was not as much about increasing prices, but it was more about being locked down in your home, correct, right? Because of the strict lockdowns, right? And that is why people travel less, right? Also, temperatures were actually moderate. So it's not as if, things were very extreme, because of which you needed more fuel, right? For heating or for cooling, right? And this meant people had to use less fuel to heat or warm their homes, right? So actually fuel consumption should have reduced because of this, not because of increased prices, right? So that is something that would weaken the author's argument if it was found to be true. So option C is the correct answer here. All right, question 128, right? Which of the following, if true, would resolve the conundrum the author says developed countries face now? What kind of conundrum are they talking about, right? If you read the first part of the passage, it says that developed countries are facing a real energy conundrum, because on the one hand, they are battered because of a fast heating planet, correct? On the other hand, the ordinary citizens are worried because of increased fuel prices, right? What would reduce this conundrum? Okay, is what the question is asking, right? So that is what option A says, that the development of adequate renewable power sources in the near term, that would lead to a reduction in consumption of fossil fuels. So if you actually look at it, option A is tackling both the issues, right? A, in terms of climate change, right? It is helping things because it says it will lead to a reduction in consumption of fossil fuels, correct? And secondly, because of the development of adequate renewable power sources, even the prices will moderate or will go down, correct, right? So it is helping resolve that conundrum that the developed countries are facing, correct? So option A hence is the correct answer. Is that clear, right? So again, as I said, passage was a little technical maybe at times, right? Not very easy to read, but the questions were fairly direct, right? So they should have been attempted. Right. Okay. So I'm so sorry. There's one more question. Question number 129. Right. Okay. Assuming the aim of the US climate bill is to reduce fossil fuel consumption, which of the following would be the strongest argument that it will fail to achieve such an aim? Right. So that the bill that is talked about, right? If the main aim is to reduce fossil fuel consumption, what will make it fail? Right. Which of the options would make it fail? And that is option C, because option C says that the bill is self-defeating. Okay, right? It is bound to fail because it makes investment in renewable energy conditional to more expenditure on oil and gas. Okay, right? So it does not help to reduce the fossil fuel consumption, because while it is encouraging the US government to invest more in renewable energy, but it makes it conditional on spending more, okay, on oil and gas, and of course also making millions of hectares of federal land available for drilling, which actually would lead to an increased consumption of fossil fuel, right? So obviously it will fail to achieve that, right? So option C is the correct answer, right? Okay, finally moving on to the last passage in this particular section. Again, another passage which, although slightly longer than the other, but it was very easy to read, right? And fairly simple in terms of the impact on the print media, correct? Post-pandemic as well as pre-pandemic, right? So let's look at the questions. Which of the following is the author most likely to agree with? Nowhere does the author say that the pandemic was an unmitigated disaster. What does an unmitigated disaster mean? That it only had negative impact, right? There was nothing positive in it, right? But that's not really true. Similarly, option C goes the other extreme, where it says that the COVID-19 pandemic only had good impact or good effects. Even that is not true, correct, right? Option D is also not correct, where it says that the pandemic had no impact on the newspaper industry. But very clearly, the passage says that there has been an impact, but both negative as well as positive. Right? Negative in terms of the advertisers, right, spending less on advertising in the newspapers, right? But positive because of the fact that their credibility increased, right? Because they were showing more credible news and information, right? And they were not spreading as much misinformation, right? So it had both negative as well as positive impact, and hence option B is the correct answer. Which of the following, if true, would most weaken the author's argument? All right, okay. What are we, what is the author's main argument, right? The fact that the newspaper industry over the last couple of years has increased its trust factor, right? Its reliability factor, correct? Because it spread less misinformation and it gave out more accurate information, correct? So if that was the author's argument, right, then option A, if true, would weaken that argument, because option A says social media is a reliable source of true and accurate news and information. Now, although the author says that is not true, if it was true, then it would weaken the author's argument, right? So option A is the correct answer. Option B is something that the author is actually saying himself or herself, right? So it actually supports the author's view, right? Option C really is not relevant, right? Option D is also something that the author mentioned, that it is a speedier source of information, correct? So it's only option A that will weaken the author's argument, right? Okay, question 132, which of the following would be an effective way of making print media more competitive? Okay, so why is the print media not competitive? Mainly because of the speed, right? Mainly because of the fact that social media is immediate, right? Something happens in the world, right? And immediately it comes on social media, right? Immediately you come to know about it. That is news. For newspapers, you have to wait till the next day, correct, right? So there is a lag, right? There's a delay, right? So, so if print media has to become more competitive, right, then an effective way of doing that is to develop ways to ensure that print media can reach the readers faster, more speedily, okay, and the lag reduces, right, which is what option D talks about. Okay. Okay, question 133. Based on the author's arguments, which of the following, if true, would have resulted in the weakening rather than the deepening of public trust in newspapers since the pandemic? So the author says that public trust in the newspapers has actually increased. It has deepened. Correct, okay? But which of these options would result in the alternative scenario, right, where the public trust actually weakens rather than increases, right? So that is option C. So if newspapers had actively disseminated would mean distributed, right? So if newspapers had actively disseminated misinformation during the lockdown and made no efforts to expose the lies spread by others, then obviously public trust would weaken and not strengthen, right? And hence that is the option which is the correct answer. Okay. All right. Question 134. What would be the impact on the readership and revenues of the print media if the image were not dominant over text as a cultural phenomenon? So what, one of the things that the author refers to is the fact that as a, as a population, as a culture, right, image has become more dominant over text, and which is actually a fact, isn't it? I mean, think about it, even you guys, right? You're more hooked to Instagram, right? You're more because there you see images, right? Rather than long lines of text, right? So and I mean, obviously there's nothing wrong in that, right? Because images give out or tell you things quickly as compared to lines of text, right? So typically image, now, especially in the current scenario, is definitely more dominant over text, right? And as a result of that, right, the print media is suffering, correct? Because print media relies more on text and less on images, right? So the question is asking, what would be the impact on the readership and revenue of the print media if it was the other way around? if the image was not more dominant, text was more dominant. Then obviously in that case, option A, which says that print media would not suffer as much of a reduction in readership and revenue because readers shifted to other formats, right? So if the image was not dominant over text, then print media would not suffer as much, right? And hence that is the correct answer, option A. Yeah. All right, the last question, 135, right? How does the author suggest newspapers can overcome the problem of being outpaced by speedier sources of information? Now, to be very honest, nowhere does the author give out too many suggestions or too many ways to ways for the newspapers to overcome that problem, right? So somewhere towards the end, of course, the author does say that the print media's hopes of remaining competitive and profitable must center on using this collective trust as a form of capital, right? So yes, you do have a lot of public trust in the newspaper, right? So the newspaper should be able to cash in on that, correct? Survival strategies, right, especially the revenue model, must be re-explored and the emphasis shifted to in-depth analysis of news as well as eye-catching layout. So yes, you should be more credible, right? As in the newspapers should become more credible. They should have more in-depth analysis of news, but at the same time, they should also have eye-catching layout, right? Should not be boring, should not be dull, correct? And of course, they should improve their the speed with which the news reaches the readers, correct? So those are some of the suggestions that the author gives out. For some reason, none of the options here really talk about any of that, okay? But by elimination, right, we can come to option D as the correct answer, right? Because option A says they offer direct means by which newspapers can become faster. Actually, the author does not offer any direct means by which newspaper can become faster to publish and deliver to readers, right? There is no such solution offered, right? Hence option A can be eliminated. Option B says that they encourage a complete and immediate shift to digital media. No, right? And by doing that, actually, the newspaper industry will not be able to overcome the problem of being outpaced by speedier sources of information, right? So that also option goes out. The third option says they offer ways to reduce production costs, which would offset the losses caused by readers shifting allegiance to faster source of information. Again, nowhere in the passage is anything mentioned about production costs or reducing of the costs, right? And hence that option also goes out. So the only remaining option over here is option D, right? So it's more about elimination than selecting the right answer for this particular question, right? But otherwise, a reasonably easy to read passage with fairly simple question, right? So all in all, in the entire section, as I said in the beginning also, right, that fairly easy, easy to moderate, right? More on the easy side than than on anything. Definitely easier than CLAT 2022, and a good student should have been able to answer, if not all the 30, at least some 27 to 28 questions, right? But even otherwise, I think a regular student should have been able to answer about 24 to 26 questions in this set with a high degree of accuracy. Okay, right? So they, so great. We'll take one more short break of a couple of minutes and then come back with the next section, right? Thank you very much, guys. थोड़ा सा टाइम। Hi everyone, I'm here to analyze the last section of today's CLAT 2023 analysis, that is the LA section. So before we enter into the analysis, before we discuss each and every question in detail, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Akash Srivastav. I'm Raipur, HNLU Raipur alumnus and associated with IMS as a Chief Law Mentor. So in today's session, what I will be doing, I will be discussing each and every question in detail. What should be the approach? What should you have followed in the examination, and overall the brief overview of the whole paper. So let's start. So when we talk about the overall difficulty level of the question, so this was the first impression of mine, that when we talk about the passages, it were bit lengthy, but when we talk about the content, what they were expecting, if you followed all the lectures, if you have gone through all the topics, if you know how to, like, what exactly you need to follow, which particular principle you need to take into consideration while solving the questions, the content of the whole passage was easy, I should say, not difficult. There were few questions that were tricky, but overall the passages were easy, and the questions that were asked were also of the easy to moderate level. So number of questions, as you have already gone through the paper, there were 40 questions that have been divided into 8 passages. According to me, the good attempts in the whole legal aptitude section would be around 32 to 35 questions. So if you have attempted 32 to 35 questions, because when we talk about the whole passage, we are not only solving the legal aptitude section, we are also taking into consideration that the length of the paper. So there were 52 pages, and when we talk about the number of pages that you had to read and solve, they were around 50 pages. So if you have to read 50 pages, then you can't focus on each and every question in detail. So according to me, if you have attempted 7 passages in legal, 7 or 8, depending on the student, depending on the comfort level that you have in the legal aptitude section, then that would be more than enough. So approx, if you have attempted, say, 30 to 35 questions overall, and that would be the good attempt. When we talk about the good score, it would be above 32. So 30-32 score will be a decent score in the legal aptitude section, because the passages were lengthy, the passages were tricky, but the questions that were asked were direct. So ऐसे बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन थे जो कि डायरेक्टली तुमने पैसेज रीड किया, तुमने सही से ध्यान से रीड किया, देन यू वर एबल टू सॉल्व दैट, बिकॉज उससे व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट एनी पैसेज यू नीड टू सी कि प्रिंसिपल क्या डिफाइन किया गया. अगर प्रिंसिपल हमने देख लिया, देन उस पे एक्सेप्शंस कुछ दिए क्या. सो इफ यू आर रीडिंग द पैसेज thoroughly, तुमने रीड किया लीगल एप्टीट्यूड सेक्शन, दैट वी गाइड स्टूडेंट्स इन द लेक्चर्स आल्सो, दैट यू कांट अफोर्ड टू स्किप anything in legal aptitude का section. So अगर skip किया कोई passage का, so for example if we talk about say article 19, तो article 19 तुमने पूरा read करके रखा हुआ है लीगल एप्टीट्यूड के सेक्शन में, हम लोग जब वापस से भी प्रैक्टिस करते थे पहले क्लास में, तो सब कुछ करके रखा था. बट व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट एग्जामिनेशन, वी ऑलवेज गाइड स्टूडेंट्स की दैट यू कांट अफोर्ड टू स्किप. तो अगर जो पैसेज तुमने रीड किया है अपने क्लास में, प्रैक्टिस किया मॉक टेस्ट में, वो सेम एग्जैक्ट वर्ड्स नहीं होंगे. तो यू हैव टू फोकस ऑन वर्ड्स जो कि ये तुम्हारा पेपर टेस्ट किया था. सो अगर तुम्हारा रीडिंग स्पीड अच्छा है, तुमने अच्छे से प्रैक्टिस करके गए थे, देन दिस पेपर व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट द लीगल एप्टीट्यूड सेक्शन, इट वाज इजी, इट वाज डूएबल. दिस वाज नॉट अ सरप्राइज कि यार कहां से आ गया, किस तरीके से पूछ लिया, पैटर्न चेंज हो गया, इन्होंने तो लीगल एप्टीट्यूड में तुम्हारे लीगल नॉलेज के क्वेश्चन पूछ लिए. द पेपर वाज एज एक्सपेक्टेड, जिस तरीके से हम लोग एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे पेपर होना चाहिए, जिस तरह का लेवल होना चाहिए, बिकॉज वी कांट एक्सपेक्ट कि हर एक सेक्शन, हर एक पैसेज तुम्हारा इजी है. तो तुम्हारे पास कुछ ऐसे पैसेजेस थे दैट वर इजी, दैट वर डायरेक्ट. देयर वर फ्यू पैसेज, एक पैसेज ऐसा था जो कि थोड़ा सा ट्रिकी था, हार्ड टू रीड था. देयर वाज वन पर्टिकुलर पैसेज जो कि थोड़ा सा तुम्हारे क्वेश्चंस ट्रिकी थे. सो ओवरऑल 4 to 5 पैसेजेस आर वेरी इजी, डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन तुमसे पूछे गए थे. बट कुछ पैसेज ऐसे थे, 2-3 पैसेज ऐसे थे जहां पे तुम्हें थोड़ा सा एफर्ट, तुम्हें थोड़ा सा ध्यान देकर के सॉल्व करने की जरूरत थी. सो लेट्स डिस्कस ईच एंड एवरी क्वेश्चन. दिस वाज द ओवरऑल ओवरव्यू ऑफ द पेपर कि तुम्हारा पेपर किस तरीके से था और तुम्हें क्या करना चाहिए था. तो अगर तुमने 6-7 पैसेजेस अच्छे से अटेम्प्ट किए थे, तुम्हारे पास अराउंड 30 तुम्हारे पैसेज 30 क्वेश्चन तुम्हारे करेक्ट आएंगे. अगर तुमने और ज्यादा अटेम्प्ट किए होते, अगर 7-8 पैसेज अटेम्प्ट किए थे, तो गुड स्कोर अकॉर्डिंग टू मी वुड बी 32. अगर तुम्हारा आया 32-35 स्कोर आ गया, देन दैट वुड बी मोर देन इनफ फॉर द लीगल एप्टीट्यूड सेक्शन. So as you can see on the screen that the first passage, this was actually my paper. I also attempted the CLAT, आज का CLAT. So this was my paper. I underlined all the things that you can see on the screen. So as you can see on the screen, the first passage in my question booklet was based upon the Criminal Procedure Identification Act 2022. So this was one particular act जो कि amendment के बाद एक नया act है. तो तुम्हें क्या क्या चीजें इस पैसेज में दी गई थी. So the first thing that they mentioned कि पहले रूल क्या था. तो मैजिस्ट्रेट के पास पावर क्या थी. मैजिस्ट्रेट अगर दिस पर्टिकुलर ये जो क्रिमिनल प्रोसीजर कोड अमेंडमेंट एक्ट आया, इसमें किस तरीके से प्रॉपर तुम्हें डिफाइन किया गया था कि किसके पास क्या पावर है और उस पावर के अंडर कौन क्या किस तरीके से बिहेव कर सकता है. सो फर्स्ट तुमने अगर पहला पैरा रीड किया होगा तो तुम्हें समझ में आया होगा कि वो जो लाइंस, वो जो तुम्हारा अंटिल रूल्स आर नोटिफाइड एंड एक्ट कैन नॉट बी इंप्लीमेंटेड और कम इनटू फोर्स. तो उन्होंने एक एक्ट को लेकर के आया जो कि मार्च 2022 में आया था. ये पहला चीज तुम्हें ध्यान में रखना चाहिए था. द सेकंड लाइन दैट दे हैव मेंशन्ड क्या है, अगर जब तक रूल नहीं आता है तब तक तुम्हारा एक्ट एप्लीकेबल नहीं होगा. सो रूल कब आया तुम्हारा? सितंबर 19 2022. सो इवन इफ दे हैव मेंशन एनीथिंग एक्ट इन द एक्ट दैट वुड नॉट बी एप्लीकेबल. तुम्हारा एप्लीकेबल कब होगा? जब वो रूल आया. तो दिस वाज द मेजर पॉइंट दैट यू नीड टू फोकस इन द फर्स्ट पैराग्राफ. सेकंड पैराग्राफ में उन्होंने क्या किया कि मैजिस्ट्रेट को पावर बताए. मैजिस्ट्रेट की पावर क्या होगी, किस तरीके से वो किससे गाइड कर सकता है और किस चीज के लिए. सो दे आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द मेजरमेंट्स. तो मेजरमेंट का डेफिनेशन उन्होंने सेकंड पैराग्राफ में दिया कि मेजरमेंट का मीनिंग क्या होगा, इसका एम्बिट कितना बड़ा है, वो पूरा उन्होंने डिफाइन करके रखा. एंड ऑल्सो दे हैव डिफाइंड मैजिस्ट्रेट किससे गाइड करेगा. अगर किसी का मेजरमेंट लेना है तो वो किससे गाइड करेगा, तो वहां पे उन्होंने रैंक डिफाइन की. तो रैंक डिफाइन करने के बाद उन्होंने क्या किया, हेड कांस्टेबल और अबव. तो इनके पास ही पावर है कि अगर मैजिस्ट्रेट ने किसी को बोला है कि तुम्हारा मेजरमेंट लेना है और वो पुलिस को बोला, तो अगर वो बंदा नहीं दे रहा है, देन दिस पर्टिकुलर अथॉरिटी के पर्सन, हेड कांस्टेबल या उससे ऊपर वाले लोग कैन टेक द मेजरमेंट एंड कैन फोर्सफुली आल्सो डू सेम. तो वो तुम्हारा सेकंड पैराग्राफ में वो डिफाइन किया गया. थर्ड में डिफाइन किया गया दैट when we talk about the preventive sections of criminal procedure code, इसमें दो चीजें मेंशन की थी. पहला तुम्हारा पॉइंट मेंशन किया था, if we are talking about the preventive section of criminal procedure code, तो वो उसमें क्या तुम्हारा रूल था. एंड द सेकंड थिंग वाज 117 ऑफ द सीआरपीसी. तो दो अलग अलग थे. तो अगर तुमने एक साथ दोनों को पढ़ के एक चीज तुमने कंक्लूजन ड्रॉ किया तो वहां पे तुम्हारी गलती हो गई. इफ यू हैव रेड द होल पैसेज, उसे बाइफरकेट करके रीड किया तुमने, पहले पैसेज का मीनिंग, जो पहला पैराग्राफ का फर्स्ट पार्ट था उसका मीनिंग अलग था, उसके बारे में अलग चीजें बताई गई थी. सेकंड जो पार्ट था उसमें डिफरेंट था. तो ये कुछ पॉइंटर्स है जो तुम्हें ध्यान में रखने चाहिए थे. सॉरी. So this was the first question. First question उन्होंने डिफाइन क्या किया था, that भार्गेश is arrested by police on 11th of April. उसके बाद उन्होंने डिफाइन किया कि कब वो अरेस्ट हुआ. तो तुम्हें अरेस्ट होने का तुम्हारा जो डेट मेंशन किया गया था उसका लॉजिक बहुत सिंपल था कि तुम्हारा एक्ट का पिक्चर में आया है और रूल्स जो तुम्हारे सप्लीमेंट्री रूल्स जो तुम्हारे थे वो सितंबर में आए थे. तो अगर कोई पर्सन 11th of April जो कि मिड में आ रहा है तो उस पर रूल्स अप्लाई होंगे, वो एक्ट अप्लाई होगा कि नहीं होगा. दैट वाज द होल पॉइंट. ये क्वेश्चन उन्होंने क्यों फ्रेम किया था. सो इसका पूरा सिंपल सा आंसर था, नो सिंस द रूल्स हैड नॉट बीन येट नोटिफाइड. तो तुम्हें एक पॉइंटर जो मैंने लास्ट लाइन में मेंशन करके रखा है, लास्ट स्लाइड में मेंशन करके रखा है कि तुम्हें ये चीज ध्यान में रखनी चाहिए थी दैट दे हैव स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन्ड दैट अंटिल रूल्स आर नोटिफाइड एन एक्ट कैन नॉट बी इंप्लीमेंटेड और कम इनटू फोर्स. तो दिस वाज द होल रीजनिंग दैट नीड्स टू बी अप्लाइड. तो पहला आंसर तुम्हारा क्या हो जाता, ऑप्शन सी, नो सिंस द रूल्स हैड नॉट बीन नोटिफाइड बिकॉज द पर्सन वाज अरेस्टेड ऑन 11th of April. दैट कम्स इन बिटवीन मार्च एंड सितंबर. तो मार्च में एक्ट पास हुआ, सितंबर में तुम्हारा रूल्स नोटिफाई हुआ. अगर वो बंदा बीच में अरेस्ट हुआ है देन द एक्ट विल नॉट बी एप्लीकेबल. तो जो भी तुम्हारा एक्ट में लॉ डिफाइन किया गया है दैट विल नॉट बी एप्लीकेबल according to the principle that they mentioned in the passage. सेकंड में अगेन जो डेट उन्होंने मेंशन की वो अक्टूबर 5 2022. तो वो सितंबर के बाद का डेट था. तो तुम्हारा अब एक्ट और रूल दोनों एप्लीकेबल हो जाएगा. तो व्हाटएवर दे हैव मेंशन्ड इन द प्रिंसिपल वो सब कुछ तुम्हारा एप्लीकेबल हो जाएगा. तो व्हाट दे हैव मेंशन्ड दैट दे आस्क्ड द लोकल मैजिस्ट्रेट टू इशू एन ऑर्डर डायरेक्टिंग भार्गेश टू प्रोवाइड द पुलिस हिज ब्लड सैंपल्स सो दैट दे कैन मैच देम अगेंस्ट ब्लड स्टेन्स दैट वर फाउंड इन द नेबर्स क्लोथ. तो अब ये लॉजिक जो अब ये मैजिस्ट्रेट के पास गया और मैजिस्ट्रेट डेट ऑफ अरेस्ट तुमने नोट कर लिया कि चलो 5th of अक्टूबर है तो जो एक्ट है वो अपना एप्लीकेबल हो जाएगा. अब जो ये ब्लड सैंपल है जो उन्होंने मेजरमेंट का डेफिनेशन दिया था तुम्हारे पैराग्राफ में वो एप्लीकेबल हुआ कि नहीं होगा. The magistrate issues the order, but Bhargesh refuses to provide the blood samples. Is Bhargesh bound to provide his blood samples to police under the act or not? So act उन्होंने डिफाइन कब किया था, मार्च में. तुम्हारा रूल कब आया, सितंबर में. बंदा अरेस्ट कब हुआ था, अक्टूबर 5 2022 में. एंड वन थिंग दैट यू हैड टू नोटिस कि मैजिस्ट्रेट ने ऑर्डर भी इशू किया है. So correct answer क्या हो जाता, yes, since the magistrate had passed an order directing him to do so. But again, one trick that they applied in this particular question was they have given multiple answers. सब में yes करके रखा. कहीं negation का हम लोग what we usually do कि दो ऑप्शन अपने पास yes के पास हैं, दो no के हैं, तो चलो ठीक है अपने दो तो एलिमिनेट हो जाते हैं. जो अपने पास 2 बचे हुए हैं उसमें वी से कि चलो ठीक है, अब जिसमें बेटर रीजनिंग होगा, जिसमें जो तुम्हारा पैराग्राफ मेंशन किया गया है, उन्होंने प्रिंसिपल मेंशन किया गया है, जो नियरेस्ट होगा तुम्हारा ऑप्शन, तो वो हम लोग टिक करके आ जाते थे। बट इस वाले पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन में 67 में उन्होंने सब का हाँ आंसर दिया, यस आंसर दिया, तो हम लोग के पास करेक्ट रीजनिंग खोजनी थी। तो करेक्ट रीजनिंग क्या था, सिंस द मैजिस्ट्रेट पास एन ऑर्डर डायरेक्टिंग हिम टू डू सो, तो रूल के अकॉर्डिंग जो तुम्हारा पैराग्राफ था उसमें पैसेज के अकॉर्डिंग क्या बोला, अगर मैजिस्ट्रेट इशू करता है ऑर्डर एंड ये एक्ट जो है उस समय एप्लीकेबल है उस पर्टिकुलर प्लेस पे, देन द रूल विल बी फॉलोड। सो ये सबसे ज्यादा नियरेस्ट तुम्हारा ऑप्शन हो जाता। अदर आंसर्स अगर तुम एक बार देखोगे, पहला ऑप्शन था सिंस द क्राइम दैट मार्गेट वाज अक्यूज्ड ऑफ वेरी सीरियस, तो ये अपने लिए इररिलेवेंट डेटा है, ये हम लोग उसके बाद टिक भी क्यों करेंगे। ऑप्शन सी, सिंस Bargesh had issued already been arrested in connection with another crime in past, again supplementary information, वो तुम्हारे अलग पैराग्राफ में मेंशन किया गया था जो तुम्हें ध्यान में नहीं रखना था। सो ऑप्शन बी मोस्ट अप्रोप्रिएट, तुम्हारा जो पैसेज में मेंशन किया गया था पैराग्राफ में उससे नियरेस्ट था। Next 68 में they have mentioned that on October 15 the police detained Bhargesh in a preventive section of CRPC, तो preventive section का उन्होंने लास्ट पैराग्राफ में मेंशन करके रखा है, I will show it to you। लास्ट पैराग्राफ में उन्होंने क्या मेंशन करके रखा है, प्रिवेंटिव सेक्शन के लिए एक चीज, और दूसरा तुम्हारा 117 ऑफ द CRPC। 117 में क्या मेंशन करके रखा है, इफ द पर्सन हैज बीन से ऑर्डर दैट दे हैव टू प्रोवाइड अ सिक्योरिटी फॉर keeping his good behavior and maintaining peace under the society, तो उसके लिए the person can be arrested and person can be asked to give the measurements। but उन्होंने पहला वाला इसी सेम पैराग्राफ में उन्होंने शुरुआत में क्या मेंशन करके रखा है कि अगर प्रिवेंटिव सेक्शन के लिए किसी को अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं then that particular person cannot be asked to give the measurements। तो ये दो तुम्हारे दो रूल थे। पहले में क्या बोला कि मेजरमेंट देना तुम्हारा रिक्वायरमेंट होगा, दूसरे वाले में क्या बोला उन्होंने, पहले वाले में बोला कि मेजरमेंट देना रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं है, बट दूसरे वाले में उन्होंने क्या बोल के रखा है 117 ऑफ सीआरपीसी में दैट मेजरमेंट देना होगा। तो उसमें 68 में तुम्हारा वही चेक कर रहे हैं। तो इज भार्गेश बाउंड टू प्रोवाइड हिज फोटोग्राफ टू द पुलिस अंडर द एक्ट और नॉट, सो करेक्ट आंसर तुम्हारा क्या होगा, ऑप्शन ए नो, सिंस ही वाज नॉट चार्ज्ड और अंडर अरेस्ट इन कनेक्शन विद एनी अदर ऑफेंस एट दैट टाइम। तो वहां पे एक रूल मेंशन करके रखा था उन्होंने कि अगर पहले तुम्हारा करेक्ट आंसर क्या हो जाएगा, इसमें ऑप्शन ए करेक्ट हो जाएगा तुम्हारा, क्योंकि अगर उन्होंने सेम चीज हमारा प्रिंसिपल मेंशन करके रखा है कि अगर वो किसी और क्राइम के लिए उस समय लायबल होता तो तुम्हारा करेक्ट तुम्हारा दैट पर्सन वाज नॉट लायबल टू गिव हिज मेजरमेंट, बट अगर नहीं लायबल है, किसी और क्राइम के लिए अरेस्टेड नहीं है, कॉन्विक्ट नहीं है, देन दैट पर्टिकुलर पर्सन विल हैव टू। ठीक है, तो करेक्ट आंसर विल बी ऑप्शन ए। नेक्स्ट उन्होंने क्या बोल के रखा है, इसमें एक पॉइंट मैंने जो अंडरलाइन करके रखा है रेगुलर पुलिस वाला, वो तुम्हारे लिए इंपॉर्टेंट था बिकॉज वो पूरा पॉइंट इसके अराउंड है। तो तुम्हारा लॉ में क्या मेंशन करके रखा था दैट मैजिस्ट्रेट किसी को ऑर्डर, पुलिस वाले को ऑर्डर कर सकता है एंड द पुलिस वाला पर्सन कैन टेक द मेजरमेंट ऑफ द पर्सन, जो भी जिसके बारे में भी ऑर्डर हुआ है। बट जो पुलिस वाले के पास राइट है वो लेवल उन्होंने डिफाइन करके रखा है हेड कांस्टेबल या उससे ऊपर, उन्होंने स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन करके रखा था रेगुलर पुलिस कांस्टेबल। तो इसलिए तुम्हारा ये पॉइंट तुम्हें ध्यान से पढ़ना चाहिए था, अगर तुमने पढ़ा होगा तो तुम्हारा आंसर करेक्ट होगा। करेक्ट आंसर हो जाएगा तुम्हारा ऑप्शन बी, yes, since only police person of the rank of head constable or above can take measurements of any person who resists or refuses to give measurements in order to do so by the magistrate। तो तुम्हारा डायरेक्टली तुम्हारा पैसेज से उन्होंने ये चेक किया है कि तुमने ध्यान से रीड किया है कि नहीं, बोथ द फैक्ट्स ऑफ द केस जो तुम्हारा 69 में मेंशन करके रखा है एंड द प्रिंसिपल दैट दे मेंशन इन द पैराग्राफ। मूविंग नेक्स्ट, सो 70th में उन्होंने क्या कुछ बोल के रखा है, तो ये जो लास्ट तुम्हारा थर्ड पैराग्राफ का जो सेकंड वाला पार्ट था, 117 वाला पार्ट था कि अगर किसी को सिक्योरिटी डिपॉजिट करने के लिए बोला गया फॉर कीपिंग पीस इन द सोसाइटी, तो उसके रिगार्डिंग तुम्हारा रूल क्या होगा। द पुलिस नाउ टेल भार्गेश ही मस्ट प्रोवाइड देम हिज आईज एंड रेटिना स्कैन, इज भार्गेश रिक्वायर्ड टू डू सो और नॉट। बट इसमें तुम्हारा एक पॉइंट याद रखना कि जो प्रिंसिपल मेंशन था कि मैजिस्ट्रेट को ऑर्डर पास करने के बाद ही एप्लीकेबल होगा। तो करेक्ट आंसर क्या हो जाएगा तुम्हारा ऑप्शन डी, नो सिंस द मैजिस्ट्रेट हैड नॉट इशूड द ऑर्डर। सो अगर मैजिस्ट्रेट ने ऑर्डर ही इशू नहीं किया उसके बाद ही आगे नहीं बढ़ेगी। तो अगर मैजिस्ट्रेट ने ऑर्डर इशू किया होता तो फिर हम लोग सेकंड पॉइंट पे जाते कि वो रूल एप्लीकेबल होगा या नहीं होगा। बट इफ मैजिस्ट्रेट नॉट पास द ऑर्डर तो तुम्हारा क्लियर आंसर हो जाएगा ऑप्शन डी, दैट इज नो सिंस द मैजिस्ट्रेट हैड नॉट इशूड द ऑर्डर। I hope ये पूरा पैसेज तुम्हें समझ में आया and what exactly was the thing that you had to take into consideration while solving the passage, वो क्लियर होगा। Let's move to the next one. तो सेकंड पैसेज मेरे क्वेश्चन बुकलेट में था तुम्हारा फ्री लीगल एड के बारे में। तो फ्री लीगल एड ये पूरा पैसेज तुम्हारा बहुत इजी था, इजी टू रीड भी था एंड वी हैव ऑलरेडी डन दिस इन लेक्चर्स आल्सो कि लीगल सर्विस अथॉरिटीज एक्ट के बारे में भी डिस्कस किया है, नालसा होता क्या उसके बारे में डिस्कस किया था, तुम्हारे पास राइट्स क्या होते हैं वो क्या डिस्कस किए गए थे। तो पहला पॉइंट जो तुम्हारा नोट करना चाहिए था वो बोथ सिविल एंड क्रिमिनल मैटर्स, जो कि तुम्हारा आगे यूज होगा क्वेश्चन नंबर 3 में। फिर किसके लिए ये प्रोवाइड किया गया, पुअर एंड मार्जिनलाइज्ड पीपल, वो भी तुम्हारा इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट था। उसके बाद फ्री लीगल एड्स में इंक्लूड क्या होगा, उन्होंने बहुत सारा पॉइंटर्स लिख करके मेंशन तो करके रखा है बट दे हैव नेवर आस्क्ड, वो किसी भी क्वेश्चन में उन्होंने पूछा नहीं कि ये तुम्हारा इससे जो तुम्हारा प्रोविजन ऑफ फ्री लीगल एड इंक्लूड था इसके बारे में कुछ उन्होंने क्वेश्चन पूछा नहीं। उसके बाद तुम्हारा नेक्स्ट पैराग्राफ पे जाओगे तो वहां पे क्या मेंशन कर रहे हैं, फ्री लीगल एड एंड एडवाइस टू बेनिफिशियरीज टू एक्सेस बेनिफिट। तो एक ये सेकंड पार्ट था, बहुत सारे लोग कंफ्यूज हो गए थे इसमें कि ये जो फ्री लीगल एड की बात कर रहे हैं ये तुम्हारा सेक्शन 12 और सेक्शन 13 जो सेम पैराग्राफ में मेंशन किया है उससे रिलेट करना ही नहीं करना है। अगर तुमने रिलेट करा है देन यू आर करेक्ट, बिकॉज वो तुम्हारा कंटिन्यूएशन में है। तो ये पूरा पैसेज जो बात कर रहे हैं उसमें एंड में लिखा है कि द बेनिफिशरीज को सेक्शन 12 के रिक्वायरमेंट को फुलफिल करना है। अगर वो फुलफिल कर रहे हैं देन ओनली दे कैन गेट द फ्री लीगल एड एंड एडवाइस। जो तुम्हारा अदर तुम्हारे स्कीम गवर्नमेंट के होते हैं उसके बारे में अगर तुम्हें इंफॉर्मेशन चाहिए तो तुम्हें तभी मिलेगा व्हेन यू आर कमिंग अंडर द एम्बिट ऑफ सेक्शन 12। अगर सेक्शन 12 के एम्बिट में नहीं आ रहे हो देन इट विल नॉट बी एप्लीकेबल। तो ये तुम्हारा इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट था। उन्होंने, मैंने फर्स्ट आंसर के लिए वहां पे मार्क भी करके रखा है, फ्री लीगल एड मस्ट बी प्रोवाइडेड टू द नीडी फ्रॉम द लोएस्ट कोर्ट टू द सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया। तो यहाँ पे इन्होंने बाइफरकेट करके नहीं लिखा कि दैट यू कैन ओनली अप्लाई फॉर द फ्री लीगल एड व्हेन यू आर एट द लोअर कोर्ट या सबऑर्डिनेट कोर्ट्स में। दे हैव मेंशन कि तुम लोअर कोर्ट की बात करो, हाई कोर्ट की बात करो, सुप्रीम कोर्ट की बात करो, हर लेवल पे यू कैन आस्क फॉर द लीगल हेल्प फ्रॉम द नालसा। उसके बाद अगेन लास्ट तुम्हें दिख रहा होगा नालसा इज सैटिस्फाइड दैट, मैंने लाइन करके रखा है। दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट जो कि तुमने बहुत सारे बच्चों ने स्किप भी किया था कि दैट ये सब चीजें तो रिक्वायरमेंट तो है कि चलो ठीक है तुम्हें अगर नीड है देन यू कैन अप्रोच नालसा एंड कैन आस्क फॉर हेल्प, बट नालसा भी सैटिस्फाइड होना चाहिए कि दैट यू आर रियली नीडफुल। तो सच पर्सन हैज अ जेन्युइन केस टू प्रोसिक्यूट और डिफेंड द मैटर। तो अगर नालसा को ऐसा लगता है देन ओनली तुम्हें मिलेगा। और सेक्शन 12 का रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है, सब जो हेल्प की बात की गई है नालसा के अंडर द होल पैसेज, वो उसके किसके लिए एप्लीकेबल है, सबको मिलेगा क्या? नहीं, उन्होंने स्पेसिफाई करके रखा है सेक्शन 12 ऑफ नालसा एक्ट में। तुम्हारा सॉरी तुम्हारा एक्ट का नाम है लीगल सर्विसेज अथॉरिटीज एक्ट 1987। तो उसमें सेक्शन 12 में क्या डिफाइन करके रखा है, किसको ये हेल्प मिलेगा। तो उन्होंने 5 पॉइंटर्स लिख करके रखे थे और ये तुम्हारे बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट थे। अगर तुमने ये स्किप किया जल्दी जल्दी में तो तुम्हारे क्वेश्चन बहुत ज्यादा गलत होंगे, बिकॉज ये इंफॉर्मेशन यूज हुई थी क्वेश्चन नंबर 1 में भी, 4th में भी, 5th में भी। ठीक है। So the first question that they have asked कि दिव्या was arrested by the police and charged in नालसा। तो अब दिव्या entitled होगी सपोर्ट की नालसा से या नहीं? तो बहुत सिंपल था, उन्होंने क्या मेंशन करके रखा है 4th वाले पैराग्राफ में, क्या मेंशन करके लास्ट में कि एलिजिबिलिटी क्राइटेरिया किसे किसे हेल्प मिलेगा। तो सेक्शन 12 में उन्होंने सेकंड पॉइंट मेंशन करके रखा था वुमेन और ए चाइल्ड। तो अगर कोई वुमेन है या कोई चाइल्ड है तो उसे हेल्प मिलेगा। तो ऑप्शन सी में उन्होंने क्या मेंशन किया, यस शी इज एंटाइटल्ड टू फ्री लीगल एड इन द सुप्रीम कोर्ट प्रोसीडिंग बिकॉज शी इज ए वुमेन। तो पहले तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट वाला आ गया तुम्हारा कि चलो ठीक है शुरुआत वाले कोर्ट में उसने हेल्प नहीं ली, बट अब पैसे खत्म हो गए, जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में वो जाकर के हेल्प ले सकती है या नहीं ले सकती है। तो उन्होंने, मैंने पैसेज में तुम्हारा अंडरलाइन भी करके रखा है कि दैट ये तुम्हारा तुम्हें दिख रहा होगा कि कोर्ट से मतलब नहीं है, किस लेवल पे मतलब नहीं है, फ्री लीगल एड मस्ट बी प्रोवाइडेड टू द नीडी फ्रॉम द लोएस्ट कोर्ट टू द सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया। तो लोएस्ट भी हो सकता है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया भी हो सकता है, कभी भी तुम अप्रोच करोगे तुम्हें नालसा से सपोर्ट मिल जाएगा। एंड क्यों मिल जाएगा, क्योंकि शी इज अ वुमेन एंड comes under the ambit of section 12 that they have mentioned. ठीक है, तो that's why option C is the most appropriate answer. Next तुम्हारा दिव्या is acquitted by the Supreme Court and she knows she does not have a genuine case but she wants to harass Riya. तो उन्होंने specifically mention कर दिया कि उसका objective क्या था, why she wants help from नालसा। पैसे नहीं है, चलो ठीक है, एक तो क्राइटेरिया फुलफिल हो गया, बट एक लास्ट हम लोग ने मेंशन किया था लास्ट लाइन में ये पैसेज के, नालसा इज सैटिस्फाइड। नालसा भी सैटिस्फाइड होना चाहिए कि तुम्हारे पास जेन्युइन केस है टू प्रोसिक्यूट और डिफेंड द मैटर। सो इन द पैसेज दे हैव मेंशन कि उसने तो एक्सप्रेस कर दिया दैट आई वांट हेल्प क्योंकि ये नीड है मेरा। और उनके बाद सेकंड लाइन में क्या मेंशन किया गया क्वेश्चन में कि नालसा रिफ्यूज टू प्रोवाइड दिव्या फ्री लीगल एड बिकॉज दे बिलीव शी डज नॉट हैव अ जेन्युइन केस टू प्रोसिक्यूट। सो नालसा इज नॉट सैटिस्फाइड, शी इज नालसा इज नॉट विलिंग टू हेल्प। तो अगर नालसा ही सैटिस्फाइड नहीं है एंड दे हैव स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन कि जो ऑब्जेक्टिव था तुम्हारा कंसर्न पर्सन का वो क्या था, तो उन्होंने स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन किया नालसा इज नॉट सैटिस्फाइड। तो तुम्हारा आंसर क्या हो जाएगा, ऑप्शन ए। अगेन इसमें 3 ऑप्शन थे तुम्हारे एस वाले, तो करेक्ट रीजनिंग क्या था वो तुम्हें टिक करना था। पहले ऑप्शन में क्या बोला, सिंस सेक्शन 13 क्लॉज 1 ऑफ द एक्ट प्रोवाइड दैट फ्री लीगल एड कैन बी प्रोवाइडेड इफ नालसा इज सैटिस्फाइड। तो डायरेक्टली तुम्हारे रिलेट कर पा रहे हो ना जो उन्होंने मेंशन किया पैसे जिसके अराउंड रिवॉल्व कर रहे हैं। ये पूरा क्वेश्चन 72 में क्या बोल रहे थे कि चलो ठीक है उसने अपना केस, पहला तो शुरुआत वाला पॉइंट क्लियर हो गया था, बट सेकंड वाले पैसेज में, सेकंड वाले पार्ट में उन्होंने क्या बोला दैट व्हाई एग्जैक्टली शी इज फाइलिंग केस एंड वेदर नालसा इज सैटिस्फाइड और नॉट। तो वो डायरेक्टली रिलेट कर पा रहे हो। तुम्हारा जो प्रिंसिपल भी मेंशन है, जो तुम्हारे क्वेश्चन में पूछा भी गया है, एंड ऑप्शन, तो वो पूरा लाइन में जा रहा है, पैरेलल जा रहा है। तो ऑप्शन इज द मोस्ट अप्रोप्रिएट वन। उसके बाद अदर ऑप्शंस व्हेनेवर वी फाइंड कि चलो ठीक है ये ऑप्शन करेक्ट है, ऐसा नहीं है कि दूसरे ऑप्शन को देखना ही नहीं है, because when we talk about the legal aptitude का section there will be multiple correct answers, जो most appropriate होगा, nearest to the principle होगा, we take that answer। तो ऑप्शन ए तो करेक्ट हो गया अभी तक मुझे लगा। सेकंड भी क्या बोला, ऑप्शन बी क्या बोला, यस सिंस दिव्या had earlier been prosecuted for crime of murder, अगेन irrelevant data, हम लोग को चाहिए नहीं वो। ऑप्शन सी क्या बोला, सिंस दिव्या had already applied for free legal aid from नालसा in the past and could not repeatedly ask नालसा for सच असिस्टेंस। ये जो इन्फॉर्मेशन दी गई है ये कहीं पैसेज में मेंशन है क्या कि एक बार तुमने अप्लाई कर दिया, एक बार तुम्हें हेल्प मिल गई तो तुम्हारा अप्लाई नहीं कर सकते हो? कहीं नहीं मेंशन है। तो ये तुम्हें ध्यान में रखना चाहिए था। अगर तुमने ये टिक करके आए हो कि नहीं नहीं यार एक बार तो लॉजिकली देखो, एक बार अप्लाई कर दिया बार बार तो थोड़ी ना हेल्प मांगेंगे। अगर ये लॉजिक तुमने खुद से अप्लाई किया देन तुम्हारा आंसर गलत हो गया होगा। ऑप्शन ए में उन्होंने स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन किया जो पैसेज में मेंशन था, जो तुम्हारे क्वेश्चन में पूछा गया, और यहाँ पे करेक्ट रीजनिंग भी थी। सो करेक्ट आंसर क्या हो जाएगा? ऑप्शन ए। नेक्स्ट तुम्हारा क्या है? अब यहाँ पे तुम्हारा पॉइंट ऑफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट क्या है कि अब दो पर्सन है, सो दो अपोजिंग पार्टीज है। व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट ए वर्सेस बी में ए भी अप्लाई कर रहा है लीगल हेल्प के लिए नासा के लिए और बी भी अप्लाई कर रहा है। तो अब अगर कुछ और अगर सब क्राइटेरिया मेंशन करके रखा है कि किससे हेल्प मिल सकता है, बट पूरा पैसेज इज साइलेंट अबाउट कि अपोजिंग पार्टी में दे सकते हैं नहीं दे सकते हैं, वी कांट अज्यूम कि यार दोनों को कैसे हेल्प कर सकते हैं। अगर दोनों को ही नासा हेल्प करेगा तो फिर एंड रिजल्ट किसके साथ जाएगा? नासा नॉट कंसर्न कि कौन जीत रहा है केस, कोई कंसर्न उसका कंसर्न है ही नहीं। वी आर कंसर्न कि जो उन्होंने तुम्हारे प्रिंसिपल में मेंशन किया था लॉ, उसे टिक कर पा रहा है कि नहीं। तो अगर रिया भी टिक कर पा रही है, दिव्या भी टिक कर पा रही है, देन दे आर एलिजिबल टू गेट द हेल्प फ्रॉम नासा। सो ऑप्शन डी तुम्हारा मोस्ट अप्रोप्रिएट है। इसमें क्वेश्चन क्या पूछा था? इज नासा राइट इन रिफ्यूजिंग फ्री लीगल एड टू रिया और नॉट? तो नासा ने तो रिजेक्ट कर दिया, बट वो करेक्ट थे या नहीं थे? वो करेक्ट नहीं थे। सिंस रिया इज अ वुमन एंड इज एंटाइटल्ड टू फ्री लीगल एड एज लॉन्ग एज नासा इज सैटिस्फाइड शी हैज अ जेन्युइन केस। तो अगर नासा को लगता है कि उसका जेन्युइन केस है, जेन्युइन केस के बारे में उन्होंने फैक्ट्स में कहीं मेंशन नहीं किया 73 में कि रिया का तुम्हारा जेन्युइन केस था या नहीं था, दिव्या का जेन्युइन केस था या नहीं था, तो हम लोग ये अगर इन्होंने लिखा है कि इफ नासा इज सैटिस्फाइड, तो वो अगर ये सेटिस्फाई हो जाता है नासा कि उसका जेन्युइन केस है, देन शी शुड, बिकॉज अदर क्राइटेरिया वो फुलफिल कर रही है। अदर ऑप्शन में तुम्हारे ऑप्शन सी में क्या बोला? सिंस दिव्या had filed a frivolous case against Riya in the past and Riya was entitled to retaliate by filing another case against Divya. अगेन ये सब तुम्हारे सप्लीमेंट्री इंफॉर्मेशन है, ये कहीं दिया नहीं है तुम्हारा पैसेज में, इररिलेवेंट डेटा है तुम्हारा। अगर तुम्हें लॉजिकल कंक्लूजन तुम निकाल के चलो ठीक है यार पहले पास में ऐसा किया था, बट पैसेज में मेंशन नहीं है। वी नीड टू स्टिक टू द पैसेज व्हाटएवर दे हैव मेंशनड इन द पैसेज एंड रिलेट टू द ऑप्शन दे हैव प्रोवाइडेड। सो ऑप्शन डी तुम्हारा मोस्ट अप्रोप्रिएट हो जाएगा। नेक्स्ट है तुम्हारा अगेन यहाँ पे तुम्हारा पॉइंट ऑफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जो हम लोगों ने पैसेज में मेंशन करके रखा था, लास्ट तुम्हारा पैराग्राफ था कि जो पर्टिकुलर पर्सन की बात की गई है, फरहान की बात की गई है, वो तुम्हारा एलिजिबल है कि अंडर सेक्शन 12 ऑफ द एक्ट। तो उसमें एक बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट को कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हो सकता था कि वेदर ही विल बी एलिजिबल अंडर पॉइंट 4 और नॉट, एंड इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कमैन में आएगा कि नहीं आएगा, इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कमैन में डायरेक्टली नहीं आएगा। बहुत कंफ्यूजिंग हो सकता है बहुत सारे लोगों के लिए, बिकॉज शेड्यूल कास्ट और शेड्यूल ट्राइब के बारे में बताया नहीं था, वुमेन और चाइल्ड वो है नहीं, पर्सन में डिसेबिलिटी फैक्ट में मेंशन नहीं करके रखा है, पर्सन इन पुलिस कस्टडी वो है नहीं। तो अपने पास सिर्फ एक डाउटफुल जो ऑप्शन बचता था वो बचता था एन इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कमैन, और इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कमैन का जो तुम्हारा बेसिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग होगा उसके हिसाब से आर्टिस्ट नहीं आ रहा है। दैट्स व्हाई तुम्हारा करेक्ट आंसर क्या हो जाएगा? ऑप्शन बी, नो सी, सिंस ही डज नॉट फिट विद इन एनी ऑफ द कैटेगरीज अंडर सेक्शन 12 ऑफ द एक्ट, दैट्स व्हाई उसे तुम्हारा बेनिफिट नहीं मिलेगा नासा की तरफ से। सो आई होप दिस वन यू गॉट करेक्ट। नेक्स्ट फ्रॉम दिस पैसेज, इसमें इन्होंने एक लाइन, अगर तुमने ऊपर ऊपर जल्दी जल्दी रीड किया होगा तुमने मिस कर दिया होगा, इन्होंने मेंशन किया था हु प्रॉम्प्टली अरेस्ट विक्रम। तो उन्होंने अरेस्ट कस्टडी वाला जो फोर्थ पॉइंट, लास्ट पॉइंट अपना पैसेज में मेंशन किया गया था यहाँ पे, एज यू कैन सी, अ पर्सन इन पुलिस कस्टडी। तो शुरुआत में अगर तुम देखोगे तो तुम्हें लगेगा यार ही इज वेल वर्स्ड, उसके बाद बहुत पैसे हैं, वो अपने से हायर कर सकता है, जो कि उन्होंने मेंशन भी करके रखा है ऑप्शन ए में, दैट नो सिंस इज अ रिच बिजनेसमैन एंड कैन हायर ए लॉयर विद हिज ओन मनी। ये ऑप्शन करेक्ट नहीं होगा, बिकॉज वो सेक्शन 12 के क्राइटेरिया को फुलफिल कर रहा है, ही इज इन पुलिस कस्टडी एंड कैन टेक हेल्प फ्रॉम नासा। अब नासा को जेन्युइन केस लगता है नहीं लगता है, वो दैट इज द सेकेंडरी पार्ट, मेंशन किया नहीं है उन्होंने, बट जो तुम्हारा इंफॉर्मेशन प्रोवाइड किया गया है 75 क्वेश्चन में, और जो तुम्हारा सेक्शन 12 में तुम्हारा लॉ मेंशन था, उसके हिसाब से करेक्ट आंसर विल बी ऑप्शन सी, दैट इज सिंस ही वाज इन पुलिस कस्टडी विल बी द करेक्ट आंसर। मूविंग अहेड, अब यहां पे उन्होंने क्या मेंशन करके रखा है? एक रूल मेंशन करके रखा है, टेम्परेरी सस्पेंशन रूल। तो अगर इंटरनेट पे कोई तुम्हारे कंटेंट आ रहा है तो कौन उसे हटा सकता है, तो ये तुम्हारा पूरा पैसेज इसके बारे में बात कर रहा था। तो शुरुआत में 2017 तक वाला इंफॉर्मेशन दिया कि तब तक क्या रूल एप्लीकेबल था, तो मैजिस्ट्रेट के पास पावर थी। उसके बाद उन्होंने पावर को बढ़ा दिया, मैजिस्ट्रेट से पावर ले ली, और उसके बाद होम सेक्रेटरी ऑफ द यूनियन और द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को दे दिया। और थर्ड में तुम्हारा 2020 के बाद से क्या, तो पहले 17 से पहले, फिर 17 से लेकर के 20 तक, और 20 के बाद से फिर क्या रूल एप्लीकेबल होगा, उन्होंने 3 पार्ट में डिवाइड करके रखा है। तुम्हारे क्वेश्चन में पूछे इसी तरीके से कि 2070 से पहले क्या रूल एप्लीकेबल था, 2070 से 2020 के बीच में ये रूल क्या एप्लीकेबल होगा, 2020 के बाद क्या चेंजेस हुए, दैट यू नीड टू फोकस ऑन। तो ये पैसेज थोड़ा सा लेंथी था, रीड करने में थोड़ा समय जाना था तुम्हारा, बट when we talk about the third paragraph of this particular passage, they have mentioned article 19 you have read a lot of times, बहुत बार रीड करके रखा है तुम्हारा। तो तुम्हें जल्दी से ये स्किप कर सकते थे। बट अगेन जो तुम्हारा पॉइंटर है उसे स्किप नहीं करना है। आर्टिकल 19 में जो कंटेंट है तुम्हें इजी टू अंडरस्टैंड था, बिकॉज यू रेड अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम, बहुत बार रीड करके रखा है। आर्टिकल 19 क्लॉज 1 ए में क्या मेंशन है, आर्टिकल 19 क्लॉज 1 सब क्लॉज जी में क्या मेंशन है, तो इट वाज वेरी इजी फॉर यू गाइस। कुछ पॉइंटर्स मेंशन किए मैंने यहाँ पे लाइन में, मैंने अंडरलाइन करके रखा है कि किस लिए, तो दीज वर द पॉइंटर्स दैट यू हैड टू टेक इनटू कंसिडरेशन व्हाइल सॉल्विंग एनी क्वेश्चन। तो लेट्स मूव टू द क्वेश्चंस। 76 में क्या मेंशन करके रखा है उन्होंने, वहां पे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में मेंशन करके रखा है रेमेडीज बिगिन टू फॉल सिक। ये तुम्हारा एक पॉइंट मेंशन करना था, जो पॉइंट तुम्हें ध्यान में रखना था फॉर सॉल्विंग दिस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन। फर्स्ट में 2014, पहले तो तुम्हारा एज सॉरी तुम्हारा टाइमलाइन इंपॉर्टेंट हो गया 2014। सो हम लोगों को क्या रूल फॉलो करना पड़ेगा 2017 तक, जो तुम्हारा रूल एप्लीकेबल था, ठीक है। तो 2017 में मैजिस्ट्रेट के पास पावर देकर के रखी गई थी, बट वहां पे लास्ट लाइन में दे हैव मेंशन्ड स्पेसिफिकली, सॉरी this was the passage that the magistrate order cannot be for longer than 2 months। वहां पे स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन करके रखा था। अगर तुमने ऊपर पर रीड किया, ये टाइमलाइन को ध्यान में नहीं रखा, तो तुम्हारा ये आंसर गलत होने के चांसेस थे। और यहाँ पे उन्होंने वर्ड क्या मेंशन करके रखा, इनडेफिनिट पीरियड तक उन्होंने मैजिस्ट्रेट ने ऑर्डर पास कर दिया। तो यहाँ पे तुम्हारा बहुत ईजी लॉजिकल डिडक्शन, तुम्हारा 2 मंथ्स वहां पे रूल में मेंशन है, यहाँ पे उन्होंने फैक्ट में क्या मेंशन किया, इनडेफिनिट पीरियड। तो करेक्ट आंसर क्या हो जाएगा, ऑप्शन डी, नो बिकॉज द ऑर्डर वाज इनडेफिनिट। डायरेक्ट तुम्हारा, इसमें तुम्हें कुछ ज्यादा लॉजिक नहीं अप्लाई करना था, जो पैसेज में मेंशन है वहां से तुमने रीड किया, वो तुम्हारा प्रिंसिपल था, ये तुम्हारा फैक्ट्स है, तुमने आंसर टिक कर दिया ऑप्शन डी। नेक्स्ट, यहाँ पे उन्होंने थोड़ा सा तुम्हारा जो क्वेश्चन था उसे थोड़ा सा लेंथी बनाया। उन्होंने पूरा मेंशन किया कि ये पर्टिकुलर सिनेरियो है, इस तरीके से तुम्हें होना चाहिए था, शटडाउन पूरी कंट्री साइड में करना चाहिए। पहले उन्होंने सिचुएशन बताया कि पहले क्या था, फिर क्या था, केस था, फिर नेशन वाइड ब्लैंकेट शटडाउन वाज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड फॉर दिस पर्पस। तो अभी ये बोल रहे हैं कि नेशन वाइड तुम्हारा शटडाउन रिक्वायर्ड था या नहीं था। तो करेक्ट आंसर तुम्हारा क्या हो जाएगा, ऑप्शन सी, द गवर्नमेंट ऑर्डर इज नॉट लीगल अंडर टेम्परेरी सस्पेंशन रूल्स बिकॉज द नेशन वाइड इंटरनेट शटडाउन ऑर्डर वाज नॉट नेसेसरी और अनअवॉइडेबल। तो रीजन था कुछ और तरीके से, वो कुछ पर्टिकुलर प्लेस में जो इन्होंने तुम्हारे आर्गुमेंट में मेंशन करके रखा, दैट they argued that the government could prevent cheating in exam by shutting down internet in public schools where exam were taking place। अगर तुमने ये ध्यान से रखा, ये लॉजिकल तुम्हारा एक्सप्लेनेशन है, आर्गुमेंट है कोर्ट में, that if the particular person is saying, just a second, I guess I'm really sorry, थोड़ा सा डिस्ट्रक्शन था। So what I was saying that when we talk about this particular question, so they have mentioned that they argued the government could prevent cheating। तो ये correct reasoning था तुम्हारा, that you should have taken into consideration। So this was the correct logic कि क्यों ये जो तुम्हारा स्टेप लिया गया गवर्नमेंट के हिसाब से, that was incorrect। So correct option क्या हो जाएगा तुम्हारा, ऑप्शन सी, that is government's order is not legal under the temporary suspension rules। Next, so again they have said कि इसमें से ऑप्शंस तुम्हारे इनकरेक्ट। So which of the following statements are false? So all the statements are mentioned in the passage। तो वो मेंशन करके ऑलरेडी रखे हुए हैं। So first statement was the communication minister had the power to pass the order under 2017 rule। उनके पास पावर थी डेफिनेटली, जो कि नहीं, सॉरी नहीं थी 2017 में, बिकॉज उनके पास पावर नहीं दी गई थी, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी और होम सेक्रेटरी को पावर दी गई थी। ऑप्शन 2 में उन्होंने क्या मेंशन करके रखा है, पॉइंट 2 में, द पासिंग ऑफ द ऑर्डर बाय कम्युनिकेशन मिनिस्टर वाज अवॉइडेबल। यस डेफिनेटली, क्योंकि हम लोगों ने लास्ट क्वेश्चन में डिस्कस किया। थर्ड में क्या मेंशन करके रखा है, द पावर ऑफ टू पास द ऑर्डर रिमेन विद द होम सेक्रेटरी। यस डेफिनेटली, क्योंकि पैसेज में वो मेंशन करके रखा है उन्होंने, पैसेज दैट मींस सेक्शन 7 सॉरी क्वेश्चन 17 में मेंशन करके रखा है। And the fourth one was communication minister did not have the power to pass the order under 2017 rules। That is also correct, क्योंकि अगेन 78 में मेंशन करके रखा है कि होम मिनिस्टर ने रिजर्व करके रखा था पावर अपने पास। सो स्टेटमेंट तुम्हारे फॉल्स कौन से थे, कितने स्टेटमेंट, तो स्टेटमेंट 1 इज फॉल्स, ऑल ऑफ द सेकंड, थर्ड और फोर्थ स्टेटमेंट जो तुम्हारे थे दैट वाज करेक्ट। नेक्स्ट, अज्यूम दैट इन द अबव सेंस, अगेन उन्होंने पॉइंट मेंशन करके रखा दैट लीगल रिव्यू एंड अगेन ये रूल तुम्हारे स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन था कि कितने समय तक तुम्हें रिव्यू करना था। रिव्यू तुम्हें करना था 5 डेज के अंदर अकॉर्डिंग टू द पैसेज। ये तुम पैसेज में देख लो, ये मेंशन करके रखा है कि 5 डेज के अंदर उसे रिव्यू करना था ओवर हियर। सो यहाँ पे मेंशन करके रखा विद इन 5 वर्किंग डेज। सो विद इन 5 वर्किंग डेज में तुम्हें रिव्यू करना था। और यहाँ पे तुम्हारा जो टाइमलाइन मेंशन करके रखा है वो क्या है, 15 अक्टूबर 1st 2021 एंड देन 22 अक्टूबर। तो मोर देन 5 डेज। तो तुम्हारा करेक्ट आंसर क्या हो जाएगा, ऑप्शन बी, दैट इज no, because the procedure under 2017 rules was not followed। Next, अगेन यहाँ पे 5 स्टेट्स की बात कर रहे हैं, डिफरेंट लेवल ऑफ तुम्हारे रूल्स की बात कर रहे हैं, तो तुम्हें बताना था तुम्हारे पास 4 स्टेटमेंट्स थे, उसमें से तुम्हारे कितने करेक्ट, हाउ मेनी स्टेटमेंट्स आर करेक्ट। तो तुम्हारे फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट्स की अगर बात करें तो स्टूडेंट्स राइट अंडर आर्टिकल 19 क्लॉज 1 वाज वैलिडेड बिकॉज उनको एजुकेशन का राइट था फ्रॉम इंटरनेट, वो नहीं मिल रहा था, दैट्स व्हाई उनका आर्टिकल 19 क्लॉज 1 सब क्लॉज ए वायलेट हो रहा था। व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट द सेकंड लाइन, तो उन्होंने मेंशन किया बिजनेस ओनर्स राइट अंडर आर्टिकल 19 क्लॉज 1 सब क्लॉज जी वाज वैलिडेड। यस डेफिनेटली, वो ट्रेडिंग नहीं कर पाए थे ऑनलाइन क्योंकि इंटरनेट शट डाउन था, वो भी करेक्ट हो गया तुम्हारा। थर्ड तुम्हारा क्या था, द स्टेट ऑर्डर वैलिडली रिस्ट्रिक्ट द स्टेट सेट फंडामेंटल राइट। डेफिनेटली वो तुम्हारा जो ऑर्डर था वो फंडामेंटल राइट को रिस्ट्रिक्ट कर रहा था, क्योंकि ऑप्शन लाइन 1 जो तुम्हारा स्टेटमेंट 1 है और स्टेटमेंट 2 दोनों करेक्ट है, इस वजह से फंडामेंटल राइट को वो वायलेट कर रहा था। द फोर्थ लाइन और द पॉइंट वाज द स्टेट्स ऑर्डर कंप्लाइड विद द गाइडलाइंस अंडर अनदर बेसिन केस। तो वो कंप्लाई किया क्या, नहीं कंप्लाई किया, दैट्स व्हाई ये इनकरेक्ट हो गया तुम्हारा। एंड तुम्हारे स्टेटमेंट क्वेश्चन क्या पूछा गया था, हाउ मेनी स्टेटमेंट्स आर ट्रू, द करेक्ट आंसर विल बी ऑप्शन सी, 3 स्टेटमेंट्स आर करेक्ट एंड द लास्ट वन इज इनकरेक्ट। नेक्स्ट पैसेज इज टॉकिंग अबाउट अगेन इट्स अ फैमिली लॉ क्वेश्चन। तो तुम्हारा क्रुएल्टी का क्वेश्चन आगे उन्होंने पूछा था, आईपीसी भी इससे, आईपीसी प्लस फैमिली लॉ तुम्हारे दोनों कंबाइन करके उन्होंने पूछा। तो फर्स्ट इंफॉर्मेशन रिपोर्ट, तो मेड सर्वेंट का डेफिनेशन क्या होना चाहिए और किस ट्रीटमेंट को बोलना चाहिए उन्होंने पहले मेंशन करके रखा। एंड देन उन्होंने एक केस डिफाइन करके रखा जहां पे ये बताया कि मेड सर्वेंट में तुम्हारा कौन आएंगे कौन नहीं आएंगे, ठीक है। सो फर्स्ट उन्होंने क्वेश्चन क्या पूछ कर रखा था कि अप्लाइंग द बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट का डिसीजन, अब इफ एनी पर्टिकुलर पर्सन इज आस्किंग अ वाइफ कि तुम ये घर के काम करो, तो तुम्हारा वो बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट के जजमेंट के अकॉर्डिंग ये तुम्हारा क्रुएल्टी में आएगा कि नहीं, बिकॉज 498 में क्या डिफाइन करके रखा है, क्रुएल्टी डिफाइन करके रखा है। तो अकॉर्डिंग टू द पैसेज नो, बिकॉज पैसेज सेम थिंग हैव बीन स्टेटेड बाय बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट कि नहीं आएगा। तो अगर हम लोग को बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट का जजमेंट अप्लाई करना है तो डायरेक्टली हम लोग बोल सकते हैं नो, सिंस अश्विन हैड ओनली आस्क्ड अश्विमा टू डू देयर हाउसहोल्ड वर्क एंड नॉट फॉर अदर्स। तो अगर घर के काम के लिए बोल रहे हैं, सेम थिंग क्या बोला गया था तुम्हारे कोर्ट में, बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट ने भी क्या बोला था कि वो तुम्हारा हाउसहोल्ड वर्क के लिए अगर तुम्हारा हस्बैंड बोल रहा है, देन दैट वुड नॉट कम अंडर क्विलिटी अंडर सेक्शन 498 ऑफ आईपीसी। तो करेक्ट आंसर विल बी ऑप्शन बी। नेक्स्ट तुम्हारा फ्रेंड की बात करें, मैंने हाईलाइट करके रखा है अश्विन फ्रेंड राकेश। सो ये जो हम लोग 498 की बात करें वो स्पेसिफिकली बताता है दैट हस्बैंड या हस्बैंड का रिलेटिव अगर उसका फ्रेंड वहां पे बात कर रहे हैं जिसने तुम्हारा गंदे तरीके से ट्रीट किया, जो कि क्रुएल्टी में आ सकता था अगर अश्विन करता या फिर अश्विन के रिलेटिव करते, बट वहां पे स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन क्या किया कि फ्रेंड ने किया। तो तुम्हारा करेक्ट आंसर क्या हो जाएगा, ऑप्शन सी नो, सिंस राकेश इज नॉट हर हस्बैंड नॉर इज ही रिलेटेड टू अश्विन। तो दैट्स व्हाई ऑप्शन सी डायरेक्ट तुम्हारा था। अगर तुमने फ्रेंड वर्ड पे ध्यान दिया था और तुमने 498 वाला जो 498 वाला तुम्हारा पैसेज में उन्होंने प्रिंसिपल मेंशन किया था, अगर तुमने ध्यान से रीड किया था तो तुम्हारा आंसर ये करेक्ट होता। नेक्स्ट उन्होंने क्या पूछा कि शी मूव्स इनटू हर ओन अपार्टमेंट, वो डिवोर्स हो गया, अलग अपार्टमेंट में जाके रहने लगी, उसके बाद भी अश्विन इज ट्रीटिंग हर वेरी क्रूअली। तो अगर जो पूरा पैसेज है 498 के बारे में जो उन्होंने बताया, वो बताया कि अगर तुम्हारा रिलेशन है, तुम्हारा हस्बैंड ट्रीट करता है या रिलेटिव ऑफ द हस्बैंड ट्रीट करता है, तो तुम्हारा 498 एप्लीकेबल होगा। अगर वो हस्बैंड है नहीं, अभी डिवोर्स के बाद कोई राइट रहता नहीं है, तो अब तुम्हारा कुछ लॉ ब्रेक हुआ कि नहीं ब्रेक हुआ। तो करेक्ट आंसर विल बी ऑप्शन डी नो, सिंस शी इज नो लॉन्गर मैरिड टू अश्विन। वेरी डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन, थोड़ा लॉजिक, थोड़ा सा बेसिक लॉजिक अप्लाई किया होता है, ठीक है। जो रूल या लॉ बात कर रहे हैं 498 में, उन्होंने क्या बोल के रखा कि हस्बैंड और रिलेटिव द हस्बैंड, और जो क्वेश्चन में बोला था वो क्या था कि अब डिवोर्स हो चुका है, अब वो राइट एप्लीकेबल होगा कि नहीं होगा। तो करेक्ट आंसर तुम्हारा क्या हो जाएगा, ऑप्शन डी, एडी तरीका। नेक्स्ट तुम्हारा उन्होंने एक पर्टिकुलर नया एक्ट डिफाइन करके रखा कि अगर ये एक्ट पिक्चर में आ जाए, एंड देन इन दिस एक्ट दे मेंशन कि अगर कोई पर्टिकुलर पर्सन अपनी वाइफ को बोलता है कि तुम्हें हाउसहोल्ड वर्क करना है, देन दैट वुड कम अंडर क्रुएल्टी। तो तुम्हारा एक ऑफेंस हो जाएगा, क्रुएल्टी में आएगा कि नहीं आएगा वो ब्लैंक है, अभी 498 के बारे में उन्होंने बताया नहीं, रिलेट नहीं किया, ये बोला कि तुम्हारा ऑफेंस हो जाएगा, कॉम्पनसेशन देने पड़ेंगे। तो करेक्ट आंसर क्या हो जाएगा तुम्हारा, ऑप्शन बी, आशमा विल गेट कॉम्पनसेशन अंडर POMWA, जो कि एक्ट में डिफाइन करके रखा है, प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ राइट्स ऑफ मैरिड वुमेन एक्ट, बट she is not right about Ashwin committing an offense under section 498 of IPC, because 498A of IPC में क्रूएलिटी की डेफिनेशन अलग बताई करके रखी है, ठीक है, और क्रूएलिटी की डेफिनेशन और ये जो नया एक्ट उन्होंने डिफाइन करके रखा है, इसका रिलेशन नहीं बताया। तो इस पर्टिकुलर एक्ट में क्या बोला कि अगर हाउस होल्ड वर्क के लिए फोर्स करता है, देन दैट वुड बी एन ऑफेंस, बट वो ऑफेंस क्रूएलिटी में आएगा कि नहीं आएगा, रिलेट करने का जो तुम्हारा लिंक था वो कहीं भी पैसेज में मेंशन नहीं करके रखा, ना ही क्वेश्चन में मेंशन करके रखा। तो करेक्ट आंसर तुम्हारा क्या हो जाएगा, ऑप्शन बी, दैट इज आशमा विल गेट कॉम्पनसेशन अंडर द एक्ट, बट द पर्सन इज नॉट लायबल अंडर 498 ऑफ आईपीसी, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट, अब ये क्रुएल्टी के डेफिनेशन ने बताया कि अब अगर ये होता है अशमा मेड दैट इन मार्च, अगर ये पर्टिकुलर फ्रेंड को बताती है कि अभी ये पूरा एक्ट चेंज हो गया, अब ये तुम्हारा कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं, अब तुम्हारा क्रुएल्टी में आएगा कि नहीं आएगा, तो वो पूरा लॉ चेंज कर दिया उन्होंने, तो अब वो क्रुएल्टी में आएगा। तो करेक्ट आंसर विल बी यस, सिंस 498 हैज नाउ बीन चेंज। तो इस पर्टिकुलर फैक्ट में उन्होंने 498 को भी चेंज कर दिया। लास्ट वाले क्वेश्चन में उन्होंने क्या किया था, एक नया एक्ट डिफाइन कर दिया बट कनेक्ट नहीं किया वो पर्टिकुलर एक्ट को और 498 ऑफ आईपीसी को, इसलिए लिंक नहीं था। तो हम लोग ये कंक्लूड नहीं कर सकते थे कि क्रुएल्टी हुआ है, बट इस पर्टिकुलर पैसेज में उन्होंने क्या किया कि 498 में जो क्रुएल्टी की डेफिनेशन दी है उसमें ही उन्होंने ये बता दिया कि अगर हाउस होल्ड कोर्स के लिए कोई तुम्हारा हस्बैंड फोर्स करता है देन दैट वुड अमाउंट टू क्रुएल्टी। तो अगर लॉ ही चेंज हो गया है और तो इस वजह से तुम्हारा अब एप्लीकेबल हो जाएगा और क्रुएल्टी में तुम्हारा पर्सन लायबल हो जाएगा अंडर सेक्शन 498A। नेक्स्ट जो तुम्हारा पैसेज था वो सरोगेसी लॉ पे था। तो सरोगेसी में उनमें थोड़ा सा टेक्निकल था, तुम्हें एज ध्यान से देखना था, तुम्हें जो टर्म्स मेंशन थे, लीगली वेलिड होना चाहिए, तुम्हारा हस्बैंड का एज क्या होना चाहिए, वाइफ का एज क्या होना चाहिए, कौन अडॉप्ट कर सकता, कौन इस पर्टिकुलर तुम्हारा एक्ट का हेल्प ले सकता है, वो सब उन्होंने डेफिनेट मार्क करके रखा था। अगर तुमने ध्यान से रीड किया और वो अंडरलाइन करके रखा कि किस एज, कौन सा एज एप्लीकेबल हो किस सिचुएशन में, तो तुम इजीली सॉल्व कर सकते थे। ये पैसेज भी बहुत इजी टू रीड था और क्वेश्चन भी डायरेक्ट पूछे थे। सो दिस वाज द होल पैसेज। तो पहला उन्होंने क्या मेंशन किया, 6 इयर्स मेंशन कर दिया। लॉ में क्या मेंशन किया था, 5 इयर्स। तो 5 इयर्स से अबव, तो तुम्हारा वो एक पहला पॉइंट है तो टिक हो गया 6 इयर्स वाला। बट दूसरा तुम्हारा जो एज मेंशन किया था वाइफ और हस्बैंड का, वो एक्सीड हो गया, तो 51 मेंशन हो गया। यहाँ पे रानी का एज, यहाँ पे क्या मेंशन करके रखा था, वाइफ का एज क्या होना चाहिए था, 23 to 50 ईयर्स। तो 50 से क्रॉस कर गया, तुम्हारा नेगेट हो गया डायरेक्टली। तुम्हारा लॉजिकल कंक्लूजन अप्लाई करोगे तो तुम्हारा इसमें आंसर आ जाता। करेक्ट आंसर क्या था, नो, बिकॉज दे डू नॉट फॉल विद इन द लीगल रिक्वायरमेंट्स ऑफ इंटेंडिंग पेरेंट्स। तो लीगल रिक्वायरमेंट मेंशन की गई थी 23 to 50 ईयर्स और वाइफ की एज क्या थी 51। तो वहां पे डायरेक्टली तुम कंक्लूड कर सकते थे आंसर की ऑप्शन सी करेक्ट होगा तुम्हारा। नेक्स्ट, तो तुम्हारा 29 ईयर्स ओल्ड, तो चलो ठीक है आ गया। सर्वेड ट्वाइस बिफोर, लॉ में क्या मेंशन किया था, एक बार। तो अगर यहाँ पे अगेन एज आई विल शो कि वहां पे मेंशन क्या करके रखा था, ये तुम्हारा ओनली वंस, एज यू कैन सी ये ओनली वंस यहाँ पे मैंने अंडरलाइन करके रखा है कि एज तो चलो ठीक है 25 to 35 के बीच में आ गया, 29 ईयर्स ऑफ एज, बट सरोगेट ओनली वंस इन आवर लाइफ होना चाहिए था। यहाँ पे ट्वाइस मेंशन करके रखा है सामने सामने, तो करेक्ट आंसर तुम्हारा समझ में आ रहा था। तो उन्होंने तुम्हारे 4 इन्फॉर्मेशन, तुम्हारे 4 लाइन देकर के रखी थी। पहली लाइन में क्या बोला, गीता इज एलिजिबल टू बी सरोगेट बिकॉज शी इज क्लोज रिलेटिव। पहला पॉइंट टिक होता है बिकॉज दे हैव मेंशन्ड बहुत सारे पॉइंटर्स कि क्या क्या तुम्हारी रिक्वायरमेंट है, कौन कौन सरोगेट मदर बन सकता है। तो पहला रिक्वायरमेंट क्या था, क्लोज रिलेटिव होना चाहिए, जो कि यहाँ पे पॉइंट में मेंशन कर दिया। दूसरा पॉइंट क्या था, दैट बिकॉज शी इज मैरिड, तो मैरिड होनी चाहिए थी, वो भी तुम्हारा एक पॉइंटर मेंशन था, तो तुम्हारा दूसरा पॉइंट भी करेक्ट है। थर्ड पॉइंट क्या होना चाहिए था, ट्वाइस बिफोर, तो यहाँ पे सिंगल टाइम होना चाहिए था, तो इस वजह से ये इनकरेक्ट तुम्हारा स्टेटमेंट हो गया। लास्ट लाइन तुम्हारा क्या बोला, 29 ईयर्स ऑफ एज, तो 25 से 35 का एज मेंशन करके रखा है और यहाँ पे 29 ईयर्स ऑफ एज था, तो ये तुम्हारा स्टेटमेंट करेक्ट था। तो ओवरऑल तुम्हारा सिर्फ एक स्टेटमेंट करेक्ट था, गलत था, जो था तुम्हारा ऑप्शन ए, स्टेटमेंट 3 इज इनकरेक्ट, अदरवाइज वो तुम्हारे और फर्स्ट, सेकंड एंड फोर्थ वर करेक्ट। मूविंग अहेड, अब यहाँ पे अगेन थोड़ा सा टेक्निकल बनाया उन्होंने, एज मेंशन करके रखा और बता के रखा कि एक पर्टिकुलर सिचुएशन था जहां पे उन्होंने मेंशन करके रखा था पैसेज में कि इफ यू हैव ऑलरेडी अडॉप्टेड सन या अडॉप्टेड चाइल्ड या नेचुरल बॉर्न चाइल्ड तुम्हारे पास है, तो तुम वापस से सरोगेट वाला लॉ का हेल्प नहीं ले सकते हो, बट किस केस में ले सकते हो वो एक्सेप्शन यहाँ पे डिफाइन करके रखा था। तो यहाँ पे एज यू कैन सी ये मेंशन करके उन्होंने वहां पे रखा था। बट अगर तुम कॉमर्शलाइजेशन की बात करोगे तो भी तुम्हारा फोर्थ मारा कि पेमेंट्स और रिवॉर्ड्स नहीं ले सकते हैं, बट तुम्हारा अगर मेंटली और फिजिकली चैलेंज चिल्ड्रन है यहाँ पे, तो उन्होंने स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन करके रखा था पैसेज में कि ये एक्सेप्शन है तुम्हारा, ठीक है। अगर यू ऑलरेडी हैव अ चाइल्ड, उसके बाद भी तुम अडॉप्ट करना सरोगेट लॉ का हेल्प लेना चाहते हो, तो तुम किस तरीके से ले सकते हो, वो एक्सेप्शन डिफाइन करके रखा था। लाइफ थ्रेटनिंग अगर डिजीज है तुम्हारे अडॉप्टेड सन और डॉटर या फिर तुम्हारे नेचुरल बॉर्न चाइल्ड को, तो यहाँ पे ये लाइफ विद चांसेस ऑफ डेथ यहाँ पे स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन करके रखा, दैट इज लाइफ थ्रेटनिंग, इस वजह से दे कैन टेक द हेल्प। So ऑप्शन तुम्हारा करेक्ट क्या होता है, ऑप्शन सी, दैट इज यस, बिकॉज देयर अडॉप्टेड चाइल्ड हैज बीन डायग्नोस्ड विद स्ट्राइकर सिंड्रोम। और स्ट्राइकर सिंड्रोम की कैरेक्टरिस्टिक क्या डिफाइन की गई थी, विद चांसेस ऑफ डेथ, तो वो तुम्हारा एक्सेप्शन के अंडर आ जाता। नेक्स्ट तुम्हारा अगेन तुम्हारा फैक्ट थोड़ा सा लंबा मेंशन करके रखा है इन्होंने, ठीक है, और उसमें कुछ पॉइंटर्स तुम्हें याद रखना था। तो अगर कॉमर्शलाइजेशन लास्ट उन्होंने मेंशन करके रखा था कि दैट दिस इज बैंड इन इंडिया, तुम कॉमर्शियल सरोगेसी का हेल्प कुछ नहीं कर सकते उसके रिगार्डिंग, बट कुछ केस उन्होंने एक्सेप्शन डिफाइन करके रखे थे, वो उसके उस एम्बिट के विद इन आ रहा था कि नहीं आता, वो हमें चेक करना था इस क्वेश्चन में। तो करेक्ट आंसर क्या हो जाता है, ऑप्शन डी, नो, बिकॉज SRA allows only altruistic surrogacy, so the contract is not valid under the ICA। तो ओवरऑल फैक्ट्स क्या मेंशन कर रहे थे, तुम्हारे कॉमर्शलाइजेशन ऑफ सरोगेसी। तो सरोगेसी वो ऑलरेडी पैसेज में क्या डिफाइन करके रखा है, दैट इट इज बैंड। तो अगर कॉमर्शलाइजेशन के तुम्हारे फैक्टर थे 2 लाख रुपए दिए और फिर उसको एम्प्लॉय करके रखा लोगों को, तो ये सब जो पॉइंटर्स थे वो तुम्हें किस तरफ इंडिकेट कर रहे थे कि दैट दे आर एंटरिंग इनटू अ कमर्शियल सर्विस। तो दैट्स व्हाई द करेक्ट आंसर था तुम्हारा क्या, ऑप्शन डी, नो, बिकॉज एसआरए अलाउज ओनली अल्ट्रुइस्टिक सरोगेसी, सो द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट इज नॉट वैलिड अंडर आईसीए। नेक्स्ट तुम्हारा अगेन ये हेटेरोसेक्सुअल कपल्स के बारे में बात करते हैं, इस केस में तुम्हारा क्या करेक्ट होगा। तो तुम्हारा सेक्सुअल ओरिएंटेशन की बात कर रहे थे, करेक्ट आंसर तुम्हारा ऑप्शन सी है, the non-discrimination clause is not restricted to explicitly mentioned grounds। तो सेक्शन तुम्हारा मेंशन करके रखा है कि किस बेसिस पे तुम्हारा डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हो सकता है, किस बेसिस पे डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं कर सकते हैं। तो अगर सेक्स के बेसिस पे डिस्क्रिमिनेशन मेंशन है तो इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि सेक्सुअल ओरिएंटेशन के बेसिस पे डिस्क्रिमिनेशन है। तो करेक्ट आंसर तुम्हारा क्या हो जाएगा, ऑप्शन सी। मूविंग अहेड, जो नेक्स्ट पैसेज था दैट वाज रिलेटेड टू कंज्यूमर अंडर कंज्यूमर प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट। तो कंज्यूमर है कौन, वो पूरा पैसेज वही डिस्कस कर रहा था। पहले डिफाइन किया पर्सन बाइंग एंड यूजिंग गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज। तो उसमें तुम्हारा एक पॉइंट जो तुम्हें ध्यान रखना था कि एनीवन हु यूजेस देम। तो ऐसा नहीं कि जिसने परचेज किया सिर्फ वही कंज्यूमर था, इन्होंने स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन करके रखा इफ यू आर यूजिंग द गुड्स आल्सो देन आल्सो यू विल बी टर्म्ड अंडर, यू विल बी कंसीडर्ड एज कंज्यूमर एंड विल बी क्लासिफाइड अंडर पहला वाला तुम्हारा ऑप्शन जो था। सेकंड में क्या मेंशन करके रखा, पर्सन यूजिंग गुड्स फॉर सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड नॉट फॉर कमर्शियल पर्पस। तो उन्होंने क्या रखा कि अगर सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए तुम अगर गुड्स को परचेज कर रहे हो एंड यूज कर रहे हो तो तुम कंज्यूमर में कंसिडर किए जाओगे। अगर तुम कमर्शियल पर्पस है तुम्हारा, जो भी तुमने कंज्यूम किया गुड्स, तो भी तुमने परचेज किया, देन यू विल नॉट बी कंसिडर्ड एज तुम्हारा कंज्यूमर अंडर कंज्यूमर प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट। फिर उन्होंने क्या मेंशन करके फोर्थ में पॉइंट में क्या मेंशन करके रखा, पर्सन यूजिंग ऑनलाइन फैसिलिटीज। तो ऑनलाइन फैसिलिटीज में भी तुम्हारा गुड्स और सर्विस दोनों इंक्लूड करके रखा। तो अगर तुम ऑनलाइन फैसिलिटी भी यूज कर रहे हो देन आल्सो यू विल बी टर्म्ड एज कंज्यूमर। फोर्थ वाला उन्होंने क्या मेंशन करके रखा, पीपल फेसिंग इश्यूज रिलेटेड टू फूड। तो फूड वाला पूरा एस्पेक्ट तुम्हारा उन्होंने कवर करके रखा लास्ट वाले पैसेज में, जो कि उन्होंने पूछा नहीं है। सो लेट्स मूव अहेड। तो इसमें पहला क्वेश्चन क्या पूछा, सीता, जस्ट अ सेकंड, सीता, गिव मी 1 मिनट प्लीज। तो फर्स्ट वाला जो उसमें क्वेश्चन आई गेस पीपीटी में मेंशन नहीं है, बट तुम्हारा फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन उन्होंने पूछा था कॉमर्शियल पर्पस वाला। उन्होंने कंपनी का नाम मेंशन किया था 91 में। 91 इज नॉट देयर इन द पीपीटी। 91 में बता देता हूं, क्लिंट लियोन मॉरिकॉन लिमिटेड करके एक कंपनी थी जिसने तुम्हारा लैपटॉप परचेज किया था। लैपटॉप परचेज किस लिए किया था, कॉमर्शियल पर्पस से। तो जो तुम्हारा पहला लाइन था, सॉरी पहला लाइन जो कंज्यूमर की डेफिनेशन दी गई थी, वहां पे स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन किया गया था दैट इफ यू आर यूजिंग द, if you are buying or using the product for commercial purpose then तुम consumer में टर्म नहीं किए जाओगे, तुम इंक्लूड नहीं किए जाओगे। and the same logic will be applied in the first question 91 वाले क्वेश्चन में। तो करेक्ट आंसर तुम्हारा था 91 का ऑप्शन सी। 92 में उन्होंने क्या मेंशन किया कि एक फ्रीलांस जर्नलिस्ट है और उसका सेल्फ इंडिपेंडेंट वाला चीज में आएगा कि नहीं आएगा, कॉमर्शियल पर्पस वर्सेस तुम्हारा इंडिपेंडेंट यूज के लिए। तो इन दोनों के बीच में कॉन्फ्लिक्ट था, बट ओवरऑल फैक्ट्स को रीड करने के बाद लग रहा था कि वो कॉमर्शियल पर्पस नहीं था, वो तुम्हारा इंडिपेंडेंट यूज के लिए था। दैट्स व्हाई ऑप्शन सी अप्रोप्रिएट आंसर रहेगा 92 में। 93 में अगेन दे आर रीसेलिंग द गुड्स। तो एक परचेज किया, तुमने डिस्काउंट पे बेचा, तुमने फुल प्राइस पे बेचा, वो तुम्हारा पॉइंट कहीं मेंशन ही नहीं है पैसेज में। दे आर टॉकिंग कि अगर तुमने कॉमर्शियल पर्पस के लिए यूज किया देन यू विल नॉट बी टर्म्ड एज कंज्यूमर। तो स्पेसिफिकली तुम्हारा करेक्ट आंसर क्या हो जाएगा, ऑप्शन बी। क्योंकि यहाँ पे तुम्हें एक लॉजिक अगर तुम्हारे दिमाग में दौड़ा कि नहीं यार ये तो सस्ते में बेच रहा है तो फिर कॉमर्शियल पर्पस थोड़ी ना होगा। कॉमर्शियल पर्पस मतलब कि अगर हम लोग ज्यादा में बेच रहे हैं, तो वो लॉजिक अप्लाई नहीं करना था। डायरेक्टली क्या मेंशन किया रखा था, इफ यू आर रीसेलिंग द गुड्स, तो तुम्हारा कॉमर्शियल पर्पस हो गया। तुमने फ्री में नहीं बेचा, तुमने कुछ प्रॉफिट लिया, नहीं प्रॉफिट लिया, वो तुम्हारा पॉइंट नहीं था। तुम्हारा पॉइंट था कि तुमने वापस से रीसेल के लिए तुमने प्रोडक्ट परचेज किया था। तो वो तुम्हारा क्या हो जाएगा करेक्ट आंसर, ऑप्शन बी। The hospital resells the pacemakers to patients and therefore cannot be considered as a consumer with respect to the pacemakers purchased from the doctor. नेक्स्ट तुम्हारा क्या क्वेश्चन था, इन्होंने बोला कि फिर इट्स ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म की बात कर रहे हैं। तो अगेन वो पॉइंट हमारे कंज्यूमर का जो हम लोगों ने पैसेज में रीड किया था कि ऑनलाइन सर्विस भी अगर तुम ले रहे हो देन आल्सो यू विल बी टर्म्ड एज कंज्यूमर। तो उसके बारे में ये तुम्हारा पैसेज इन्होंने ये क्वेश्चन 94 पूछा। सो सिंस ऑनलाइन सर्विसेज आर कवर्ड फॉर कंज्यूमर प्रोटेक्शन लॉ अमित घोष शैल बी कंसीडर्ड एज ए कंज्यूमर। तो डायरेक्ट था तुम्हारा वहां पे मेंशन करके रखा इवन इफ यू आर यूजिंग द ऑनलाइन प्रोडक्ट और सर्विस यू विल बी टर्म्ड एज कंज्यूमर। तो सेम उन्होंने उस पे एक फैक्ट फ्रेम किया और तुमसे आंसर मांगा। नेक्स्ट तुम्हारा था जिग्नेश। अगेन इसमें ये बात जो पहला लाइन हम लोगों ने मेंशन किया था कंज्यूमर कौन होगा, जो पैसेज में मेंशन था वो था आइदर यू आर परचेजिंग द गुड्स और यू आर यूजिंग द गुड्स। तो यहाँ पे परचेज किसी और ने किया जो कि जितेश शाह ने किया था, और यूज कौन कर रहा है, जिग्नेश शाह। तो जिग्नेश शाह भी कंज्यूमर में आएगा कि नहीं आएगा, वाज द कंसर्न। तो डायरेक्टली आएगा। उन्होंने क्या बोल के रखा है, इवन इफ यू आर परचेजिंग द गुड्स और यूजिंग द गुड्स, तुम दोनों कंज्यूमर में ही आओगे। तो सिंस जिग्नेश शाह इज ए यूजर ऑफ द डिवाइस ही कैन बी कंसिडर्ड एज ए कंज्यूमर। तो बहुत डायरेक्ट तुम्हारे क्वेश्चन में इस पैसेज में पूछे गए थे। नेक्स्ट, ये थोड़ा सा लेंदी पैसेज है तुम्हारा। यहाँ पे इन्होंने बताया कि क्या क्या तुम्हारे ट्विटर्स का पूरा उन्होंने बताया कि कब कब क्या क्या चीजें हुई। आईटी एक्ट को उन्होंने इंक्लूड करके रखा कि क्या पर्टिकुलर कंटेंट अगर हम लोग हटा सकते हैं, हटा नहीं सकते हैं, गवर्नमेंट किस चीज के लिए बोल सकती है, किस चीज के लिए नहीं बोल सकती। तो उन्होंने एक पर्टिकुलर केस बता के रखा कि कर्नाटका हाईकोर्ट में ये पर्टिकुलर मैटर चल रहा था, जहां पे ट्विटर्स के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव, ट्विटर्स के लॉयर्स क्या आर्गुमेंट प्रेजेंट कर रहे थे बिफोर द कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ कि किस रीजन से जो भी कंटेंट हटाने की बात कर रहा है गवर्नमेंट, किस तरीके से वो आर्बिट्रेरी है, किस तरीके से एक्सेसिव यूज ऑफ पावर है, उसके बारे में पूरा पैसेज डिस्कस कर रहा था। तो पहला पैसेज था कि सुनील इज हाई रैंकिंग ऑफिसर ऑफ द यूनियन गवर्नमेंट। तो उन्होंने बताया कि यूनियन गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से एक पर्टिकुलर पर्सन ने एक पैसेज में मेंशन कर एक पर्टिकुलर ऑर्डर पास किया, जहां पे एक पर्टिकुलर पर्सन का सोशल मीडिया अकाउंट पे गया और वहां पे वो सोशल मीडिया अकाउंट में द कंटेंट दैट द पर्टिकुलर पर्सन वाज पोस्टिंग वाज नॉट अप्रोप्रिएट। तो उन्होंने क्या मेंशन करके रखा था, मे ब्रिंग डिसरिप्यूट टू द इंडिया। तो ये थोड़ा सा सब्जेक्टिव था। कुछ लोगों को ऐसा लग सकता है कि ये डिटेल्ड आंसर जो ऑप्शन सी है वो भी हो सकता है और ऑप्शन बी भी हो सकता है, बट अकॉर्डिंग टू मी ऑप्शन बी ज्यादा अप्रोप्रिएट आंसर होगा, बिकॉज नो द ब्लॉकिंग ऑर्डर इज वैलिड सिंस सुनील हैड प्रोवाइडेड रीजन फॉर ब्लॉकिंग द पोस्ट। तो रीजन दिया, डिटेल्ड रीजन होना चाहिए था या फिर वेग है, ये हम लोग टर्म नहीं कर सकते। उन्होंने मेंशन करके रखा कि ये जो कंटेंट है जो तुमने पोस्ट किया है दैट में ब्रिंग डिस्ट्रीब्यूट टू द इंडिया। तो ये जो रीजन था, डिटेल्ड इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं दिया, बट दिस इज सफिशिएंट। तो रीजन देने की बात की गई थी तुम्हारे पैसेज में, दैट्स व्हाई ऑप्शन बी विल बी द मोर अप्रोप्रिएट आंसर। बट अगर तुमने सी बी ऑप्शन टिक करके आए थे तो कंफ्यूजन अगर तुम्हें हुआ कि डिसरिप्यूट इज टू इंडिया इज वेरी सब्जेक्टिव, ये तुम्हारा आएगा कि नहीं आएगा तुम्हारा डिटेल एक्सप्लेनेशन में या फिर रीजनिंग में, तो आई कैन से कि चलो ठीक है, बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट ने करके आए तो ठीक है, बट अगेन द करेक्ट आंसर विल बी ऑप्शन बी, दैट डिसरिप्यूट टू इंडिया इज सफिशिएंट रीजन। ठीक है, नेक्स्ट है वहां पे इसके बाद उन्होंने पूछा 97 वाले क्वेश्चन में, सम डेज लेटर सुनील नोटिस अनदर पोस्ट, फिर से कोई पोस्ट आ गया और उसके बाद फिर से उन्होंने सेम चीज करके रखा। तो ऑप्शन तुम्हारा करेक्ट क्या हो जाएगा, ऑप्शन ए। क्या बोला, सिंस इट डिड नॉट प्रोवाइड एनी रीजन दैट कुड बी कम्युनिकेटेड टू द यूजर्स ऑफ द सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म। तो उन्होंने बता तो दिया कि ये सब चीजें हटा दो, बट रीजन प्रोवाइड नहीं करके रखा। तो अगर रीजन प्रोवाइड करके नहीं रखा तो उन्होंने पैसेज में मेंशन करके रखा था, इफ यू नॉट प्रोवाइडिंग द रीजन द अदर पर्सन, जिसे तुमने बोला कि तुम्हें हटाना है, द अदर पर्सन नॉट गेटिंग द सफिशिएंट इंफॉर्मेशन टू गेट बैक टू यू, कि क्यों हटाना, आगे से नहीं करना है कि नहीं करना है, या फिर उसे वापस से केस फाइल करना आपके अगेंस्ट कि ये रीजन, ये लॉजिक जिसके वजह से आप मुझसे बोल रहे हो कि ये कंटेंट आप हटा दो दैट इज नॉट करेक्ट, वो किस रीजन से करोगे। अगर आपके पास कोई आंसर ही नहीं आएगा कि बस आपको ये बोला गया कि आप हटा दो, दैट इज नॉट करेक्ट। अगर आपको बोला गया हटा दो विद दिस पर्टिकुलर रीजन, देन दैट इज मोर करेक्ट। ठीक है, तो करेक्ट आंसर तुम्हारा क्या हो जाएगा, ऑप्शन ए। नेक्स्ट, अगेन सिमिलर लाइन पे क्वेश्चन पूछा, तो करेक्ट आंसर तुम्हारा 98 का क्या था, नो सिंस दैट आईटी एक्ट डज नॉट फॉरबिड सुनील फ्रॉम डूइंग सो। तो एक सुनील को राइट दे करके रखा गया था, ये चीज एक पर्टिकुलर स्टेटमेंट उससे पास किया कि अगर तुमने नहीं किया देन आई विल डू दिस। और उसमें स्पेसिफिकली तुम पैसेज में देखोगे तो स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन करके रखा गया है कि नोट दैट द गवर्नमेंट हैज, ये वाला लाइन जो यहाँ पे मैंने मेंशन करके रखा है, नोट दैट द गवर्नमेंट हैज द पावर टू स्ट्रिप अवे सच सेफ हार्बर इम्यूनिटी फ्रॉम द आईटी एक्ट। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि अगर ये स्टेटमेंट पास कर दिया देन यू डोंट हैव द पावर टू डू सो, तुम कर सकते हो, ये पावर दी गई आईटी एक्ट में। और सेम थिंग क्या किया गया तुम्हारा, सुनील ने किया, ये स्टेटमेंट उसने शेयर किया और ये जो स्टेटमेंट उसने पास किया, ऑर्डर पास किया, दैट वाज वैलिड अंडर द आईटी एक्ट, सो वो कर सकता था। नेक्स्ट तुम्हारा था कंप्लाइंग विद द फोर्थ ब्लॉकिंग ऑर्डर दैट दे रिसीव फ्रॉम सुनील। तो इसमें तुम्हारा कंसर्न क्या था कि करेक्ट आंसर तुम्हारा होगा पहले ऑप्शन सी, since section 69A of the IT Act only permits blocking information or a particular post but not a whole account। तो उसने क्या किया था, पूरे अकाउंट को ब्लॉक कर दिया। तुम्हारे पोस्ट, इसमें स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन किया गया था एक्ट में दैट तुम वो कंटेंट को ब्लॉक कर सकते हो, उस पोस्ट को ब्लॉक कर सकते हो, बस जिस पर्सन ने वो कंटेंट को पोस्ट किया है, वो पर्टिकुलर आर्टिकल पोस्ट किया है, उस पर्सन के अकाउंट को ब्लॉक नहीं कर सकते। वो स्पेसिफिकली तुम्हारा रूल में मेंशन किया गया था। तो सेम तुम्हारा आंसर सी में वो अप्रोप्रिएट फिट होगा। नेक्स्ट तुम्हारा 100 में क्या बोल रहे हैं, सुनील सेंड्स अनरियल एफएफ ब्लॉकिंग। तो अगेन What it thinks a better set of reasons। तो यहाँ पे तो जो रीजन शेयर किया गया था जिस वजह से ब्लॉक करना था, वो रीजन फॉरवर्ड नहीं किया पर्सन को जिसका ब्लॉक कर रहे हैं अकाउंट, उसे जो पर्टिकुलर पर्सन अनरियल को जो करेक्ट अप्रोप्रिएट रीजन लगा उसने शेयर किया। तो ये तुम्हारा गलत हो गया ऑन द पार्ट ऑफ अनरियल। ये जो तुम्हारा एक्ट था वो नहीं करना चाहिए था, जो रीजन पास ऑन हुआ है, जो रीजन था वो रीजन तुम्हें भेजना चाहिए। तुम्हें अपने हिसाब से ये करेक्ट रीजन है, दिस शुड बी द करेक्ट लॉजिक, that is not the correct approach। इस वजह से ऑप्शन ए, the blocking order was valid but unreal's action were inappropriate। तो ब्लॉकिंग ऑर्डर तो कर सकते थे, कि ब्लॉक का ऑर्डर तो दे सकते हैं कि पोस्ट ब्लॉक कर दो अगर इट इज गोइंग, जो भी तुमने रूल मेंशन करके रखा था पैसेज में उसके अकॉर्डिंग तुम्हारा ब्लॉकिंग ऑर्डर वाज वैलिड। बट ये जो एक्शन था तुम्हारा अनरियल लगा कि ऐसा करना है, ऐसा नहीं करना है, या फिर उसे जो लगा कि उन्होंने मेंशन करके व्हाट इट थिंक्स ए बेटर रीजन, सेट ऑफ रीजन, वो शेयर कर दिया, दैट इज इनकरेक्ट। सो ऑप्शन इज मोर अप्रोप्रिएट। लेट्स मूव टू द लास्ट वन, इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड स्कीम 2018। ये पर्टिकुलर पैसेज था जिसमें बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट को हो सकता था इशू हो, बिकॉज दिस वाज वन पर्टिकुलर पैसेज जो कि रीड करने में थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट था। सो तुम्हें अगर कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं पता, बिकॉज अभी तक जो हमने कॉन्सेप्ट डिस्कस किया, तुम्हारे पैसेजेस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन लॉ से थे, तुम्हारे पैसेजेस मिसलिनियस पैसेजेस तुम्हारे कंज्यूमर प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट से भी थे, तुम्हारे आईटी एक्ट से भी थे, तो तुम्हारे पैसेजेस इधर से थे जो हम लोग एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के आएंगे, उसके नहीं थे, तुम्हारे क्रिमिनल लॉ के पैसेजेस थे, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन थे, और तुम्हारे मिसलिनियस थे। सो ये एक पर्टिकुलर पैसेज है जो कि पूरा नया था। तुमने अगर करंट अफेयर्स के न्यूज पढ़े थे तो ठीक है, यू आर अवेयर, बट तुम्हें कॉम्प्रीहेंड करने में थोड़ा डिफिकल्टी हुई होगी। तो अगर तुम्हें ये पैसेज एंड में पैसेज अगर तुम्हारे बुकलेट में भी था, तुमने स्किप भी किया तो शायद चलता, बट अगेन अगर तुमने पैसेज को रीड कर लिया किसी भी तरीके से वापस से, या एक बार में या दो बार में, तो क्वेश्चन डायरेक्ट थे, डायरेक्टली उन्होंने कुछ ज्यादा इंफॉर्मेशन जो भी प्रोवाइड करके रखी थी पैसेज में उससे पूछा नहीं, डायरेक्टली तुम्हारे क्वेश्चन डायरेक्ट तुमने पैसेज से रीड करके, अगर तुमने पैसेज एक बार रीड करके समझ लिया कि क्या बोलना चाह रहे हैं, देन द क्वेश्चन विल डायरेक्ट एंड वेरी इजी। सो द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन दैट दे आस्क्ड कि उन्होंने बस ए टाइम पे पूछा, जस्ट अ सेकंड। तो करेक्ट आंसर ऑप्शन क्वेश्चन 101 का तुम्हारा हो जाएगा ऑप्शन डी, नो सिंस द बॉन्ड वाज वैलिड ऑन नवंबर 16। तो उन्होंने एक टाइम मेंशन करके रखा था कि 9 से 15 तक का बॉन्ड इशू कर सकते हैं, फिर बॉन्ड वैलिड कब तक होगा, 15 डेज लेटर तक की। तो 16, अगर बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट ने वो 15 वाला डेट देखा और आगे बढ़ गए, देन दैट इज नॉट करेक्ट। तो फिर वो उस तरीके से तुम्हारा, अगर तुमने वो 15 दिमाग में बैठाया, एंड में रीड किया और 15 से बोला करे या तो 16 मेंशन किया गया इसमें क्वेश्चन फैक्ट्स में, तो तुम्हारा वो गलत हो जाता। उसके बाद एक नेक्स्ट लाइन उन्होंने मेंशन करके रखा था कि 15 तक सेल के लिए वैलिड है, 15 के बाद 15 डेज तुम्हारा वो वैलिड रहेगा, तुम जिसमें डिपॉजिट करवा सकते हो। तो 16 को कराया, दैट शुड बी द करेक्ट, तो वो कर सकते हो। नो सिंस द बॉन्ड वाज वैलिड ऑन नवंबर 16 2022 इज द करेक्ट आंसर। नेक्स्ट तुम्हारा अगेन ये बोल रहे हैं कि government announces that there would be a sale of 24 tranches of electoral bonds on February 10 for a period for 15 days since election to the legislative assembly of the state are scheduled for that year. Since there was no election to the Lok Sabha or legislative assembly of the state in which Asad resides, he claimed that the government does not have the power to issue 24 tranches. तो again बहुत ध्यान से रीड करना कि असद उस पर्टिकुलर जगह पे रिसाइड नहीं करता जहां पे इलेक्शन हो रहा है। इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि गवर्नमेंट के पास पावर नहीं है। फर्स्ट लाइन में उन्होंने क्या मेंशन कर रखा था कि अगर कहीं पे भी इलेक्शन हो रहा है, हर साल इलेक्शन होता है, तो गवर्नमेंट इशू कर सकता है। तो ये एक तुम्हारा पॉइंट ध्यान से रीड करने वाला था कि असद रिसाइड, यहाँ पे रेसिडेंट कहाँ का है और वहां पे इलेक्शन हो रहा है, इससे कुछ कनेक्शन बताया नहीं गया। उन्होंने बोला कि अगर इलेक्शन किसी भी स्टेट में हो रहा है देन गवर्नमेंट इशू कर सकता है। तो करेक्ट आंसर तुम्हारा क्या हो जाता है 102 का ऑप्शन डी, नो सिंस द चेंजेस ऑफ द इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड स्कीम provide for that electoral bonds can be issued for an additional period of 15 days in years where there is an election to the legislative assembly of a state. किस स्टेट की ये नहीं बात की है, अगर legislative assembly of a state में इलेक्शन हो रहा है then bond issue हो सकता है। सो सिर्फ ये तुम्हारा appropriate आंसर है, कुछ और रीजनिंग इसमें लगानी नहीं थी। तो करेक्ट आंसर क्या होगा ऑप्शन डी। नेक्स्ट तुम्हारा 103 में अगेन नवंबर 10 की बात करें 2022, तो जो तुम्हारा टाइमलाइन मेंशन करके रखा था उसके विदिन आ रहा था तुम्हारा। तो इसमें तुम्हारा क्या करेक्ट आंसर होता है, तुम्हारा करेक्ट आंसर होता है ऑप्शन बी, नो सिंस द पार्टी हैड ऑलरेडी डिपॉजिटेड द बॉन्ड एंड द मनी हैड बीन क्रेडिटेड टू अकाउंट। तो लास्ट टाइम उन्होंने स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन करके रखा है कि जिस दिन तुमने डिपॉजिट किया सेम डे तुम्हारा अमाउंट क्रेडिट हो जाएगा, और पूरे पैसेज में कहीं मेंशन करके नहीं रखा कि वापस तुम बॉन्ड ले सकते हो, एक बार तुमने दे दी, ठीक है, एक बार तुमने दे दिया, उसके बाद उन्होंने क्या मेंशन करके रखा है कि जिस दिन दिया, जिस दिन तुमने डिपॉजिट किया उस दिन तुम्हारा क्रेडिट हो जाएगा। तो एक बार क्रेडिट होगा, कुछ रूल मेंशन नहीं किया पैसेज में कि तुम वापस से क्लेम कर सकते हो कि नहीं क्लेम कर सकते हो। तो सेफेस्ट आंसर तुम्हारा क्या होता है ऑप्शन बी, नो सिंस द पार्टी हैज ऑलरेडी डिपॉजिटेड द बॉन्ड एंड द मनी हैड बीन क्रेडिटेड टू इट्स अकाउंट सो इट कांट बी टेकन बैक। नेक्स्ट तुम्हारा था ऑन नवंबर 15 2022 द गवर्नमेंट इशूज अनदर नोटिफिकेशन। तो इसमें बात करते हैं 104 का करेक्ट आंसर तुम्हारा ऑप्शन सी है, No, since it does not fulfill the eligibility criteria announced in November 15, 2022 का नोटिफिकेशन। क्यों नहीं फुलफिल कर रहा है, बिकॉज एज टाइमलाइन की बात कर रहे हैं इसमें। तो जो भी क्राइटेरिया मेंशन करके रखा था, टाइमलाइन नहीं मेंशन कर रहे हैं, उन्होंने एक रूल डिफाइन करके रखा कि 1% एटलीस्ट तुम्हारा वोट होना चाहिए, और जिसको तुमने पैसे दिए वो किसे दिए, तुमने न्यूली फॉर्म पार्टी को, ठीक है। तो न्यूली फॉर्म पार्टी को पहले तो कभी वोट मिला ही नहीं है, तो वो तुम्हारा जो एलिजिबिलिटी क्राइटेरिया डिफाइन करके रखा गया था किसे अमाउंट दिया जा सकता है वो फुलफिल नहीं होता। तुम्हारा अप्रोप्रिएट आंसर क्या हो जाता है ऑप्शन सी फॉर 104। दिस इज द लास्ट क्वेश्चन ऑफ एलए सेक्शन। तो इसमें यहाँ पे तुमने क्या डिफाइन करके रखा, टाइमलाइन वाला इशू था। तो तुम्हारा 23 का उन्होंने पैसेज में डेट का डिफाइन करके रखा था 9th of November टू 15th of November। उसके बाद वैलिड कब तक था 15 डेज तक, तो 15th of November से तुम्हारा 30th of November हो जाता। बट यहाँ पे डिपॉजिट कब किया 5th of December, तुम्हारा टाइमलाइन से बाहर। तो तुम्हारा करेक्ट आंसर क्या हो जाएगा ऑप्शन ए, द बॉन्ड वाज नो लॉन्गर वैलिड डायरेक्ट। So this was all with respect to the तुम्हारा legal aptitude का section. How was it? Detailed analysis of each and every question. I hope it was informative enough, guys. So according to me, अगर तुमने ओवरऑल पैसेज को ध्यान से रीड किया था, तुम्हारी रीडिंग स्पीड अच्छी थी, तो तुम्हारे लिए बहुत इजी था लीगल एप्टीट्यूड का सेक्शन आज के क्लैट के पेपर में। सो अभी तो हो गया क्लैट का पेपर, वी आर डन विद इट, इट्स ऑलमोस्ट 10 मोर देन 10। सो अब क्या करना है, व्हाट शुड बी द कोर्स ऑफ एक्शन अभी आगे से। तो क्लैट हो गया, तुमने एनालाइज कर लिया, एंड ऑल्सो यू कैन सी ऑन द क्लैट कंसोर्शियम के वेबसाइट पे दैट तुम्हारा आंसर की भी रिलीज कर दिया, तुम्हारे पास कार्बन कॉपी अवेलेबल है, यू कैन क्रॉस चेक कि तुम्हारा स्कोर क्या आ रहा है एंड कनेक्ट द मेंटर्स को कनेक्ट करो। पास वीडियो जो भी IMS GSL पे अपलोड किए गए हैं, जहां पे तुम्हारा कट ऑफ बताया गया, आज के तुम्हारे सेशन में भी कट ऑफ बताया गया, उसे वापस से देखो एंड यू विल गेट टू नो कि तुम कहाँ लैंड करने वाले हो। कुछ डाउट, कोई भी डाउट हो रहा है, कुछ भी कंफ्यूजन हो रहा है, यू कैन कनेक्ट टू द मेंटर्स। सो क्लैट इज नॉट द एंड ऑफ योर लाइफ, ये उनके लिए है कि यार अभी तो खराब हो गया मेरा क्लैट, अब क्या, अब तो मेरे पास कुछ बचा नहीं। दैट इज नॉट द एंड ऑफ लाइफ, मल्टीपल एग्जाम्स और बचे हैं, ठीक है। तुम्हारे पास क्लैट है, तुम्हारे पास MSCD, तुम्हारे पास LSAT है, बहुत सारे एग्जाम है जिसपे तुम फोकस कर सकते हो। दिस इज जस्ट एन एक्सपीरियंस, तुम्हारे एक्सपीरियंस है कि तुम्हारे पास क्वेश्चन किस तरीके से है, तुमने किस तरीके से टैकल किया, जो तुमने प्रिपरेशन करके रखी थी अभी तक वो तुमने सही से एग्जीक्यूट कर पाए कि नहीं कर पाए, वो उसका पूरा टेस्ट था। तो बहुत ज्यादा लोड लेने की जरूरत नहीं कि यार अब तो क्लैट हो गया, बहुत अच्छा भी नहीं किया मेरा, या फिर अच्छा गया, जिसका अच्छा गया वेल एंड गुड, जिसका अच्छा नहीं गया यार थोड़ा सा बचा था और अच्छा कर सकते थे, चलो ठीक है अभी तो मुझे NLU मिल जाएगा बट टॉप 10 नहीं मिलेगा, टॉप 10 मिल गया बट टॉप 5 नहीं मिल रहा है अभी मुझे। तो अगर इस तरह का कंसर्न है तो डोंट वरी, इट्स नॉट द एंड, टेक ए ब्रेक एंड गो वॉच ए मूवी, पार्टी, रेस्ट। तो आज इतने दिन तक प्रिपेयर करते यार, बहुत ज्यादा प्रेशर था, आई वाज इवन आई अपेयर्ड फॉर द क्लैट एग्जाम, तो मुझे लग रहा था यार मेरा एग्जाम, मुझे कुछ करना नहीं था, आई ओनली हैव टू एनालाइज, मैं देखना था फर्स्ट टाइम तुम्हारा पेपर कैसा था वो देखने के लिए, बट वो प्रेशर था, सबके मन में प्रेशर था, इंटरेक्टेड विद स्टूडेंट्स आल्सो, दे वर सर कि बस ये आज का दिन है, कैसे होगा क्या होगा। तो सब कुछ हो गया, तुमने जितना भी एफर्ट पुट इन किया था, तुम्हारा जितना भी अभी तक का एफर्ट था, जितना प्रिपरेशन था, प्रैक्टिस था, सब कुछ अच्छे से हो गया, क्लैट हो गया है, थोड़ा सा रिलैक्स करो, जाके पार्टी करो, मूवी देखो, रेस्ट करो, जो भी तुम्हें अच्छा लगता है, बिकॉज वो बहुत समय तक हम लोगों ने भी बोल के रखा है यार नहीं ये मत करो, लास्ट 7 दिन बचे हैं, लास्ट 15 दिन बचे हैं, बस 1 महीना बचा है, ये करना चाहिए, माई प्लान बुक करो, ये प्रैक्टिस करो, मॉक टेस्ट दो, सब कुछ करके रखा है, हो गया अपना सब कुछ चीजें। अभी फोकस क्या करना है, थोड़ा सा रिलैक्स कर लो, एंड देन वी विल डिस्कस कि आगे का कोर्स ऑफ एक्शन क्या होगा। फोकस ऑन अदर एग्जाम सच एज LSAT इंडिया, SLAT, MSCT लॉ, ये सब एग्जामिनेशन अभी बचे हुए अपने जिन पे हमें फोकस करना है, बट अभी फॉर ए कपल ऑफ डेज आराम से रिलैक्स करो, एंजॉय करो कि जो तुमने अभी तक एफर्ट पुट इन किया था वो तुम्हारा एग्जाम हो गया। अभी एग्जाम कैसा गया दैट इज द सेकेंडरी पार्ट, बट एग्जाम होना इज द मेन बेंचमार्क। तो तुम्हारा एग्जाम हो गया तो थोड़ा सा रिलैक्स करो, एंड देन वी विल डिस्कस कि आगे स्लैट किस तरीके से करना है, वी विल डू मल्टीपल सेशन कि स्लैट के लिए क्या करना चाहिए, MSCT के लिए क्या करना चाहिए, LSAT किस तरीके से क्रैक होगा, वी विल फोकस ऑन दैट, बट अभी के लिए थोड़ा सा रिलैक्स। स्टार्ट डेडिकेटेड प्रिपरेशन ऑन अदर एग्जाम्स, वो हम लोग करेंगे, ये अभी अपना क्लैट के फेज से तुम बाहर आ जाओ, आंसर्स चेक कर लो, तुम थोड़ा सा जोन जो था अपना प्रिपरेशन का, थोड़ा सा रिलैक्स हो जाओ, एंड देन एक बार वो प्रॉपर रिलैक्सेशन मिल गया, माइंड थोड़ा सा तुम्हारा फ्री हो गया, देन वी विल फोकस ऑन अदर एग्जामिनेशन। बैच डिटेल्स एट IMS GSL फॉर अदर एग्जाम, मिड जनवरी से हम लोग बैच भी लॉन्च करेंगे, तो जो इतने भी अदर एग्जाम्स हैं, तो अभी तक जो पूरा बैच किस पे फोकस कर रहा था अपना क्लैट पे, एलेट पे, बट जो अदर सप्लीमेंट्री तुम्हारे प्रैक्टिस का रिक्वायरमेंट है MSCT के लिए, स्लैट के लिए, ये सब पे हम लोग नया बैच लॉन्च करेंगे मिड जनवरी 2023 से, जो इस पे फोकस करेगा, ठीक है। तो यू कैन कॉन्टैक्ट योर नियरेस्ट IMS सेंटर, वो दे विल हेल्प यू कि कौन सा बैच कब लॉन्च हो रहा है, एंड यू कैन ज्वाइन फॉर द रिविजन वाला क्लास, बिकॉज कॉन्सेप्ट तो तुमने ऑलरेडी करके रखा है, तुमने परफॉर्म भी किया क्लैट में भी, एलेट में भी, बट अभी तुम्हें वापस से रिविजन चाहिए, तो वो मिड जनवरी से 2023 से बैच लॉन्च होगा। यू कैन ज्वाइन दैट पर्टिकुलर बैच, तुम अपने नियरेस्ट IMS सेंटर से कॉन्टैक्ट करो, जो भी तुम्हारा बैच नया लॉन्च हो रहा होगा, यू कैन ज्वाइन दैट पर्टिकुलर बैच एंड कैन do the revision for MSCT, SLAT सबके लिए। Lastly, going forward, CLAT aspirants need to put in effort to read newspapers and be well versed with the current legal development in the country. This is most important point. So अभी ये पर्टिकुलर सेशन कोई भी देख रहा हो, जिसने क्लैट दिया है, जिसने क्लैट नहीं दिया है, दिस इज वन ऑफ द मेजर थिंग दैट यू कैन टेक अवे फ्रॉम टुडेस क्लैट। तो आज का क्लैट देने के बाद ये रियलाइज हुआ कि फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यू विल हैव टू बी वेल वर्स्ड विद ऑल द फैक्ट्स, ऑल द इंफॉर्मेशन दैट इज गोइंग। तो करंट अफेयर्स तुम्हारे लिए मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट है। व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट करंट अफेयर्स का सेक्शन भी, तो वो सेक्शन में तुम्हारे इंपॉर्टेंट है, बट व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट अदर सेक्शंस आल्सो, इफ वी टॉक अबाउट लीगल भी, तो लीगल में भी तुम्हारे करंट जो लीगल न्यूज तुम्हारा चल रहा है, न्यूज़पेपर में जो भी तुम्हारा इंफॉर्मेशन आ रहा है, उस पर बहुत ज्यादा फोकस किया, बहुत ज्यादा तुम्हारे टॉट्स पे, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे, जो हमने क्लास में डिस्कस किया था, जो प्रिंसिपल वाले क्वेश्चन सॉल्व किए थे, उससे ज्यादा फोकस नहीं किया। उन्होंने क्या किया, तुम्हारा लॉजिकल एबिलिटी, तुम्हारा लीगल में भी पूछा उन्होंने, ठीक है, तुमने करंट अफेयर से अवेयर हो कि नहीं हो, जो भी चीजें चल रही हैं। इफ फॉर एग्जांपल जो लास्ट वाला हम लोग का पैसेज था इलेक्ट्रल बॉन्ड वाला, तो अगर तुमने करंट अफेयर्स में वो पैसेज रीड किया होगा, आर्टिकल रीड किया होगा, तो तुम्हारे लिए बहुत ईजी होता कॉम्प्रीहेंड करना, बिकॉज वो पैसेज ट्रिकी था, डिफिकल्ट था टू रीड एंड अंडरस्टैंड अगर पहली बार रीड करो, बट क्वेश्चन डायरेक्ट पूछे गए थे। तो जिसने पहली बार पैसेज रीड किया, को बोला यार ये तो नहीं आ रहा मुझे, बहुत सारे ऐसे स्टूडेंट हैं जिनका फीडबैक ये था। बट अगर एक बार तुमने अगर पहले से बैकग्राउंड इन्फॉर्मेशन तुम्हें पता होती करंट अफेयर्स की, तो तुम्हारे लिए बहुत ईजी हो जाता। सो द मेजर टेक अवे कि अगर तुम जितना रीड कर पाओ, बिकॉज व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट द लेंथ ऑफ द पेपर आल्सो, इट वाज मोर देन 50 पेजेस, तो 50 पेज रीड करना 2 घंटे में, इट्स अ हेक्टिक टास्क, सबके लिए पॉसिबल नहीं है। तो तुम वेल वर्स रहो, तुम्हारे करंट अफेयर्स है, जो भी न्यूज चल रहा है, न्यूज आर्टिकल रीड करो, करंट अफेयर्स के जो इवेंट्स है वो रीड करो, जो तुम्हारे आर्टिकल्स, पैसेजेस, लैंडमार्क जजमेंट्स हैं वो रीड करो, जो करंट में तुम्हारे केसेस चल रहे हैं उसके बारे में रीड करो। बी कनेक्टेड, जो लीगल वर्ल्ड में चीजें हो रही हैं उससे कनेक्टेड रहो और अपनी रीडिंग स्पीड बढ़ाओ। दिस विल बी द मेजर टेक अवे फ्रॉम टुडेज क्लैट। I hope the whole session, the whole analysis session was informative enough, guys. तुमने अपना पेपर खुद से करके आए हो, बट तुम्हें आइडिया लगे कि क्या करेक्ट अप्रोच होना चाहिए था, किस तरीके से तुम्हें क्वेश्चन सॉल्व करना चाहिए था। बहुत सारे लोगों के क्वेश्चन बहुत अच्छे गए, बहुत सारे अच्छा सॉल्व भी किया था। बहुत जो रूल लॉजिक हम लोगों ने क्लास में डिस्कस किया था कि प्रिंसिपल पे फोकस करो, जो भी चीजें मेंशन करके रखी गई है पैसेज में सिर्फ उस पर ध्यान दो, एक्स्ट्रा अपना इंफॉर्मेशन मत अप्लाई करो। जिसने ये सब चीजें को फॉलो किया था, प्रैक्टिस किया था, उनका लीगल सेक्शन भी अच्छा गया, अदर सेक्शन भी अच्छे गए। ठीक है, सो दिस वॉज ऑल फ्रॉम माई एंड। आई होप तुम लोगों का सबका पेपर अच्छा गया, बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स का अच्छा गया है। I got the feedback. So all the best. If you have any questions, any doubt, you can just type in the chat window and the mentor will be there to help you. अगर उसके बाद भी तुम्हारे कुछ पर्सनल कनेक्ट करना है, किसी कुछ डाउट है, कुछ पेरेंट्स को कनेक्ट करना है, यू कैन डायरेक्टली कॉल द मेंटर्स। जो भी तुम्हारे मेंटर्स होंगे, इट मे बी लीगल मेंटर्स हो सकते हैं, लॉजिकल मेंटर्स, जो भी तुम्हारे मेंटर जिससे भी तुम कनेक्ट में हो, यू कैन कनेक्ट विद। ठीक है, ऑल द बेस्ट। आंसर की आ गई है, एक बार वापस से क्रॉस चेक कर लो एंड सी वेरी। ठीक है, दिस इज ऑल फ्रॉम माय एंड गाइस। थैंक यू वेरी मच।